Chapter 359. Deep-sea monster fish. A group of experimental subjects huddled together and shivered. The cabin they were in was only illuminated by a few candles. The rest of the cabin was dark. A small wooden statue of Blue Charm Goddess stood in the middle of the candles. A hair-raising roar came from the darkness. It sounded like a beast, but more like a demon. It's here again. The experimental subjects were terrified. Quick, pray to Blue Charm Goddess. A few of the experimental subjects shouted. The strange and mysterious hunters in the darkness had already killed a few of them. Each attack was unimaginably fast. Praying to the statue and asking for the goddess protection is the only way to survive. This thought had been etched in their minds for a long time. The strong stimulation of approaching death and the fear in their hearts made them unable to think carefully. However, after trying, they gradually realized that this idea seemed to be correct. The hunter in the darkness roared and attacked again. A test subject on the periphery was dragged into the darkness just like that. In the darkness, the victim's shrill screams and the sound of the hunter tearing apart flesh and chewing on bones could be heard. It's over, it's over. Sob, 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 another person has died. He was right beside me just now. God, the great Blue Charm Goddess, please protect me. I will serve you for life. The experimental subjects cried and started praying. This was the first time they prayed in unison since they woke up. I have God power again, someone shouted. Quick, send it to the goddess statue. Everyone quickly made some space for him to squeeze into the center and touch the statue. As the prayers grew louder, more and more new believers obtained God power. In order to resist the spreading darkness, they immediately transferred God power to the statue. As more and more God power was transferred, the statue emitted a layer of light. The surrounding white candle flames burned more fiercely, bringing more light. The surrounding darkness immediately receded a little. The hunter in the darkness let out a dissatisfied and fearful cry. It's working again. After realizing this, the experimental subjects burst into tears. But this time, they were crying tears of joy. Because they were finally certain that they had found the only way to survive in this hopeless situation. And in the cabin next door, Kang Shu had an indifferent expression as he manipulated the alchemy array, controlling the light and shadow effects of the candles, idols, and predators while observing the test subjects. The magic circle kept releasing the fear spell, and the threat of death from the non-existent hunters made it impossible for them to think carefully. In fact, even if they thought about it, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws. This was because the original memories of all the experimental subjects had been condensed into a single point by Kang Shu and buried deeply. Then, he used false memories to completely replace them. Under such circumstances, the experimental subjects could only pray to Blue Charm God with all their might to survive. The divine power produced by their bodies would be immediately transferred to the statue. At present, Kang Shu could not use external means to forcibly extract the divine power from the believers' bodies. The large shell wrapped around the statue was naturally a divine weapon, the fairy tale of the mermaid. Very good, very good. Kang Shu observed for a long time, and a faint hint of joy gradually appeared on his face. Previously, Kang Shu had only experimented with memory operations based on books and records. The ship Gaol's cultivation memories had given him a lot of practical experience out of thin air, as well as many insights that were not recorded. One of the most important techniques was the memory concealment spell. Kang Shu began to realize that faith could change the soul, and the control of memories could also shape the soul. He no longer forcefully deleted the original memories of the experimental subjects, but chose to use the memory concealment spell on them. Then, on this foundation, he planted false memories. This way, the degree of modification of the experimental subjects' souls would be greatly reduced, and their souls would become more stable. Although it was false memories, it was harder for the experimental subjects to find any flaws, and the efficiency of their prayers also increased slightly. The prayer period ended, and the experimental subjects' efficiency of obtaining divine power dropped to rock bottom. Kang Shu immediately manipulated the array to release a strong hypnotic gas to knock out the experimental subjects. Not long after, Kang Shu cleared the gas and opened the cabin door. A team of pirates immediately walked in. They pried open the mouths of the experimental subjects and poured 2 to 3 tubes of medicine into each of them. These medicine could replace food and help the experimental subjects maintain their healthy bodies, as well as their vigorous spirits. Before the pirates left, they would also bring a pile of fainted experimental subjects in the corner. These experimental subjects were all killed by the hunters, but in reality, they were only knocked out by electricity. These people can also be used to hide their memories and implant new false memories. There are limited captives, so I have to use them sparingly. Kang Shu was careful with his calculations. In this batch of believers that I've cultivated, there are 7 normal believers, 13 Pan believers, and 2 devout believers. The efficiency of contributing divine power is much higher than if I were to do it alone. However, although their faith is strong, it won't last long. After all, their faith was stimulated by the outside world. When they wake up for the second round, their faith level will generally drop by a lot. Just as Kang Shu was tallying the results, a magic device placed on the table suddenly rang with a rapid ringing sound. Kang Shu was slightly stunned, and then his face darkened. The alchemy bomb secretly placed on the pirate ship at the port has exploded. It seems that we've been exposed. Sigh. 3 days of rest is actually not bad. Placing the alchemy bomb was the idea he came up with. This was an alarm. If the pirate ship safely left the port, the alchemy bomb would not explode. Once it exploded, it meant that the cabin where the bomb was placed was forcibly broken open. Time is of the essence. I have to quickly cultivate the next batch of believers. Kang Shu buried himself in work again. On the surface of the sea, 4 pirate ships were sailing at the fastest speed. These were all magic ships, 3 bronze and 1 black iron. They were contributed by the Swift Blade Pirates and the Copper Gull Caravan. On the only black iron magic ship, the magic alarm rang. ZDI's heart skipped a beat. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. The real test is coming. The girl immediately informed the young Murloc and then began to examine the magic scroll. She would not blindly perform alchemy. She actively adjusted her mental state and waited for the battle that could come at any time. The young Murloc had a thick rope tied around his waist. He sank into the shallow sea and was dragged by the black iron magic ship, passing through the sea. With the help of the artificial sea current, the young Murloc practiced the light life-fighting technique. After receiving ZDI's message, the young Murloc sighed in his heart. What will come will come. Bang! He stomped on the ground with both hands and feet and suddenly jumped out of the shallow water. Like a cannonball, he flew through the air and landed on the deck of the black iron magic ship. He shook his body, and countless water droplets scattered around. Under the sun and the whistling sea breeze, the water droplets were crystal clear, setting off the young Murloc's tall and strong body. His smooth muscles, his ferocious mouth full of sharp teeth, and his elegant shark tail. Captain. The crew was shocked, and their eyes were filled with reverence. Little ones, full speed ahead. All of you, back to back. The enemy is probably the Navy, and their lineup is not weak. The young Murloc was now a captain, and he was already familiar with the task. Oh! The pirates responded in unison. After 3 days of rest, their morale was very good. The sea breeze gradually weakened. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the calm and vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The flag of the Justice Pirates hung high, and the 4 magic ships had already reached the limit of their speed. They were like 4 sharp knives, cutting 2 long white waves on the dark blue satin-like sea. Enemy found. The lookout suddenly shouted. The pirates were shocked, and the sailors controlling the sails moved faster. Flute and Cho were each in charge of a magic ship, and their faces were solemn. Bai Ya and a group of pirates were hiding in the dark cannons, waiting for the order to fire at any time. His immediate superior was Little Bird. At this moment, Little Bird was conserving her energy, holding the necklace with both hands. San Dao and Lan Zhao, who were the captains of the assault, were checking their weapons. In the forecastle, the big guy swallowed mouthfuls of mud, eat too much, or I'll be hungry. This was his unique combat experience. Now, the big guy had the blood of the gods, mastered the royal land dochi technique, and had abundant training resources. His cultivation was already at the peak of the bronze level, only one step away from the black iron level. He was trained by the young Murloc, and began to cultivate his combat ability in New Moon Town. After the exploration of the Magnetic Islands, the Battle of the Gold and Silver Brothers, and the Battle of the Pillar of Heaven, the big guy's combat experience was more rich and exciting than many veteran black iron fighters. The pursuing Navy fleet gradually appeared in the eyes of the Justice Pirates. The Navy flag that symbolized Rear Admiral Chow was flying high. It's a Rear Admiral. Oh no, it's a gold rank. Wait, why are there so few warships? I remember when they were resting, they had more than 20 ships. Strange, their ships are tattered, as if they just went through a big battle. The morale of the pirates was shaken, and they adjusted themselves. On one hand, the appearance of the Navy fleet was miserable. One of the warships was even dragging thick smoke, and many of the flags were tattered, as if they had been burned by fire. On the other hand, the main force of the Justice Pirates was here. Some of them were survivors of the Lost Island, and had experienced life and death trials, and their minds were quite firm. Although most of them did not have the experience of the Lost Island, they had experienced the Battle of the Pillar of Heaven, and had seen the incarnations of gods and legendary figures. Although Chow Chow was a gold rank, he did not bring much deterrence to them. On the warship, the chief officer reported, "Sir, the mana pool of the 7th ship has exploded, and the cabin is on fire, and the ship's speed has dropped sharply. We must immediately stop sailing and rest." Damn it. Rear Admiral Chow gritted his teeth, and his face was very ugly. The explosion of the alchemy bomb not only killed many Navy elites, but also affected the Navy warships. In fact, Chow Chow's fleet was already in a bad state, and needed to be replenished and repaired immediately. In the case that they could not sail far, they could only enter the secret military port for maintenance. But the maintenance was ordered, and they were arranged behind the Justice Pirates. As soon as the Justice Pirates rested, they immediately fled. Chow Chow's fleet did not have time to rest and was hit by the alchemy bomb, making things worse. Therefore, at this time, only 7 warships were chasing the Justice Pirates. And before the battle, one of them was temporarily destroyed. The chief officer continued, "Sir, according to the latest information from the headquarters, the enemy has 4 warships on the sea and 1 underwater alchemy ship. Our warship lineup is only 1/5 of the usual. In terms of quality, the Slasher is only silver rank, and the Justice Pirates underwater alchemy ship is gold rank. We do not have the advantage." Rear Admiral Chow nodded. "Where are the beach fleet and the mayor of Bluntblade City?" The chief officer's face was cold as he shook his head. They were attacked, and many alchemy bombs were planted in Bluntblade City. There is no way to rush over in a short time. Damn it. It must be a trick of the Justice Pirates. Captain Fur Seal reported to me that there are elders of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce in the Justice Pirates. They have participated in the black market auction in Bluntblade City and already have forces in Bluntblade City. It is easy to do this. Chow Chow could not help but hit the side of the ship with his fist. "Fight. We have to do our best to stall these people. As long as we stall them and our allies arrive, they will die without a burial place," Chow Chow quickly ordered. But as soon as his voice fell, he saw the 4 pirate ships of the Justice Pirates burst into flames, and thick white smoke rose. Then, the whining sound of cannonballs reached the ears of the Navy. "Open the shield," the chief officer decisively ordered. The next moment, one of the Navy warships took the initiative to retreat, and the 6 warships continued to chase while raising a huge light shield. These light shields had a unique shape, like an inverted wine glass. The mouth of the glass was facing down, completely covering the hull. The bottom of the glass was on top, as if it was a small hat. The cannonballs smashed into the light shield, causing dazzling explosions of various sizes, but the warships were not damaged at all. The magical defense component of the Imperial Navy's magic ship, the Luminous Cup. The young Murloc saw this situation and was already expecting it, and his expression was calm. The inventor of this equipment was not a human, but a werewolf alchemist grandmaster. Shivering was very lecherous, and could be said to be reckless. He once tried to drug Qingyu, the saintess of the beasts, but failed and was hunted down by the beasts. The werewolves could not protect Shivering, and put him on the wanted list. Left with no choice, Shivering could only escape. He fled to the Sacred Empire, and received the protection of Duke Hangler. He and the Duke were birds of a feather, and their friendship gradually deepened. In the following time, he gradually showed his talent, and finally received the title of a Grandmaster Alchemist. The Luminous Cup was one of Shivering's creations, and it was very famous. This kind of alchemy equipment was very adaptable, had very high defense, and consumed very little magic power. The main reason was that the warship's usual movements absorbed the light elements from the outside world. When the device was activated, the light elements would be released to participate in the defense, reducing energy consumption and increasing the defense value at the same time. Once the Luminous Cup was released, it was widely praised by the market. A few months later, the Empire forcibly accepted it, listed it as a military necessity, and restricted its market circulation. Now, the Luminous Cup components were commonly used in the Empire's navy, and Shivering had become an important figure in the Sacred Empire. Duke Hangler's Pull family also benefited from this and made a lot of money. The Chopper Joe fleet has 6 ships that can fight, and 1 silver-grade magic ship with G-grade Luminous Cup components. 4 black iron magic ships with H-grade Luminous Cup components. 1 bronze-grade magic ship with I-grade Luminous Cup components. The young Murloc observed the local warship. The Luminous Cup components were divided into 9 grades by Shivering, of which I-grade was the weakest, and it was paired with a bronze-grade magic ship. H-grade was a little higher, suitable for black iron magic ships. Then there was silver-grade G-grade, gold-grade F-grade, saint-level E-grade, and legendary-grade D-grade. The C-grade, B-grade, and A-grade above them were only in Shivering's imagination, and had not been realized yet. Although the Justice Pirates took the initiative, the results of the first round of shelling were very low, and they were basically blocked by the Luminous Cup components. Then, the Navy began to counterattack. Dodge the shelling. The lookout shouted a warning. The sailors and combatants on the deck all dodged, taking cover or simply lying down on the deck. The shells were fired, and some of them fell into the sea, creating snow-white waves. Some hit the deck, and some exploded, blowing the unlucky people into pieces. But there were more chain shells. These shells were specifically targeted at sails and masts. But the young Murloc, ZDI, Kang Shu, Flute, and Cho acted in time, intercepting most of the chain shells. These shells had to be intercepted, otherwise the sails and masts would be damaged, and the Justice Pirate's speed would be greatly reduced, and the possibility of escaping would plummet. All ships report damage. The young Murloc sent a message through the magic device. Soon, the situation of each ship was reported. The overall situation was acceptable. Although the Justice Pirates did not have a defensive device like the Luminous Cup, the hull was urgently installed with a layer of crystal glue. This was thanks to the 3 chubby blue ball repairmen and several basic repairman puppets. The young Murloc thought for a moment, and ordered to activate the golden cannon. The captain of the shelling team, Little Bird, received the order and immediately acted, personally operating the cannon. For a time, the black iron-grade mana pool was constantly infused with mana, and the golden cannon gradually emitted a dazzling light. Detected the fluctuations of a gold-grade cannon. Initial location is the right side of the enemy's black iron magic ship. On the other side, Chop Chow quickly received the information. Chop Chow frowned slightly. The enemy ship's level is not high, so there is no need to dodge. Continue to pursue at full speed. Only when the gold-grade cannon was mounted on the gold-grade magic ship could its true combat power be fully unleashed. The mana supplied by the black iron magic ship was difficult to recharge in a short period of time to meet the firing standards of the cannon. Chop Chow's tactic was very clear. He chose to use the Luminous Cup to resist and catch up with the Justice Pirates ship, engaging in a boarding battle. P.S. A 5,000-word chapter, a successful overhaul this month, and a successful supplemental update. Yay! Chapter 360. Fire. Little Bird roared. Bang! On the starboard side of the Justice Pirates' only iron-grade magic ship, a gold-grade cannon shot out a tongue of flame. The cannonball pierced through the air and shot towards a warship. It's not aimed at us. Joe was slightly surprised. Intercept it. The captain of the warship that was targeted roared. Boom. The cannonball exploded above the warship. The interception was successful. The captain was overjoyed. No, it exploded on its own. Beside Joe, the first mate narrowed his eyes. Not good, it's a magic bullet. The cannonball exploded, forming a turbulent black smoke. The black smoke condensed into the shape of a demon, making a terrifying roar, diving down and pouncing on the warship. The warship had been holding up the light cup, but in the shroud of the black smoke, the white cup-shaped defensive shield made a sizzling sound and quickly weakened. I can't see anything in front of me. Magic equipment malfunctioning. We have lost contact with other warships. The light cup's defense is falling rapidly, estimated to be exhausted in 5 minutes. Captain, what should we do? All kinds of bad news were conveyed. The warship captain's face was solemn. This is a magic bullet. Order. Maintain the original course, sail at the fastest speed. Priests, cast divine spells and do your best to disperse the black smoke. Increase the supply of mana to the light cup. Maintenance team, prepare to stand by. Logistics team 3, open the third warehouse and take elemental stones to replenish the mana pool. The mana pool has dropped by 50%. Report to me immediately. Outside the black smoke, the other warships saw this scene, and the captains gave orders to distance themselves from the stricken ships. Only one warship was hit. Little Bird punched the barrel, gritted his teeth, and helplessly watched the warships pull away from each other, and the warship that was hit was still the fastest, maintaining its original course on the sea. As expected of the Empire's navy, they are really elite. Seeing this scene, the young Murloc also sighed in his heart. The captains of each warship had rich knowledge of naval warfare, and quickly identified the type of cannonball. The magic bullet was a special cannonball, and the black smoke from the explosion had multiple effects of spreading, corroding, and interfering with communication. The distance between the warships made it impossible for the black smoke to spread to the second warship. The warship, which had its communication jammed and had no vision, had also taken the wisest response. They didn't slow down. The fastest speed they could go ensured that they wouldn't be hit by the follow-up shells. On the silver-grade mana ship, Chow Chow and the first mate were also evaluating the Justice pirates. Chop Joe, the one who just fired the cannon, should be Birdie from the Justice pirates, right? Not bad. First mate, also, the choice of target is quite wise. The broken magic bullet was a silver-grade cannon. If it was fired at Joe, it would definitely be intercepted and detonated by the gold-ranked warrior. Shooting at other warships was the safest choice. At the same time, Chick's choice of demonic collapse bullets and not other artillery shells was the best choice for the situation at hand. After all, even the specialized silver-grade artillery shells did not have the confidence to sink a warship in one shot. Continue to charge. Chow's order did not change. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. During this process, the Chick fired another shot. It was still a demon-breaking bullet, temporarily trapping the second warship. Damn it, I can't fire a third one. Chick resolutely gave up on the golden cannon and switched to controlling the silver cannon. Every time the golden cannon was fired, it required a large amount of magic power. For this black iron-grade mana ship, the speed of replenishing magic power, the efficiency of absorbing elemental crystals into magic power, and the upper limit of the magic power pool were all not high. This caused the golden cannon to have a long interval between each shot, making it difficult to effectively form oppressive long-range firepower. At the same time, every shot consumed at least 1/3 of the magic power reserve in the magic power pool. For the black iron-grade mana ship, it was also very dangerous. This was like a warrior using a powerful fighting technique, consuming most of the fighting energy in the body. It required time for the body to recover its energy to maintain combat power. On the mana ship, not only did the golden cannon consume magic power, the other cannons, the steering wheel, the defensive array, and so on all required magic power to maintain. On the surface of the sea, there was a temporary situation where 4 Navy warships were biting the 4 pirate ships. The bombardment was still continuing. The distance between the two sides was very close. The accuracy of the bombardment rose sharply. The Justice pirates' cannons kept roaring. The number of shells they fired was much higher than the Navy's. The Navy's warships had more cannons than the Justice pirates, but they were chasing in a straight line. Most of the cannons were arranged on both sides of the ship, so most of the cannons did not fire. On the Justice pirates' side, because it was clear that their pirate ships were not as powerful as the warships, and their level was generally one level lower than the other, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Therefore, when they retreated, the route was curved, and they tried to suppress the other side by using the cannons on the side of the ship. However, the effect of suppression was not obvious. The main reason, of course, was that the warships were equipped with light-emitting cups. Ha ha ha, they've caught up. Pirate scum, eat my sword. Seeing that the distance was enough, Chop Chow laughed and took out his weapon from behind his back. The first mate quickly retreated, making enough space. Chop Chow raised his long-handled broadsword with both hands. The black handle was 1.8 meters long, and his large hands held the bottom of the long handle tightly. The tip of the broadsword hung directly on the deck behind him. Then, the muscles in his arms suddenly bulged, and a strong force and fighting energy erupted at the same time. The long-handled broadsword was swung from bottom to top. With him as the center and the long handle as the radius, the blade cut across Chop Chow's head and slashed down heavily. Fighting technique, splitting blade. The moment the broadsword slashed down, the golden fighting energy gushed out and condensed into a crescent-shaped blade above the sea. The golden moon blade cut through the air, making a sound like a tiger or a leopard. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the stern of the Justice pirates' black iron magic ship. A golden fighting technique used by a golden fighting warrior. The Justice pirates had already been waiting for this. ZDI was the first to act. She tore open a magic scroll and cast a spell. The magic exploded, and the golden moon fighting energy was hindered and weakened a little, but it continued to approach. The next moment, Chop's alchemy arrow flew and collided with the golden moon fighting energy. Bang! With a muffled sound, frost splashed, and the golden moon fighting energy was weakened again. Fighting technique, flowing blade. The young Murloc straightened his arms, and almost instantly, two flowing blades formed on his left and right arms. Come! The young Murloc jumped into the air and faced the blade directly. Derived fighting technique, dual flowing blade cross. In mid-air, the two flowing blades crossed each other, and their power increased sharply, blocking the golden moon blade. The golden moon blade pushed the young Murloc down. The young Murloc landed on the deck, and then was pushed back by the blade. He took a dozen steps back before stopping. The two blades were intact, and the young Murloc was unharmed. Whoosh! With a soft sound, he swung his arms and cancelled the cross state. The two flowing blades stopped on both sides of his body, shining with silver light. He blocked it. On the warship, Major General Chop Chow was surprised. He did not expect that his full power attack would be blocked so easily. Although there were two obstacles before, it was enough to show the young Murloc's strength. Major General, be careful. This dragon suit is not simple. Although it is silver, its power is comparable to gold. The first mate's tone was cold. Chapter 361. He blocked it. Seeing that the fishman boy successfully parried the fighting skills of Rear Admiral Chow, the crew of the Justice pirates were all relieved and secretly relieved. Although the morale of the pirates is stable, the existence of Chop Joe has always brought them great psychological pressure. After all, there is no gold-level powerhouse on their side. As we all know, the gap between gold and silver is very big. Silver-level fighters have the most extreme physical fitness of the human body. The gold level is beyond the limits of the human body, breaking through the racial limits, and there are qualitative changes in speed, strength, recovery, and other aspects. Take the human race as an example, without the use of battle energy. Silver-level fighters can reach a running speed of about 40 km per hour, which is the limit of human running speed. But the average speed of a gold-level fighter is about 120 km per hour, leaving horses, sheep, wolves, dogs, lions, tigers, excluding magical beasts, behind. The value of speed is quite important. Running speed is only one of them. There are also attack speed, evasion speed, and so on. The gold level fighter is completely above the silver level. This means that in a battle, the gold level fighter will firmly take the initiative and can freely choose to fight or retreat. Let's talk about strength. The silver level lifts about 350 kilograms, which is the limit of weight training. But at the gold level, they can lift 10 tons directly and easily overturn a carriage with one hand. In terms of attack, the silver level fighter can fight 20 or 30 adults at the same time by purely relying on physical ability. If it was the gold rank, it would be a peerless general who could dominate the battlefield and enter and exit 7 times. In terms of defense, the silver level fighter can't resist ordinary bows and crossbows, as well as small caliber firearms and other hot weapons. For the gold level, ordinary bows and crossbows are no longer a threat, but they still can't resist the attack of large caliber firearms. The above is not using battle energy, purely relying on the quality of the flesh. If the battle energy is used, the gap between the gold and silver level will be widened again. Because the silver battle energy can cover the whole body, and at the same time, it can be instilled into weapons and armor to increase power. The gold level battle energy is not only that, but it can also be separated from the body for a period of time. Without being instilled into the body, it can also be condensed and formed by itself. The independent condensing and forming characteristic of the battle energy has derived many battle skills. For example, the little fire horse is one of the more famous ones. The fighters who practice fire attribute battle energy usually practice it. Using this battle skill, you can turn your own battle energy into a horse and run independently to attack the enemy. This battle technique also had an advanced level called blazing horse. After transforming into a horse, the large fire horse was blazing with flames. It was faster and more powerful than the small fire horse. Because of this characteristic, the attack range of a gold-ranked warrior was greatly increased, and their attack methods were also very rich. It could almost be considered as a different kind of magic. Another thing was that it was possible for a gold-ranked fighter to fly independently after his battle power left his body. However, flying fighting techniques consumed a lot of fighting power and were very rare. Not all gold-ranked warriors had flying fighting techniques. When the young Murloc successfully blocked the fighting technique aimed at Major General Qiao, the first mate beside the latter immediately evaluated that this person could fight against a gold-ranked expert. The comments seemed ordinary, but they were actually great praises. There were very few silver-ranked fighters who could match a gold-ranked fighter in terms of combat power. Because the gap between silver and gold was huge, it was too difficult to achieve this. Chop Qiao nodded slightly and agreed with the first mate's judgment. The other party is a deity and has the bloodline of a deity-level fishman. Of course he is not simple. But what kind of bloodline is it? The Navy headquarters is still investigating. We can dig up more clues in this battle. The first mate said. I originally wanted to capture him alive, but now it seems that I can't hold back. Chop Qiao said indifferently. In terms of racial potential, the fishman race was inferior to the human race. In a legend, the fishman race was a downstream race while the human race was in the middle. But the deity-level bloodline of the fishman race was obviously better than someone like Chop Qiao. The cannons continued to fire and the sea wind whistled. The two fleets were getting closer and closer. Chop Qiao looked into the distance and locked his gaze on the young Murloc. He counted the details of the latter. He has the bloodline of a deity-level fishman. His dochi is also not ordinary. It is at least at the sacred domain. His fighting technique is the legendary flowing blade. Currently, the only drawback is that he does not have better equipment. That's right, the flowing blade technique that the young Murloc learned through urgent training was legendary. This did not mean that one had to reach the legendary level to be able to use this fighting technique. The level of a fighting technique was based on many factors. The greatest advantage of the flowing edge battle technique, or rather, its unique characteristic, was that it was very versatile. Flowing blade was the most basic form. On this basis, it had many derivative fighting techniques. These derivative fighting techniques were suitable for many situations. I don't know how many derivative fighting techniques this Murloc deity has learned. He is a good opponent. Chop Chow laughed and immediately ordered, "Bring me my armor." His subordinates were already prepared. 3 black iron doge struggled to bring a large half-armor. The half-armor was very heavy. The 3 black iron doge were all big and strong. When they lifted it, their faces were red and sweaty. It was not easy to hang the half-armor on Chop Chow's shoulder. The 3 of them were so tired that they almost collapsed on the ground. Their arms were trembling. Even a gold rank expert, the famous general of the Navy, Chop Chow, the moment he put the armor on, he took a step back and stabilized his body. This half-armor was neither chainmail nor plate armor. It was different from traditional armor. A large number of components were complex and delicate. They were all mechanical structures. After it covered Chop Chow's body, Chop Chow poured his do chi into it. His spirit also took control of the half-armor. The half-armor immediately changed shape. A large number of components moved to a new position, gradually covering Chop Chow's thighs, calves, and arms. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, the mechanical structure formed a new form of joining. A few seconds later, the heavy half-armor turned into a steel armor that covered Chop Chow's whole body. What kind of armor is this? It's strange. Not only the Justice Pirates, but also the Marines were very surprised. Chop Chow did not have any intention to explain. His neck and the lower half of his face were also covered by the mechanical armor. It seemed that there was a loudspeaker in the mask. At this time, his voice became very loud. "Justice Pirates and Murloc deity, eat my sword." The next moment, Major General Chop Chow held his sword with one hand, stepped on the ground, and jumped into the air. "Eat my arrow first." Chop Chow had been waiting for a long time and immediately shot an arrow. The arrow flew quickly and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Major General Chop Chow. Major General Chop Chow snorted and swept the arrow away with his left arm. The arrow exploded, but Chop Chow's golden do chi poured out. Combined with the mechanical transformation armor, his defense was extremely high. There was no wound at all. Major General Chop Chow's long sword slashed down at the young Murloc at the same time. In an instant, the golden do chi poured into the sword and then flew out of the sword along with the slashing motion, turning into a wide golden arc good. The young Murloc looked up at Major General Chop Chow in the air and slightly squatted down. His legs exerted strength and his leg muscles bulged. The next moment, his whole body shot straight into the air like a cannonball. Derivative fighting technique, great flowing blade. The young Murloc in the air put his palms together. The 2 flowing blades merged with each other to form a longer, wider, and thicker water blade. The water blade flashed with a silver light and fiercely slashed at the golden arc of do chi. The 2 sides collided. The golden do chi lasted for a second before it was cut apart by the condensed silver water blade. Major General Chop Chow had only released his golden do chi and not a fighting technique like the head-splitting blade from before. It was natural that he couldn't beat the flowing blade fighting technique. The silver water blade cut open a gap and carried the young Murloc's body towards Chop Chow with the remaining power. Major General Chop Chow's back. The mechanical parts quickly separated and combined into 2 large jets placed on the left and right sides of his back. Boom! The next moment, golden do chi spewed out from the jets and exploded with a powerful force, carrying Chop Chow towards the young Murloc. This mechanical armor also has the ability to assist in flight. The young Murloc was shocked. The long sword went straight for his face. At the critical moment, the young Murloc suddenly cancelled the flowing blade fighting technique and changed back to the dual blades in his arms. Then, he crossed the blades. Fighting technique, dual flowing blade cross. A pair of silver water blades accurately blocked the long sword. The long sword emitted a dazzling golden light, and the flowing blades made a sizzling sound as they continuously chiseled the blade of the golden sword. Major General Chop Chow's back, the golden do chi spewed out violently again. He adjusted his body in midair and completely covered the young Murloc. His arms held the blade with force and pushed the young Murloc down. Bang! A golden light mixed with a silver light fell from the sky and quickly pierced through the only black iron magic ship of the Justice Pirates. Major General Chop Chow pushed the large blade and was incomparably valiant. He knocked the young Murloc down from the deck and out of the bottom of the ship into the sea. Derivative fighting technique, flowing blade. The young Murloc's dual blades suddenly changed shape and combined into a flowing whirlpool water shield. Major General Chop Chow's golden sword hit the water shield and was immediately deflected by the current, allowing the young Murloc to escape. Want to leave? Major General Chop Chow glared. Fighting technique, portable blade. The blade energy shot out from the large blade and almost attached to the young Murloc's body, violently attacking the young Murloc's body. The young Murloc's Do Chi was at the silver level and could cover his entire body. The silver Do Chi struggled to resist the strong penetration of the golden Do Chi and consumed a lot of energy. The young Murloc finally retreated and pulled away from Chop Chow, but he was also injured by this fighting technique and had to spit out the injured blood in his body. Shoot! The young Murloc suddenly growled. In the depths of the dark sea, a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up. Major General Chop Chow was about to give chase when his expression changed when he saw the lightning. The deep-sea monster fish had attacked. Chapter 362. Deep-sea monster fish, arc cannon, python stray bullet. Gold-level magic ship. Gold-level cannon. Gold-level cannonball. The blue electric current, as thick as a python, directly hit the bottom of Joe's ship. Joe's ship was protected by the light cup, but it couldn't stop it. The biggest weakness of the light cup was the mouth of the cup, which was very weak to protect the bottom of the ship. Deep-sea monster fish shot into the soul. The terrifying electric current broke through the bottom of the ship, then rushed out of the deck in a straight line, and finally spread around. Hundreds of Marines on Joe's ship were electrocuted at this moment. A large number of devices exploded, forming a thick smoke. The flames started to burn and spread rapidly along the hull of the ship. Put out the fire, put out the fire. It's leaking, my God, the hole in the hull is too big. The warship is sinking. Where is the medical team? Save them. Even if the chief officer tried his best to command, he couldn't save the situation. The Marines' warship had already bitten the Justice pirates, but at the juncture of the boarding battle, their flagship was shot and began to sink. Deep-sea monster fish didn't aim at Joe because the Marine Rear Admiral was fully armed and very fast, and couldn't guarantee a hit rate. Hitting the Marine flagship could cause huge casualties and reduce the pressure of the pirate ships on the sea. Such a choice was wise and safe. Joe's Rear Admiral just looked back at the flagship, quickly retracted his gaze, and once again locked onto the young fishman. He wasn't surprised. Marine intelligence had already revealed the existence of deep-sea monster fish. He didn't worry about the Marines on the flagship. How can there be no deaths in war? As a veteran of the battlefield, Joe's Rear Admiral had long stopped being cautious. Now he wanted to kill the young fishman and lay the foundation for victory. Golden battle chi spewed out from the thrusters behind him, and Joe was like a brute elephant, crashing straight into the young fishman. The young fishman once again used the flowing blade fighting technique, his arms stretched out and placed on both sides of his body. He did not dodge or evade, but also rushed towards Chow Chow, two slender flowing blades trailing behind him. Boom! The two sides collided like lightning and then brushed past each other. The confrontation of battle chi blasted out waves of water into the sky. So hard. The young fishman sighed. The double blades had already broken. But in the next moment, he condensed two new flowing blades again. Silver battle energy could not leave the body alone, so the concept of the flowing blade battle technique was actually quite ingenious. It used the water flow as a medium for combat energy, simulating the power of the golden combat energy. The most important thing was that in the Peace Sea, there was as much seawater as he wanted, so the young Murloc was not afraid of his flowing blade exploding. As long as he didn't lack Do Chi, he would have infinite flowing blades. So fast. On the other side, Major General Chow exclaimed. In the collision just now, he didn't even manage to hit the young Murloc's body. Instead, he was the one who suffered two slashes. One was on his neck, and the other was on his back. Bang! With a soft sound, the thruster on the left side of Major General Chow's back exploded. It was directly destroyed by the young Murloc's blade. It seemed that this mechanical armor was more of a functional type, and its defense was weaker. Major General Chow's heart sank. He immediately understood the young Murloc's tactical intent. Again, Major General Qiao turned around to fight again. As soon as he turned around, his pupils constricted. The young merman had already charged in front of him, and was only a dozen steps away from him. Major General Qiao hurriedly raised the long handle of his saber, and at the same time, his golden battle chi gushed out. Clang! The young Murloc was as fast as lightning, and once again brushed past Major General Qiao's shoulder. His two blades fiercely chopped down on the handle of Major General Qiao's saber, causing the gathered golden battle chi to scatter into dazzling golden flames. His speed has increased. The corner of Qiao's eye twitched. He reorganized his battle chi, and almost instantly turned around. But this time, the young Murloc was less than 10 steps away from him. Clang! There was a brush with the saber. Because of the turbulent flow of water formed by the rushing of the saber, the force was even stronger. His speed has increased again. Qiao finally revealed a shocked expression. Goldrank was already fast enough, but the Murloc deity's speed was even faster, far surpassing when they first fought. What was even more terrifying was that his speed was still increasing. Qingyang's life Do-Chi art. Once this saint-level Do-Chi was used continuously, the user's speed would become faster and faster, but the drawbacks would also appear. The user's defense would become lower and lower. On the young Murloc's body, the fish scales all over his body were rapidly becoming thinner and brittle. However, at the same time, Qingyang's life Do-Chi art's recovery speed was also rapidly increasing. Just like before, when he cultivated his Do-Chi, he accumulated it in the whirlpool at the bottom of the sea. Although there were no ready-made ocean currents now, when the young Murloc was rapidly swimming, the motionless ocean water was comparatively speaking a never-ending ocean current. He can still be faster. After a few more exchanges, Qiao Major General was actually suppressed in the same place, and could only passively defend. In terms of speed, against the young Murloc, the Goldrank Navy Major General was no longer at an advantage. Fighting underwater allows him to fully utilize his advantage in speed. Seeing the young Murloc charging at him again, Qiao finally began to counterattack. He roared, and used his Do-Chi art in advance. Horizontal slash. The majestic Goldrank Do-Chi was like a wall, pushing horizontally. Derived Do-Chi art, dual flowing blades cross. The young Murloc raised the flowing blades in front of him. His entire body was like a cannonball, fiercely bombarding the golden wall. He was pushed back by the powerful Do-Chi, and his speed rapidly decreased. After Qiao used this move, his Goldrank Do-Chi decreased a lot, and his aura was clearly weakened. His body was rapidly recovering its chi. The jet on his back once again spewed out Goldrank Do-Chi, making his entire body shoot out like a sharp arrow, directly aiming at the deep-sea monstrous fish. What a fierce general! Seeing this, the young Murloc could not help but secretly praise. If it were anyone else, or even the young Murloc himself, his choice at this moment would be to retreat, leave the underwater battlefield, and return to the ship to fight. However, Qiao was fierce and brave, and had no intention of retreating. In the face of danger, he went to find trouble with deep-sea monstrous fish. Deep-sea monstrous fish was very important to the Justice Pirates. There were several artifacts hidden in its body, as well as the blue charm god and the feathered serpent god soul lamp. Moreover, it was the only Goldrank magic ship in the Justice Pirates. It was fast, good at hiding, and had a magic device with a wide detection range. It could also dive underwater, and was the main reason why the Justice Pirates could escape the Empire's pursuit this time. They could not afford to lose it. Seeing Qiao rushing over, Kang Shu in deep-sea monstrous fish was shocked, and hurriedly steered the alchemy ship to avoid it. However, deep-sea monstrous fish was far less agile than Qiao, and its speed was not up either. Although they were both Goldrank, deep-sea monstrous fish was restrained by Qiao. The latter could definitely sink the alchemy ship. In this crisis, Kang Shu immediately took control. Deep-sea monstrous fish shot out a beam of light from its eyes, covering Qiao and slowing him down. Then, deep-sea monstrous fish opened its mouth, revealing another Goldrank cannon. Deep-sea monstrous fish water pressure cannon whirlpool bomb. It was also a Goldrank cannon, and it shot in front of Qiao and exploded. After the explosion, a temporary underwater whirlpool was formed in the original position. The whirlpool flowed rapidly, temporarily trapping Chow Chow. The young Murloc took advantage of the situation and rushed into the whirlpool. The gold-rank bloodline of the Shao-Qing Yu gave him a superb sense of water flow, and his previous hard work had given him rich experience. He was like the son of the sea, and the whirlpool became his aid, increasing his speed by a large margin. He was like a ghost. Chow Chow could only parry for a while. The young Murloc's flowing blades seemed to attack from all directions at the same time, attacking his head, arms, back, waist, legs, etc. Just as his gold-rank chi was activated, it was scattered. Chow Chow's armor was quickly covered in wounds. This mechanical creation started to collapse. Chow Chow's expression became serious, and he wanted to use an explosive fighting technique to destroy the whirlpool. But the young Murloc knew what he wanted to do, and used his fighting technique Red Scale Flurry. The young Murloc's attack speed and attack power increased again. In an instant, he seemed to be able to slash out dozens of times. Slash slash slash. Slash slash slash. Two flowing blades imbued with silver rank chi surrounded Chow Chow, and because the blades were extremely fast, they formed a sky full of blade flashes, like a silver tide surging over. Chow Chow's pupils contracted, and his heart was in awe. He was suppressed by the young Murloc to the point that he could not use his fighting technique. Bang! The mechanical armor on his body was shattered, and completely fell apart. Crack! The large blade in his hand was covered in wounds, and finally could not hold on, and was cut in half. I can be faster. I can be faster. The young Murloc was in high spirits, and his fighting spirit was at its peak. At this moment, his fish scales were as thin as paper, and as long as he was hit by Chow Chow, he would be heavily injured, and if he was cut in half, he would be cut in half. More and more wounds appeared on Chow Chow's body, and blood spewed out. His gold-rank chi was greatly depleted, and his recovery speed could not keep up with the battle. Fight! Chow Chow completely gave up on defense, and relying on his body's instinct, he looked to the left. The direction he chose was correct. The young Murloc's heart was alarmed. Derivative fighting technique, Flash Blade. In the next moment, the young Murloc disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already a dozen meters behind Chow Chow. Chow Chow's counterattack before his death missed, and his neck was cut off by the fighting technique. His head flowed into the whirlpool, and quickly separated from his body. Large amounts of blood spewed out, and quickly dyed the surrounding water red. Master 1. In deep-sea monster fish, Kang Shu witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his usual cold expression was replaced by shock. With a silver body, he defeated a gold body. Chapter 363. Did you kill him? The young Murloc beheaded Major General Chop Chow. When he turned around, he saw that Major General Chop Chow's head was separated from his body and blood was gushing out. The golden fighting aura was not mobilized. A part of the surface dissipated on its own, while the rest retreated into the body. The young Murloc did not rush over. Instead, he distanced himself even further. He was very cautious. There was a fighting technique that could cause the fighting aura to explode after being killed. Major General Chop Chow was brave and fearless. It was not impossible for him to master this fighting technique. A minute passed. Chop Chow's body slowly sank in the blood. The deep-sea monster fish sent out an alchemy puppet to carefully examine Major General Chop Chow's body and confirmed his death. He's really dead. The young Murloc breathed a sigh of relief. The joy and pleasure of victory surged into his heart. Restraining his emotions, he began to check his condition again. In this fierce battle, the young Murloc had used all his strength. At this moment, the young Murloc's entire body was trembling slightly. There was a feeling of exhaustion from using up all his strength. Because of the light life technique, the young Murloc's scales were thin and brittle. In the battle with Chop Chow, he was hit by the aftermath of the shattering, and large amounts of scales fell off. The skin under the scales was completely bleeding. This was caused by using the red scale flurry, which caused the temperature of his blood to rise and the blood to flow too quickly. However, after stopping the attack, the young Murloc's divine bloodline had begun to actively heal himself. Taking a deep breath of seawater, the The fish gills filtered the water liquid for the young Murloc to obtain a large amount of air. The young Murloc began to feel his tired body slowly become relaxed. His strength began to return. The speed of replenishing his fighting aura became slower and slower. The light life technique required one to quickly accumulate fighting aura in the sea current. However, now was not the time. The young Murloc quickly returned to the deep-sea monster fish and began to use large amounts of medicine. The medicine and scrolls worked together to help the young Murloc recover faster. Kang Shu jogged over. The way he looked at the young Murloc was slightly different from before the battle. The necromancer still remembered their confrontation with Meat Treasury. At that time, Ash, Zhong Ge, the young Murloc, and the others were still no match for Meat Treasury. Even with the Goldchin and the Sea Snake Lady's support, they could only choose to flee. When they encountered the Gold and Silver Hook brothers, the young man led the Justice Pirates and risked his life to fight the Gold and Silver Hook. Golden Hook was injured and his strength was lower than a normal gold-ranked warrior. But in this battle, the Justice Pirates still suffered a great loss, and Flute was killed. This was also because the young man was wise and had adopted the correct strategy. Otherwise, the casualties would have been great. Fortunately, the Bishop of the Life Church, Hao Fu, was willing to lend a hand and cast the Resurrection Divine spell, saving the lives of Di Lu, the big guy, and the others. In the end, it was the battle before their eyes. The teenager directly killed the Marine Rear Admiral Zhou in a head-on confrontation. This kind of growth speed is really too shocking. Bloodcore. No wonder the warmongers placed it in the third level of the central tower. Kang Shu sighed inwardly. At the same time, he continued to cast necromancy spells on Chopped Shorel's corpse. The young man was by his side, drinking medicine while protecting Kang Shu to prevent any accidents from happening. The tower spirit kept reporting the battle situation of the ships on the sea. Ever since it was repaired by the alchemy scroll, the tower spirit was no longer asleep and was much more energetic. It's finally out. Kang Shu used his mind and dragged Chopped Shorel's soul out of his corpse with difficulty. The young man ignored it. Normal vision couldn't find the soul. Kang Shu took out the Whitebone magic book and let it float in front of him. The cover of the book slowly opened. This magic book came from the ship Ghost. After the battle in the Sea Eye, the pages of the Whitebone magic book were greatly consumed. Currently, there were only 4 or 5 pages left. Turning to one of the pages, Kang Shu immediately cast the spell on the page. The spell's effect was obvious. The young man quickly saw Chopped Shorel's soul. It was translucent and looked exactly like Chopped Shorel when he was alive. He was roaring at Kang Shu and wanted to rush over, but he was trapped by Kang Shu and couldn't move. Kang Shu raised his head and drank a large flask of potion to replenish his mana. Then he drank a bottle of spirit refreshing potion, temporarily increasing his spirit. Undead spell, ghost creation. Chopped Shorel's soul let out a silent howl, showing an expression of extreme pain. Undead spell tortured him, making his soul sometimes twist like a straw rope, sometimes shrink and enlarge. The color of his soul gradually changed. At first, it was translucent and colorless, gradually turning into a light blue, then azure blue, and finally dark blue. At the moment of success, Kang Shu half knelt on the ground and almost fell down. Success, as expected of a gold-level ghost, Kang Shu's face was pale and weak, but his eyes looked at the ghost with joy. It's about time. The young Murloc saw that Kang Shu had succeeded and also set off to return to the sea. On the sea, the Navy's flagship was still under emergency repair. The big hole caused by deep-sea monster fish's bombardment on the bottom of the ship had been barely filled and blocked. The young Murloc knew very well that the defense here was very weak. But he didn't choose to attack here. Instead, he swam out of the water and jumped to the top of his ship's mast. The next moment, he stood there, facing the sea breeze and looking down at the whole battlefield. The Navy had more silver than the Justice Pirates. In terms of the situation, the Justice Pirates were at a disadvantage. The big guy was being played by a nimble opponent. Lan Zhao's archer team had been defeated, and Lan Zhao was being besieged. 2 silver-level warriors pounced on ZDI. ZDI relied on magic to maintain the distance. And her newly acquired gargoyle was of great help, temporarily holding back a silver-level Navy warrior. Cho was shooting arrows. He was using all his strength to suppress the mags and priests in the Navy fleet. His attack was very powerful. The mags and priests were suppressed to the point that they couldn't lift their heads. But it was obvious that such an attack depended on Cho's chi and alchemy arrow reserves. He couldn't hold on for long. As for Flute, he was being entangled by a silver-level swordsman. It was difficult for him to use any spells to help his companions. Enough. The young Murloc quickly scanned the battlefield, then roared, "The rear admiral has died in my hand." As he spoke, he raised Chop Cho's head. His roar attracted the attention of both sides, and for a moment, the clamor of the battlefield was suppressed. Many people looked up and saw the head. They were shocked. Chop Cho was a famous general in the Navy, but he died in the hands of the Murloc god. What was even more frightening was that the battle had just started not long ago. "It's fake. Don't be fooled, all troops attack. General Chop Cho is still alive, he's just trapped." The first mate's roar came from the Navy flagship. The wavering morale suddenly became firm again. The first mate's heart was heavy with grief, but his expression didn't change. After Chop Cho's death, he perfectly took over the leadership position. The young Murloc frowned. The first mate's response was timely and wise. It made his plan fail. "But it doesn't matter, I'll just kill you next." The young Murloc's figure disappeared from the mast. So fast. The first mate, who had been staring at the Murloc god's pupil, suddenly shrank. He saw the young Murloc rush to the deck of the flagship and kill him in the stern. "Stop him," the first mate immediately ordered. A large number of Marines rushed to the young Murloc without fear of death. Fighting technique, flowing blade. The young Murloc held two swords and moved flexibly on the deck. Wherever he went, there was blood. The flowing blade was sharp, and the blade had a saw-like cutting effect. There were many Marines on the deck, but they couldn't stop the young Murloc's advance. When the young Murloc rushed to the front of the first mate, his flowing blade had increased in size and was dyed red because of the blood. The flowing blade needed water to maintain, and it would become smaller and smaller because of the loss in the battle. But the young Murloc extracted the blood of the Marines and successfully maintained the size of the blade. He rushed to the first mate with a bloody smell. The first mate pulled out his sword and fought with the young Murloc. After 2 or 3 rounds, the first mate was cut in two by the young Murloc. The first mate was a silver level, but he was easily killed by the Murloc god's son, which shook the hearts of the Marines and raised the morale of the pirates. The young Murloc turned back and looked for the silver level. His speed was getting faster and faster, and the elites of the Marines were no match for him and died one by one. After a quarter of an hour or so, the battlefield was silent. The Marine fleet was defeated, and the righteous pirates won. Chapter 364. The fire continued to burn on the surface of the sea. In the fire were the remains of the ship. The corpses that were originally floating in the nearby sea were all fished up and suffered the same treatment as the ship. The cleaning of the battlefield was over. After this battle, the Navy was completely destroyed, and the Justice pirates only had 1 black iron magic ship and 2 bronze magic ships left. Naval battles were very cruel. The side that lost a land battle could still step on the ground and escape in all directions. In the sea, the ship was the last fortress and home. If they lost it, even if they escaped the battlefield, they would have to face the endless sea. The young Murloc stood at the stern, watching the scene of the ship burning while listening to ZDI's report. ZDI was still wearing a mask and a black robe. Since she woke up, she took over a lot of Kang Shu's work, such as calculating the finances, losses, and gains. The pirates were working on the deck, some were knocking on the masts, some were sewing the sails that were cut, some were climbing up the beams and were setting up new sail ropes. Some were cleaning the deck, using long-handled brushes and mops, with foam made from potions, and finally, with buckets of seawater until the deck was clean. Cleaning the deck seemed like a small matter, but it was actually very important. The sea would not always be calm, and once the ship was bumped in the waves, the sailors would easily slip on the greasy deck. The result of slipping was that they would fall to their deaths, and in the worst case, they would fall into the sea and drown. After a fierce battle, the deck was in a terrible state. There was blood everywhere, accompanied by broken limbs and body parts, causing the human body fat to be scattered everywhere. The pirates worked diligently. Some of them were still bandaged. These were minor injuries, and they still needed to work. The seriously injured received treatment in the cabin, followed by rest. Without clergy accompanying them, the pirates could only rely on potions and some special magic scrolls to heal their injuries. These magic scrolls were not only rare, but they were also few in number. The true power of healing and purification had always been the power of the divine arts. Although the work was hard, especially after a big battle, and they had to drag their exhausted bodies to work, the morale of the pirates was high. "We won against the Navy. God, I still can't believe it." Marine Rear Admiral Joe was a fierce man, but he was killed by our captain. According to reliable sources, our captain fought fair and square and chopped off Chopper Joe's head. A silver tear slaying a gold tear. That's too strong. The pirates discussed in a low voice, secretly looking at the young Murloc and ZDI at the stern from time to time. Their gazes towards the young merman were filled with respect and trust. Most of them looked at ZDI with awe, but of course, there was also a small part of them who were curious. ZDI's identity was a secret to most pirates. Only a limited number of survivors on the island were secretly happy that ZDI had woken up. ZDI had performed exceptionally well in the battle just now. Her spells could be cast instantaneously, and she was at the peak of black iron. There was also a gargoyle by his side. This silver rank alchemy puppet had once entangled 2 silver rank warriors in the Navy. It was very reliable. Boom. At this moment, the ships that were gathered together suddenly exploded in the flames. What was left of the hull frame was blown apart in the explosion. The flames soared and then splashed out into many fireballs that fell on the sea, still burning. ZDI had mixed a potion in it to maintain the burning state to a large extent until the various objects were completely burned or close to being completely burned. The pirates were shocked for a moment before they burst into laughter. The young man and ZDI watched calmly, not surprised. Explosions were also one of the steps to clean up the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, as long as the enemy ships could be towed away, they would be sold for a lot of money. If they couldn't be towed away, in order to prevent the enemy, they would be sunk. It's not common for the Justice pirates to burn and explode with so much effort. But there was no other way. They were facing the Imperial Navy and the Imperial spies. They had to do this to reduce the clues and information left as much as possible. After confirming the results of the explosion, the Justice pirates began to speed up and officially left the battlefield. Half an hour later, a large naval fleet was moving quickly on the sea. As the flagship, the gold-level magic ship Double Sword was at the forefront. In order to cooperate with the large fleet, it suppressed its own speed. As the captain of the Double Sword, the Imperial Count, Vice Admiral Wei Sheng frowned. "I'm starting to regret bringing them with me." The Double Swords could easily exceed 20 knots. Wei Sheng couldn't wait to catch up with the Justice pirates and launch an encirclement. Report. It's about the latest battle situation regarding Major General Chiao. A Marine ran over with a sealed scroll. It's finally reported. Wei Sheng quickly took the scroll. Previously, he ordered Zhou and Tan Mo to act together to hunt down the Justice pirates. Later, he personally led a large number of naval forces and set off from the military port. Almost all of them were mobilized. Soon after sailing on the sea, he received follow-up military information. Beach and Blunt Blade City lords were ambushed and could not attack. Zhou's fleet was smoothly dispatched and began the pursuit. What's the situation? Wei Sheng quickly scanned the contents of the scroll. His expression changed and his eyes became extremely sharp in an instant. Defeated. Zhou's fleet was completely destroyed. Wait, that might not be the case. After all, most of the ships in the fleet are still resting in Sharp Blade Port. No, Zhou died in battle and the elites of the entire fleet were destroyed. What's the use of leaving some warships behind? This fleet has actually been destroyed. Wei Sheng gritted his teeth. Damn the Justice pirates. He looked at the contents of the scroll again and quickly rushed back to the captain's room. When he returned to the captain's room, he had completely grasped the information inside and could recite it backwards. He came to the tactical table. There was an alchemy sea map on the table. The curves on it flowed and simulated seawater. On the sea, in addition to the motionless islands, a large number of fleets were sailing. Wei Yisheng focused his gaze on the corner of the map, where the Justice Pirates' fleet was. The Black Iron Magic Ship and Bronze Magic Ship of the Justice Pirates have low performance and are nothing to worry about. The most threatening one is the gold-level magic ship sailing at the bottom of the sea. A large part of the reason for Zhou's death was on this ship. Zhou was killed by the young Murloc, but the situation of this battle had already been investigated by the Navy warships. Therefore, the relevant information was in the scroll in Wei Yisheng's hands. The Murloc God's Dragon Suit, God-level bloodline, legendary-level fighting skills, and sacred-level fighting skills. Underwater combat, the terrain is great. The tactic is very clear. Prioritize destroying Zhou's back armor and fully utilize the advantage of speed. The gold-level magic ship assisted by the side, 2 gold-level cannons, and 2 gold-level cannonballs. Regardless of mana and other expenses, these 2 cannonballs alone cost about 5,000 gold coins. On the other hand, Zhou's fleet, the fleet itself is in a bad state. Most of the warships were left at the port and only a few warships pursued. The elites of the fleet were retained, but at the silver level, the Justice Pirates are not weak. After Zhou's death, the Murloc God no longer has the same level of combat power and easily dominated the battlefield. The biggest failure of this naval battle was Chopper Zhou. Wei Yisheng clenched his fists. Is it because of his reputation that the Justice Pirates took advantage of his temperament? Killing Qiao was also an act of carelessness. After all, the Justice Pirates don't have a gold-level powerhouse. I'm partly responsible for this. After all, I didn't tell Zhou the whole truth. It's a pity that this is all I can find out. Wei Yisheng shook his head slightly and casually threw the information scroll in his hand on the table. In his analysis, in a normal battle, Zhou had the ability to fight with the Murloc God and stall for time. But his character was calculated, he was dragged into the sea to fight, and the Murloc God seized the opportunity to suppress him, causing him to be unable to use his fighting skills to break the situation. The value of death is not high. In Wei Yisheng's view, the sacrifice of the Navy was inevitable, and dying on the battlefield was also the glory of a warrior. Although Zhou was sacrificed, the information obtained was very little, which made Wei Yisheng very dissatisfied. But it doesn't matter. According to my dispatch, Bitong's fleet has arrived nearby. The Justice Pirates can't run away. The speed of an ordinary black iron magic ship is only about 13 knots. The speed of a gold-level magic ship is not consistent, but it can't exceed 30 knots. Admiral Bitong's striker can't be described by speed alone. In the face of a legendary powerhouse, the Murloc God is not even on the stage. This time, we will definitely find out the true details of Blue Charm God. Chapter 365. Sharp Knife Town. The secret port of the Sacred Empire. A reorganization was in progress. I'll repeat it again. Your Captain Zhou was killed in the hands of the Justice Pirates. According to the wartime military regulations, you will be reorganized into the nearest marine fleet. I, Tan Mo, Rear Admiral of the Imperial Navy, will be your commander in the future. I will lead you to the front line of the enemy, and maybe you can avenge Rear Admiral Zhou. Tan Mo stood on the side of the ship and shouted. When Zhou chased the Justice Pirates, he didn't take everyone away, and most of the warships stayed in the port for replenishment and rest. When they heard the news, some of the Marines who originally belonged to Zhou were in disbelief, some were indignant, and some were full of hatred. They engraved the name of the Justice Pirates in the deepest part of their hearts. Qiao Qiao's personality was courageous and fierce, but he was not tyrannical. Every time he fought, he would charge at the front lines, and he was deeply respected and loved by his subordinates. Although Zhou took away the most elite group of people, these Marines are still good. It's really good that they can fight. Tan Mo was happy in his heart, but on the surface, his face was serious and sad. The designation of Zhou's fleet hasn't been cancelled. Is it really okay for you to do this? To incorporate these people, you need the order of the Marine headquarters. Standing next to Tan Mo was the Blunt Knife City Lord. He was invited to help. Although he was reluctant, there was no other way. This was the deterrent power of the Sacred Empire. Compared with the huge marine, although he was a gold level life level, he was still very small. At this time, the Blunt Knife City Lord looked at Tan Mo with suspicion and worry. Tan Mo turned his head and patted the Blunt Knife City Lord on the shoulder. "Don't worry." The Blunt Knife City Lord didn't let go and shook his head. "Even if it's a wartime regulation, this is what the army said. The Marine never had such a regulation, right? The situation is urgent, everything is appropriate. Don't worry, since I'm doing this, I naturally have the ability to bear this responsibility," Tan Mo said. The Blunt Knife City Lord nodded and reluctantly agreed with this statement. After the reorganization, Tan Mo set off with all the warships. "Many of these warships haven't been repaired yet, Rear Admiral." The receptionist at the dock persuaded Tan Mo, "I want it to be unrepaired. Otherwise, how can I have an excuse to stall for time?" Tan Mo had his own plans. On the surface, he sternly rejected the receptionist's suggestion. "The warship is not in good condition, then use the Navy's bravery to make up for it. The situation is urgent. We must catch up with the murderer as soon as possible, avenge Major General Chiao, and uphold justice for the Empire." The receptionist did not understand Tan Mo's character and was shocked by his righteous words. He watched the fleet set sail with reverence. Finally, it's time to chase the Justice Pirates. Blunt Blade City Lord and Tan Mo returned to the captain's room and sighed bitterly. "There's nothing we can do." Tan Mo shrugged. "We've already tried our best to stall for time. In order to disguise it, we deliberately created the remains of the alchemy bomb and used the prisoners in the dungeon to disguise them as the pirates we killed. Will this disguise work? Would they be able to fool the Imperial Navy? What should we do if they ask for help from a spy agency?" The mayor of Blunt Blade City was still worried. "It's fine. They won't look into this kind of thing." Tan Mo appeared to be very experienced. The mayor of Blunt Blade City could only suppress the doubts in his heart. He was not worried about Tan Mo. Since Tan Mo had done this, he was naturally confident. What he was worried about was that Tan Mo had included him in the plan. For example, if the Navy saw through the disguise, Tan Mo would use it to make things difficult and threaten the mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord to ask for bribes, forcing him to bleed again. The mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord felt extremely distressed when he thought of the treasures he had to pay when he was extorted in the mayor's mansion. The sky was getting dark, and Tan Mo's fleet continued to sail, gradually sailing into the night. Early in the morning, Tan Mo was still sleeping in bed, but he was woken up by the guards' shouts. "The Major General is still resting, you can't disturb him. Get out of my way." The mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord roared. "This is an urgent military situation. Can you take responsibility if it's delayed?" The guard's face was pale, and he could not help but tremble in the face of the power of a gold ranker. The mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord snorted coldly and swept the guard aside with a sweep of his arm. He strode to the cabin door, waved his forearm, and knocked wildly. Tan Mo rolled his eyes, got off the ship, and opened the door. "Stop knocking, stop knocking." Seeing the mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord's angry face, Tan Mo laughed. "Honorable Mayor, it's not good for your health to be so angry so early in the morning. What's going on?" The mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord saw the Rear Admiral, who was as fat as a pig under the white pajamas and still had a sleepy face, and became even angrier. But he still lowered his voice. "The fleet's route is wrong. Don't tell me you don't know. This is your fleet, and without your order, how could they deviate from the route?" Tan Mo was slightly surprised. "You know the route too?" The mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord stared into Tan Mo's eyes. "Since I promised the Navy headquarters, I have more information than you think." Tan Mo sighed and opened up some space. "Come in and talk." The mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord walked into Tan Mo's room with a serious face. "Damn, you really know how to enjoy life. You actually set up a space array in the bedroom." The mayor of Blunt Blade City Lord was dissatisfied. He was also used to spacious places, and it was very uncomfortable to sleep in the cramped cabin last night. Now that he saw Tan Mo's bedroom, he found that it was ridiculously large and luxuriously decorated. With all the necessary facilities, it was like an emperor's tent. Tan Mo laughed proudly. You might have forgotten about my bloodline. The mayor of Bluntblade City Lord shook his head again, his tone and expression full of resentment. So, it's normal for people like you who were born with a silver spoon to be a little extravagant and wasteful. Unlike me who started from scratch and worked hard until now to get to where I am now. In the end, half of it fell into your hands. He walked unceremoniously to the sofa and sat down. At the same time, he uncorked the bottle of red wine and poured a full glass into the glass on the coffee table. Tell me, how do you explain the root problem? The mayor of Bluntblade City Lord looked at Tan Mo calmly. Tan Mo narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. He understood that the mayor of Bluntblade City Lord was deliberately pretending to be angry, and the purpose was to blackmail him. Tan Mo smiled and shook his fat finger. Don't think you've caught me, Bluntblade City Lord. The route is indeed wrong, I admit it. But why do I have to follow the orders of the Marine headquarters? Damn it. The mayor of Bluntblade City Lord suddenly ignored the wine in his glass and roared again. You are too bold, you dare to disobey a military order. A military order from the Marine headquarters. The Marine headquarters is determined to capture the Justice Pirates. They must have dispatched a lot of people, and we are one of them. All the fleets that received the order must execute according to the order, so that they can cooperate with each other and form a gradually shrinking net to capture the Justice Pirates. You are disobeying a military order, dereliction of duty, and cowardice. Once the Justice Pirates slip away, and it happens to be us, we will all be court-martialed. We will be tried. There is no court-martialed. Tan Mo smiled and poured a glass of red wine for himself. He raised the glass and looked at the ceiling with his small eyes. I have someone above me. This time, the mayor of Bluntblade City Lord almost jumped up from the sofa. He ran to Tan Mo and grabbed the latter's silk pajamas collar. The mayor of Bluntblade City Lord said angrily, Are you trying to harm me? You have someone above you, you may be fine. But what about me? What about me? Don't worry. Tan Mo was grabbed by the collar, but he was still calm. He also took a sip of red wine in front of the mayor. My people above can also protect you. I don't believe it. The mayor's eyes were a little red. You cunning, greedy guy, you just blackmailed half of my family. You must still be plotting the other half. You must want to take this opportunity to set a trap for me. Once I go to the court-martialed, you will take the opportunity to blackmail me again. Do you think I am a fool? Do you think I am so easy to deceive? Now, give me the order to return to the correct route. I have calculated. As long as we sail at maximum speed and abandon some warships, we can still reach our destination in time. Tan Mo shook his head. Oh, my God. I didn't expect you to see me like this, my friend. Do you think I am a greedy, despicable, and shameless person? That really hurts my heart. The mayor of Bluntblade City Lord was so angry that his nostrils flared. Don't force me to use force. As he spoke, his aura surged, and his golden combat aura was faintly discernible. Hey, hey, hey. Relax, relax, buddy. Tan Mo's expression changed. I am also a gold. If we fight, do you want to destroy my ship? I have a lot of trust in you, that's why I invited you to join us. And if we fight, it will be even more impossible for us to complete the military mission. When the time comes, I will sue you for ambushing me during the journey, which caused me to fail to reach my destination in time. Who do you think the court-martialed will believe? Will the Imperial Navy protect me, or you? The mayor of Bluntblade City Lord's breath stagnated. Tan Mo sighed. My friend, it seems that it is time to let you know more. Don't worry, I will let you see enough to make you feel at ease. Come with me. The mayor of Bluntblade City Lord's eyes were full of scrutiny and suspicion, but in the end, he gradually loosened his grip and let Tan Mo go. Next, you have to calm down. Don't overreact just because you're surprised. Tan Mo smiled and snapped his fingers in front of the mayor of Bluntblade City. Chapter 366. After a crisp sound, the scene in front of Bluntblade City Lord suddenly changed, and he found himself in another cabin. What's this? Bluntblade City Lord was shocked. He found that he had left the captain's cabin and was now in a storage room. Follow me. Tan Mo opened the cabin door and walked into the corridor. Blunt Blade City Lord followed Tan Mo and entered the corridor. Navy personnel could be seen in the corridor from time to time. Some were checking supplies, some were cleaning the corridor, and some were repairing firearms. Tan Mo led Blunt Blade City Lord into a prayer room. "Close the cabin door," Tan Mo ordered Blunt Blade City Lord. Blunt Blade City Lord closed the door and heard Tan Mo snap his fingers. In an instant, the scene around him changed drastically, from a prayer room to a combat training room. The two left the combat training room and walked down the stairs into one of the cabins at the bottom. Tan Mo snapped his fingers again, and the mayor of Blunt Blade City was moved to a new cabin. "All right, I know your bloodline is very talented in the field of space. What's the meaning of this?" The mayor of Blunt Blade City said impatiently. "You've been teleporting me from one ship to another. You're really slow." Tan Mo smiled meaningfully. "Do you think this is the same ship? Isn't it? Is it another warship? That's impossible. Which warship has such luxurious decorations?" Blunt Blade City Lord was confused. "Of course, this is my treasure chest. We've always been on this ship," Tan Mo said. Blunt Blade City Lord was furious. "Are you kidding me? Wait." His expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. "You've guessed something," Tan Mo said proudly. "My family spent a lot of effort on my treasure chest. It has many levels. In the beginning, we were all on the first level. Now we're on the fourth level. Endless treasure chest." Blunt Blade City Lord was shocked. He thought of a story and muttered, "Be patient, my friend. I put that thing on the fifth level, it's not too deep. If danger comes, this position is convenient for me to get it quickly. Follow me to the next level." Tan Mo snapped his fingers again. Not long after, the mayor of Blunt Blade City was led by Tan Mo to a weapon storage room. In this cabin, he saw a metal statue. This statue was very strange. It looked like a centaur. The mayor of Blunt Blade City took a closer look and found that the centaur statue was actually pieced together from different parts. Looking at these parts alone, helmet, vambrace, greaves, breastplate, bow and arrows, wait, don't tell me this is the goddess of wisdom's holy robe. The mayor of Blunt Blade City widened his eyes. "My friend, you have a good eye. This is the divine robe, look." Tan Mo reached out his hand and touched the shiny metal centaur statue. As soon as he infused his Do Chi, the centaur statue underwent a drastic change. It quickly disintegrated, and the scattered parts quickly put on Tan Mo's body. Tan Mo's body was very fat, but these armors could automatically adjust their size to fit the user's body to the most suitable size. Tan Mo was wearing gorgeous armor. Golden Do Chi gushed out of his body, forming a flame-like stream of light. His aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. After a few breaths, he directly broke through to the saint level. "It really is the divine robe." The mayor of Blunt Blade City couldn't help but take a few steps back. He was shocked by Tan Mo's amazing aura. The divine robe had a great background. It was a divine artifact. To be precise, it was a fragment of a divine artifact. In the ancient history of the beast race, there was once a goddess who held the divine power of wisdom, victory, craftsmanship, art, and other fields. In order to fight against the powerful beast race god of war, the goddess used almost everything to create her own divine artifact, the divine robe. She and the beast race god of war fought fiercely and were in a stalemate. But in the end, the beast race god of war won and the goddess fell. Her divine robe was also shattered into many fragments in the fierce battle. The believers of the goddess collected these fragments of the divine artifact and used them as materials to create many magical armors. The goddess's sect had no guardian knights. The main force was fighters. When the fighters wore these armors, their combat strength soared and increased greatly. For a time, they were very elegant. But later, people found that the divine robe could not only be used by the believers of the goddess, but also by the believers of other god. The armor made from the fragments of the divine robe essentially used divine power to increase one's strength. The deeper one's faith, the more divine power they had, and the greater the increase. What Tan Mo showed was one of them. Tan Mo was originally only at the gold level, but after wearing the divine robe, his strength soared and directly broke through to the saint level. The mayor of Blunt Blade City was no match for a saint level. But the next moment, Tan Mo used his mind to take off the divine robe. Without the infusion of qi, the various parts of the divine robe were once again connected and condensed into the shape of a centaur statue. Tan Mo smiled at the wary mayor of Blunt Blade City. "This is what I want to show you. A divine robe." The mayor of Blunt Blade City saw that Tan Mo took the initiative to disarm himself. His expression eased, but he was still shocked. Tan Mo shook his head. "To be precise, because it's made of fragments, it's only a divine robe. In order to get it, I spent a lot of time and went to many places. It was a lot of trouble. But I didn't do it for myself. I received an order to collect the divine robe. The one who gave me the order was Master Yi Gui." The mayor of Blunt Blade City trembled. "Is it really Master Yi Gui?" "Of course." Tan Mo nodded. "In this world, only she has such a strong pursuit of this kind of defense. I can show you the secret military order that she personally gave." After the mayor of Blunt Blade City confirmed it, a complicated look appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that your superior is Master Yi Gui, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy." At this moment, he finally understood Tan Mo's confidence and confidence. There were 3 admirals in the Imperial Navy, all of whom were at the legendary level. They were Bitong, Yi Gui, and Fang Gong. Above the 3 admirals, there was only Admiral Yang Tan. However, Yang Tan was only at the legendary level and could not suppress the 3 admirals. There had been various rumors that revealed the discord between the admirals in the Navy. Now that he saw the divine robe and Tan Mo, the mayor of Blunt Blade City was even more convinced of this rumor. The mayor of Blunt Blade City figured out a lot of things. He looked at Tan Mo again and said bitterly, "So, I have become a member of Master Yi Gui's faction?" "Of course," Tan Mo said with a very certain tone. "You committed a crime, and I was the one who protected you. Who would believe that you are not part of Master Yi Gui's faction? Don't forget, we also discussed how to delay time and not pursue the pirates. We've worked closely together before. Besides, the location of Knife Mountain Island is very good. It is the largest supply point in the surrounding sea. I will recommend you to the superiors. Here, I have written the recommendation letter. Take a look." With that, Tan Mo handed a letter to the mayor of Blunt Blade City. The mayor of Blunt Blade City looked at it and gritted his teeth. "Good, you took half of my property and sold me and the entire Knife Mountain Island to the superiors. So that you can ask for your merits and wealth." "Ha ha ha." Tan Mo laughed. "My friend, come on. In the past, no one cared if you wanted to be a local tyrant. It's not that I was weak, but that I didn't care about your city. Now, the Empire is on an expedition to the wild continent. We need a large number of troops, and we need to maintain the sea's transportation line. Naval battles will become more frequent and larger in scale. Under these circumstances, you still want to stay out of it. Even without me, there will be others. You should feel lucky and thank me. You have one of the biggest thighs in the Navy." The mayor of Blunt Blade City turned pale. He could only nod. "You are right. I should thank you." Tan Mo's eyes lit up. "Then how are you going to thank me? I don't believe you showed me all of your property." "How?" The mayor of Blunt Blade City looked deeply at Tan Mo, biting his teeth. Tan Mo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, the mayor of Blunt Blade City punched Tan Mo in the eye, knocking the latter's fat body to the ground. As Tan Mo screamed, the mayor of Blunt Blade City sneered. "How about this as a thank you gift? Even a man made of clay would lose his temper, let alone a golden fighter like the mayor of Blunt Blade City." "Ah! It hurts, it hurts. You're heartless and unscrupulous, biting the hand that feeds you." Tan Mo rolled on the ground for a while before he stood up. He removed his hand from his eye, revealing a bruised and swollen eye socket. The mayor of Blunt Blade City pointed at Tan Mo. "You are a bad guy. You set an honest man like me up. Let's forget about this cooperation. Stay away from me and don't let me see you again." "Ha ha ha, my friend, don't be so distant. It's good that you have thought it through." Tan Mo's expression suddenly changed. He smiled and put his arm around the mayor's shoulder again. The mayor of Blunt Blade City snorted and pushed Tanmo away. But in the end, Tanmo forced him to stay and let him taste all kinds of fine wine. Chapter 367. Deep Sea Monster Fish. In one of the cabins, a patient was praying devoutly to a statue. "Great Blue Charm God, I praise your kindness and thank you for curing my illness. How high is the heavens from the earth, how great is the love you show to your worshippers, how far is the east from the west, how far away are you from my sins?" In another cabin, the cries of magical beasts could be heard in the darkness. Many people gathered around the candlelight, trembling in fear. They huddled close to each other and kept praying. "My Lord, Blue Charm God, you are a God full of grace and love. Please save your worshippers and give us a perfect disguise, so that the ferocious magical beasts cannot detect our existence." In the third cabin, half of the seawater was submerged. Several worshippers were lying on wooden cabinets, watching the water slowly rise. They were nervous and under great pressure. They prayed in unison. "My Lord, Blue Charm God, you are so great that the sea trembles when you are angry. I look up to your power and believe in your salvation. Please give me the power to control the seawater, so that your loyal worshippers can escape from this disaster." In the middle of the three cabins, Kang Shu looked at the worshippers expressionlessly. He kept controlling the simple magic circle, controlling the scene in the cabin. He then watched as the worshippers received divine power one by one after praying and poured it into the statue. The statue was fixed. The bottom was directly connected to the blue charm divine artifact in the lower level of the cabin, the fairy tale of the mermaid. The worshippers' divine power was finally poured into the big shell. After the prayer time for the day was over, Kang Shu hypnotized the worshippers in the three cabins again. He then cleaned the cabins and fed them medicine to replace food and water. Taking this medicine for a long time could not completely replace the effects of food and water. It would make the worshippers weak and weak. But this was what Kang Shu wanted. When the worshippers were weak, even if they found a flaw and wanted to break through the cage, they would not have the strength to do so. Moreover, Kang Shu found that the weaker the worshippers' bodies were, the more sincere their prayers were, and the divine power they received increased slightly. Seeing the cabin being cleaned in an orderly manner, Kang Shu once again reviewed the record of this prayer. He had meticulously designed the three cabins. The contents of the three prayers and the memories of the three groups of believers were all designed differently. The experiment was very successful, and Kang Shu discovered even more secrets about the gods. Although the gods are said to be omnipotent, in reality, the gods are better at one or more fields. The amount of divine power they send down is also related to their priesthoods and theocracies. In the first cabin, the praying believer is suffering from an illness and is seeking help from the blue charm god. In the second cabin, the believers are trying to disguise themselves to deceive the magical beasts hunting for food. In the third cabin, the believers wanted to control the seawater so that they could escape. Excluding the factor of quantity, in the second cabin, the believers obtain the most divine power, and their efficiency is also the highest. Although the blue charm god was not a sea god, she was a mermaid sorcerer before she became a god. She must be very good at water spells. The first cabin had the least amount of divine power. Blue charm god is not good at healing. As he was thinking, someone knocked on the cabin door. It was the young Murloc who had come to inspect. Kang Shu welcomed him in. After learning about the latest results, the young Murloc sighed. "Kang Shu, you've succeeded. We have a new pearl foam." After this prayer, the fairy tale of the mermaid finally produced a pearl foam. Kang Shu nodded. "Ever since we obtained the memory concealment spell, we can create blasphemous priests in batches. To be more precise, believers. They are far from being priests." Kang Shu went on to explain in detail. "Before obtaining this technique, I had to erase all the memories of the test subjects. But this way, the soul would suffer a lot of damage. After using the memory concealment spell, the test subjects would not remember anything and could even implant fake memories. But the soul is very stable, and the prayer will go smoothly." "Very good," the young Murloc praised. "If we can escape this time, Kang Shu, you will be the most important person. Your contribution and credit will be the greatest. Now, We need to do our best to expand the number of believers and produce more divine power. But Kang Shu shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that's not possible, my captain.
Why?
Kang Shu explained. First of all, the number of cabins on the monster fish is limited, and the space inside is small. Secondly, these believers need me to use the memory concealment spell, and not all captives can become believers. Many will be eliminated in the selection process. Carefully calculating the cost, it's not just the consumption of my magic power, but also the loss of personnel and the practicality of various materials. After each prayer, I have to use the memory concealment spell, and a lot of potions. The cost is too high. I've reached my limit by myself. Unless I have another necromancer to help me, and this necromancer is at least black iron level. The young Murloc fell into deep thought. Since we can't expand the scale, why not improve the quality of the believers? You said before that these believers don't have a deep faith, at most they are devout believers, and most of them are pan-believers or ordinary believers. If we can deepen their faith, we can also obtain more divine power. Kang Shu still shook his head. It's very difficult to deepen their faith. Faith is a spontaneous modification of the soul, and the soul itself cannot be deceived. I've already made a series of attempts to make the believers think of themselves as fanatics and devout believers in the fake memories, but it didn't work, and the divine power they obtained didn't increase at all. The maintenance of faith has a lot to do with the worldview and values of the believers. Once the believers suffer a great setback or mental trauma, their beliefs will be shaken, and their faith will collapse. I used to believe in the Dark Lord, but through the cultivation experience of the ship ghost, after learning the secrets of the gods, my faith level immediately fell, and now I can't even be considered a pan-believer. It's very difficult to cultivate believers, and fanatics are usually very rare. If you want to deepen your faith, you need a pure environment and special external pressure, and you also need time and life experience to constantly consolidate your worldview and values. The young Murloc couldn't help but fall silent. Time. What he lacked the most right now was time. If he had enough time, with the Bloodcore in his heart, the blue charm god's body, 2 divine artifacts, 2 demigod artifacts, and the golden magic ship, he was confident that he could become one of the strongest in the world. Time was too precious. Kang Shu continued, in fact, I can't even maintain my current believers for too long. Memory concealment has its limits. The ship ghost has already tested this many times. These believers all had their memories altered by me, and then I created a special environment to force them to pray. Once the memory concealment is used too much and can't be maintained, they will experience flashbacks. They will doubt themselves and everything around them, and then they will discover the truth. The young Murloc fell silent again. This time, his heart also became heavy. Because he had the deepest understanding of what Kang Shu was describing. Because he was a substitute whose memories had been altered, when he woke up, he was on the extremely dangerous Confusion Island. What's the difference between what happened to these people and what happened to me? I used to believe in the Shengming Emperor, and prayed to him many times. These people are also praying to the Blue Charm God. I don't know my identity. In fact, until now, I haven't found the memories that truly belong to me. These people's memories have also been hidden. In order to survive on Confusion Island, I had to struggle desperately. Aren't these people the same? The only difference is, this time, I'm no longer a victim. I've become someone like a war trafficker. How did it end up like this? Sensing the young Murloc's ashamed and self-blaming expression, Kang Shu immediately consoled him. My lord, you don't have to blame yourself so much. These captives aren't good people, and besides, we can't help it. If possible, we definitely wouldn't have done this. But there's no other way. We just want to live, right? Sigh. The young Murloc sighed deeply. Kang Shu said again, My lord, you are our leader. At such a critical moment, everyone relies on you. You're the one who brought us out of Confusion Island alive. Everyone trusts you. But, according to the current efficiency, we can get too little pearl foam. The young Murloc looked sad. Suddenly, he thought of a way. Wait, what if I do it? You hide my memory, put on the anti-magic ring, and let me pray to the goddess. The biggest difference between me and them is that I have the blood of the Murloc god, and I'm the son of God among the Murloc. I believe that I will be valued by the goddess. But Kang Shu shook his head. This is too risky, my lord. With your strength, do you think it's enough to stop the anti-magic hoop? Your Bloodcore can't be stopped. At this critical moment, Zhong Ji is in a coma, and the most powerful person in the Justice Pirates is you. If you lose your memory and the Marines catch up, we'll be in trouble. And the most important thing is that the goddess' attitude is unpredictable. After all, although we saved her body, we also put her in the sapphire gold coffin, and let her confront the feathered serpent's soul. If we really get the attention of the goddess, I can't guarantee that something good will happen. The young Murloc could only grit his teeth. That's true. Kang Shu paused. Actually, there is another way. There is another way. Kang Shu nodded. Sacrifice. We will hold a sacrifice and ask the goddess for the reward of divine power. Sacrifice? Based on our current situation? The young Murloc hesitated. Kang Shu explained, my lord, the sacrifice doesn't necessarily have to be in the temple or the holy temple for singing poems or celebrating activities. The specific content of the sacrifice can be strange and varied, mainly depending on the god. For example, the believers sacrifice to the Grand Duke of Omni and publicly announce that in 2 or 3 years, they have overcome any difficulties, obtained any research results, or explored unknown areas to obtain new knowledge. After the time is up, the more results the believers have, the more successful the sacrifice will be. Another example is the Grand Duke of Wheatscent. His sect would hold a large-scale sacrificial ceremony during the harvest season. A large number of farmers will be organized to harvest mature wheat. The higher the harvest, the more successful the sacrifice will be. I remember in the written records that every time there is a big harvest, the Grand Duke of Wheatscent will send down a miracle to show his joy for the sacrifice. The Grand Dukes of the Sacred Empire were all living gods. Not only did they have noble territories, but they also had their own sects. In the history of the beast race, there was once a goddess of wisdom. After she fell, her believers held a sacrifice for her. They used the fragments of the goddess' holy robe as raw materials to make holy robes, and offered the holy robes to the goddess for free. These are all sacrifices. Hearing this, the young Murloc suddenly remembered the words of the blue charm god. The latter had once told the young Murloc that disguising the divine realm around the goddess' body as a half-plane and deceiving more and more people was a prayer or sacrifice. This act itself was very helpful to the goddess. Then, how should we sacrifice to the blue charm god? As the two discussed this, a military report came. A large number of enemy ships were discovered ahead. Chapter 368. The situation was urgent, and the young Murloc immediately rushed back to the Black Iron magic ship. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked over, seeing 9 warships. 3 Black Iron ships, 4 bronze ships and 2 common ships. I don't feel the aura of a gold level. Did you find anything? The young Murloc asked ZDI. ZDI shook her head. I've already used detection magic, but I didn't find anything. The monster fish just sent out a message, and for the time being, they haven't found the existence of a rear admiral. The young Murloc's expression relaxed slightly. Look at the flag, they're not a navy fleet, but a combination of 3 fleets. He knew a lot about the Imperial Navy's military system. In the Navy, only admirals had the right to command a fleet. Generally speaking, the number of ships in a fleet was at least 50. At most, the Justice Pirates had 11 ships, which was at most a fleet. Rear Admiral Chow Chop originally had 60 ships, but many were lost in the shipwreck, and most of the rest needed urgent repair. So, when he chased over, he only brought 7 ships with him. It could be said that the state of the entire fleet was quite bad. ZDI muttered, speaking of which, there aren't that many gold-level powerhouses. In the Imperial Navy, the number of rear admirals is limited, and when divided among the entire sea, it's even thinner. We encountered Rear Admiral Chow Chop early on, but we were just unlucky. It's a matter of a foreign god, so the Navy will definitely use all their strength to arrest us. But it will take time for them to mobilize enough forces to deal with us in a short period of time. These Navy ships should be part of the containment net. It's quite normal that there are no gold-level powerhouses. Yes. The young Murloc nodded, agreeing with ZDI's analysis. The speed of the Navy warships was still faster than the Justice pirates, and when the distance between the two sides was shortened to a certain extent, the Justice pirates took the lead to fire. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the roar of the shells being fired, the sound of explosions, and the sound of falling into the water was endless. Thick white smoke rose from both sides of the ships. The wind is in our favor. As soon as ZDI said that, the wind changed. The situation of the Justice pirates and the Navy suddenly reversed. I didn't see any magicians on the enemy's warship. It must be some kind of magic tool, ZDI analyzed. The distance between the two sides was no longer shortening. The Murloc deity quickly realized this and his heart sank. The enemy has the wind direction. The Navy is deliberately controlling the distance and trying to destroy our ship with their cannons. The performance of the ships of the Justice pirates is not very good, and the quality of the cannons is limited. Therefore, even though there were alchemy cannonballs from the Mystique Island, it was difficult for them to fully display their power. In terms of the number of cannons, the Justice pirates were at a disadvantage. Boom! A cannonball exploded on the deck, sending 3 pirates flying. Boom! Another cannonball penetrated the sails and landed on the surface of the sea, creating a white pillar of waves. The pirate ship began to show signs of damage. Chio volunteered to fight. ZDI said. The young merman shook his head. Let him wait for orders. Flute began to cast a spell. A faint silver halo enveloped the bodies of many pirates, greatly increasing their defensive power. Should we rush over and engage in a boarding battle? ZDI gritted her teeth. This situation was very unbearable for the pirates. The young merman shook his head again. The number of our sailors is also far less than the enemy. He was not flustered, nor was he distressed. Because it was not that he had no cards to play. He had a trump card. But, which trump card should he play? After thinking for a moment, the young merman ordered, let deep-sea monster fish move out. ZDI immediately sent the message. The tower spirit in deep-sea monster fish received the order and immediately let the gold magic ship float from the deep sea to the shallow sea. Boom! The next moment, the gold cannonball was fired, forming a thick lightning python. But the enemy's flagship had expected this. At the critical moment, the Navy flagship suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and then the white light shifted and then dissipated, revealing the original flagship of the Navy. Being pulled by the white light, the entire ship moved 5 or 6 positions in an instant. The lightning python missed and shot out of the sea, straight into the air, and then slowly dissipated in loneliness. They dodged it. My God, this is so exciting. As expected of the 3 captains of the same clan, they're too powerful when they work together. Cheers came from the Navy fleet. In the captain's room, the 3 captains were panting heavily. Although they were tired, there was excitement on their faces. The Navy headquarters relayed the follow-up information, and the 3 captains naturally received the news. They knew that the other party had a gold magic ship that looked like a monster fish and was lurking in the sea. They also knew the 2 types of gold cannonballs that were known at present. Yarrow Ming said, I was right. If we work together, we can dodge the attack of the gold cannonball. Yarrow WN said, although our ship is only black iron, as long as it can't hit us, it doesn't matter how weak its defense is. Yarrow Gui said, that's really right. The best defense is to dodge. The 3 captains were all somewhat enraptured. They came from the same noble family and had the same blood flowing in their bodies. They were all related to each other, but this relationship was quite distant. Seeing the gold cannonball miss, the young merman and ZDI both frowned. There's a magic device in the deep-sea monster fish that can suppress the aura before firing. Back then, Foam Yarrow didn't discover it in advance, and so did Joe's silver ship. Could it be that there's a more powerful detection tool in this group of Marines? The young man was puzzled. ZDI added, not only that, they also have the ability to move the hull quickly. After we killed Major General Joe, no wonder this group of people dared to chase after us. The situation was not good for the Justice pirates. The young merman opened the trump card of the deep-sea monster fish, but it didn't work. The Python stray bullet didn't work, and the whirlpool bullet naturally didn't work either. Even if the other party's flagship was hit, they could rely on their ability just now to directly escape. The tactical use of the whirlpool bullet was actually aimed at sea elites such as the fishmen and noggers, preventing them from invading the hull of the deep-sea monster fish. The whirlpool bullet's power could be maximized when used in the sea. On the surface of the water, it could only exert half of its power at most. Of course, the whirlpool bullet's actual combat effect was great, and even the gold-level Joe was trapped. It could be said that the death of Joe was partly due to the war traffickers. ZDI said in a deep voice, "The other party's tactics are already very clear. It's just that they mainly want to hang us, use long-range artillery attacks, and constantly weaken us. The longer they delay, the other Marines will arrive here, and the higher the possibility of us being encircled. The speed of these ships is really not good, and they can't be compared with Marine warships. The wisest choice now is to charge and launch a boarding battle." The young man was silent. ZDI wouldn't not know that if the speed of the ship is slower than the other party, it will cause heavy casualties under the bombardment of artillery fire. The young man understood the implicit meaning of ZDI's words, which was to abandon these ships and the pirates on them, regroup their real people on the deep-sea monster fish and leave with the help of the seabed. Although ZDI was not a general like Zhong Ji, she was a businessman's daughter and had a natural sense of profit and loss. However, to be honest, for the time being, the seized ships of the Justice pirates were indeed a bit slow and became a burden for them to escape. After an unspeakable silence, the young man said in a low voice, "No matter what, they are our companions, and we can't abandon them so casually. If we abandon them, how can we face the banner of justice? How can we face our hearts? The situation is not so bad. Because I haven't made a move yet." The young man smiled at ZDI. "Sir." Under the mask, ZDI had a complicated expression. She understood that this was the young man's womanly kindness and indecisiveness. But recalling the experience of the Island of Confusion, if he didn't have this kindness and magnanimity, how could she be saved by him? "Sir, please be very careful." ZDI could only bless and encourage him. At the same time, on another pirate ship. "It's not good." Flute frowned. He had a clear insight into the morale of his side. "The number of our ships is obviously less than that of the Marines, and the number of artillery is not many. What's more terrible is that once we are delayed by them, more and more Marines will come. When we think of this, we will inevitably grow anxious and panic in our hearts." Flute was about to cast a spell to boost the morale. Plop! The young Murloc jumped down into the sea, causing small waves to splash. "Oh! Sir Dragon has made a move. The other side is Finnish." When the pirates saw this scene, they cheered and their morale was greatly boosted. "It's not necessary." Flute's heart relaxed and he breathed a sigh of relief. Since killing Joe, Sir's prestige has soared too much. Chapter 369. With the hopes of his companions, the young Murloc quickly moved through the water. "He's coming. He's in the water. Quick, fire the cannonballs. Archers, fire underwater. Harpoons ready." The navies panicked for a moment and immediately calmed down. However, all kinds of cannonballs, arrows, and harpoons attacks were futile. After the young Murloc dived into the deep water area, he took a huge curve and approached the bottom of the Navy fleet. Even if there were cannonballs, arrows, and other attacks, he could easily dodge them. Relying on his god-level bloodline, he was naturally sensitive to the changes in water flow. Fighting technique, flowing blade. He opened his palms, starting from his elbows, the water flow suddenly changed, forming two sharp flowing blades. Bang! The next moment, the young Murloc shot out of the water like a cannonball, sticking close to the side of the ship, rushing straight up. The navies on the side of the ship shouted and focused fire with their crossbows. Derived fighting technique, flowing blade. The young Murloc suddenly opened his 10 fingers, the angle between his fingers expanded to the maximum, and the webbing between his fingers also tightened. The flowing blade on his forearm was a mixture of water flow and fighting energy. At this moment, the fighting energy suddenly changed, causing the water flow to have a drastic change. The water flow that was originally in the shape of a sharp blade suddenly turned into 2 water shields. The young Murloc used 2 water shields the size of a millstone to block some attacks. At the same time, His feet accelerated, his body was like a snake, and he dodged most of the arrows. Too fast. We can't hit him at all. Quick, he's rushing up. In the panic of the navies, a black shadow stepped on the ship's hull, jumped up, and jumped into the sky. The navies looked up and saw a tall and strong black shadow, with slender hands and feet. After pausing in the air, he suddenly swooped down. At the same time, the dazzling sunlight made them squint their eyes. Bang! The young Murloc landed on the deck, the water droplets scattered in the air along the way, under the refraction of the sunlight, revealed a colorful halo. The navies were stunned, then immediately raised their swords, axes, and other weapons, and surrounded the young Murloc. Fighting technique, flowing blade. The young Murloc half-squatted on the deck with his arms stretched out in a straight line, perpendicular to his body. His arms were very long, like the wings of an eagle, and also like a knight's spear on his shoulder. He clasped his 10 fingers together and formed the shape of a palm blade. Under the influence of his combat energy, the water flow changed from the water shield in his palm to a sharp blade that wrapped around his forearm and palm blade. The Marines screamed and came from all directions. The young merman exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Derivative battle technique, flowing whirlwind blade. He exerted strength in his ankles, legs, waist and abdomen, until it extended to his arms. His whole body began to spin, and his silver battle energy exploded. At this moment, the flowing blade also changed its shape slightly, turning into a curved blade with a larger arc. Shua. After 2 spins, the young Murloc straightened his body and stood on the spot. The eyes of the Marines widened as they lost all their strength in an instant. They watched in horror as their torsos were cut in half. A large amount of blood sprayed out, and the deck looked like a bright red flower blooming. Broken limbs and scattered weapons on the deck made a series of terrifying clanging sounds. The Marines on the periphery stopped, shocked by the young Murloc's terrifying slaughter. There were many Black Iron level leaders who surrounded him, but these people couldn't even withstand one move and died on the spot. Although the young Murloc only had silver battle energy, the Marine headquarters had already evaluated the young Murloc's combat power as gold level to be able to confront Zhou head-on and kill him. Yarrow Ming, everyone back down, you are not his opponent. Yarrow Maru, Long Shu, your opponent is us. Yarrow Gui, even if we can't kill you, as long as we delay you, there will be an endless stream of reinforcement. You can't escape. The 3 captains appeared together and surrounded the young Murloc in the center. The young Murloc glanced at the 3 silver battle warriors in front of him and found that their skin was frighteningly white. At the same time, there was almost no hair, and everyone was completely bald. Under the sun, their bald heads shone brilliantly. Such obvious bloodline characteristics made the young Murloc's heart move. Are they members of Yarrow Wang's family? Derivative fighting skill, /times flowing blade. Silver battle energy was poured into the front of the flowing blade. The shape of the flowing blade at the front immediately changed, and the sword head became thick and big. From both sides of the triangular arrowhead, a large amount of silver battle energy was suddenly ejected, bringing a strong force. The young Murloc's body was fiercely pulled in the direction of the sword, and with the force of his legs, a powerful attack was formed in an instant. Yarrow Ming was caught off guard and was hit by the young Murloc. Although he barely avoided the vital parts, the right side of his chest was still pierced by the flowing blade, and blood splashed. Save him. Hold on. The 2 companions immediately came to support, and the swords in their hands slashed at the young Murloc's back. The wind whistled, and the airflow was also changing. The young Murloc seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and immediately abandoned Yarrow Ming and rushed up a mast. Yarrow Maru followed and also climbed up the mast. Yarrow Ming reorganized and quickly drank a potion. The young Murloc suddenly turned around and attacked, diving down at Yarrow Maru. In order to buy time and make a sudden attack, he did not use any fighting skills, but directly used the 2 flowing blades to slash fiercely. Yarrow Maru was shocked, as he could only block, and was firmly suppressed. The flowing blades slashed on the scimitar in his hand, and each hit made a puffing sound, splashing fine water foam. The silver scimitar in Yarrow Maru's hand was immediately cut several times. Seeing that he was about to be unable to block, the young Murloc suddenly found a light in the corner of his eyes, and at the same time felt the opposite's aura burst. What fighting skill! The young Murloc's mind flashed like lightning, and his heart was slightly raised. Feeling the danger, he immediately gave up the chase, and made a sideways dodging action. Fighting skill, light strike. At the root of the mast, Yaromaru, who did not rush up, held the sword with both hands, and released silver battle energy. The blade slashed the ground, and a thin silver sword light was slashed out. Yarogui, who was in the middle of the mast, was about to be cut by the young Murloc, but suddenly turned sideways, and the fighting skill light strike brushed past him. If the young Murloc did not give up and was still suppressing Yarogui, he would have no time to dodge at this moment and would be hit by light strike. But the moment before, the young Murloc made a dodging action and smoothly avoided the attack. Light strike cut through the mast, cutting the huge sail into two pieces, and countless ropes and the cut part of the mast fell to the deck, causing another burst of chaos. In the chaos, the young Murloc landed on the deck and fought with the three silver battle warriors. Flowing blades and swords clashed, and fighting skills were used one after another. The four of them were fast attackers, and their movement and attack speed were very fast. The Navy saw the four figures moving and jumping on the deck, fighting back and forth, and from time to time, fighting skills burst out, and a silver light lit up in their vision. The Navy flagship was only black iron level, and soon in the aftermath of the fierce confrontation of the four people, it was tossed beyond recognition. The mast was not continuous, and the deck was full of holes and strips of cut marks. The original Navy sailors either squeezed into the next floor or took the initiative to fall into the sea and swim to other warships to watch the battle. Rumble. When the leaders of the two sides fought, the shelling of both sides did not stop. Cho and Flute took action one after another. There were no silver magicians in the Navy, but there were several black iron magicians, and each ship was equipped with a priest. This made them not lose to the Justice Pirates. Cho shot arrows while looking at the confrontation between the young Murloc and the three silver battle warriors, thinking about whether to sneak an arrow. ZDI was most concerned about the safety of the young Murloc, and the young Murloc gradually gained the upper hand, so that her heart gradually calmed down. However, the next moment, Yaroming suddenly displayed a fighting skill, and the whole person turned into a light and rushed to the young Murloc. The young Murloc only saw the light in front of him, and he was hit, and the whole person directly smashed into the forecastle. The light disappeared, and Yaroming reappeared, jumped back, and landed on the deck. Follow up the victory. After that, Yarogui and Yaromaru also used the same killing move, turning into a beam of light, attacking the young Murloc. The young Murloc's situation took a turn for the worse, and he could only keep dodging, using the buildings on the deck as cover, and often rolling awkwardly. Derivative fighting skill, flying times flowing blade. The young Murloc saw Yaroming use the fighting skill again, and immediately threw the flowing blade in his hand. The flowing blade flew out. Yaroming turned into a light ball again, and directly hit the flowing blade. With a bang, the flowing blade was hit and exploded, turning into countless water droplets. Yaroming's movement was slightly sluggish, but the light ball still rushed over, and a rainbow-like tail was drawn in the human retina. The young Murloc dodged the attack, and only the flowing blade was left in his hand. At this time, he recognized it. It is indeed the fighting skill Glorious Light Rush. This fighting skill can only be used by the Glorious King family bloodline. Although the grade is only sacred level, it is a combination of attack and defense, and is extremely fast, often used as a trump card to escape. Why? Because although this fighting skill was powerful, it had a major drawback, and that was when using it, the fighter could not think about anything. Once used, it could not be stopped. But this fighting skill was so powerful, and it consumed a lot of fighting chi. Therefore, this led to a situation. Once a member of the Glorious King family used this fighting skill, they would be forced to leave this magical state until all of their fighting chi was exhausted, and return to their flesh and blood, and regain the ability to think. This was why they could only use this fighting skill as a means of escape, and could not use it in battle. However, the current situation greatly exceeded the young Murloc's understanding of Glorious Light Rush. This fighting skill can be stopped at any time, and it has completely become an extremely powerful means of attack. How can this be? Is it because these people's Glorious Light bloodline concentration has reached a very high level, so they can barely think when using the fighting skill. Chapter 370. Boom. The beam of light came at an astonishing speed. The young Murloc flipped to the right and dodged it. He was injured in many places, but the price he paid had been reported. He had mastered the technique and was more likely to dodge the beam of light. It would be too late to dodge the beam of light. However, once the young Murloc observed the movements of the three captains and saw the direction of their faces when they were about to perform the technique, he just needed to avoid that direction. Every time, the light beam was in a straight line, and it couldn't bend in the middle. It was like an ordinary person dodging a bullet from a gun with his bare hands. An ordinary person's speed was definitely not as fast as a bullet, but as long as he looked at the direction of the gun and dodged the bullet, there was a high probability of him dodging the bullet. The beam of light missed. After piercing through the bow, Yarrow Ming's figure appeared. "Dragon, aren't you the Murloc god's son? How long are you going to hide?" Yarrow Ming shouted. "Let's see if you're faster or we're faster." Yarrow Wan's fighting spirit was very strong. Yarrow Gui sneered, "Hide, hide, the longer you delay, the more navies will come here." The young Murloc wasn't irritated, nor was he anxious. He dodged while thinking calmly. No. The members of the Yarrowang family who can think under this technique have extremely high blood concentration and are usually direct descendants. Such people are very rare. How can there be 3 of them at once? And once such people appear, they must be cultivation geniuses and will be heavily protected and supported by the Yarrowang family. How can they fall to become captains at sea? If that's the case, did they improve this technique? And then I just happened to run into it. Is this the real reason why they came to hunt us? If so, the strength and status of the Yarrowang family would be greatly improved. This technique was really too powerful. If it weren't for this technique, the 3 members of the Yarrowang family would have been killed by the young Murloc one by one. But now, the young Murloc was absolutely at a disadvantage. It's similar to telepathy. Master Dragon, they must have some alchemy device on them. At this moment, ZDI's voice suddenly came from afar. Yarrow Gui, Yarrow Wan, and Yarrow Ming's expressions suddenly changed slightly. The young Murloc was slightly stunned and immediately understood. "I see. That's how it is." He suddenly remembered the scene of the previous fight. He slashed at Yarrow Gui on the mast, but Yarrow Wan used his fighting skill, Taiguang. Yarrow Gui's back was clearly facing the flying sword light, but he sensed it and easily turned sideways, letting Taiguang pass by him. Also, when the 3 of them used the glorious light rush, at most only 2 of them could use this battle skill at the same time. One of them had to stay behind. From the looks of it, it was precisely because the 3 of them were telepathic that they were able to grasp each other's state. Even if someone had turned into a ball of light and was unable to think, another person could think on their behalf and stop the fighting technique in time. So, the real flaw is the person who didn't use any fighting skills. The young merman's gaze became sharp as he launched a counterattack. The effect of the counterattack was extremely poor. Rong Yaoguang's speed was too fast, and his attacks were too fierce. The young merman could only focus on dodging. Because of their telepathic connection, the 3 of them could use glorious light rush. Often, when the youth rushed in front of a person, that person would use a fighting technique, and the captain in the distance would cooperate with him. "Ha ha ha, Murloc deity, no matter how strong you are only one person. Now you understand why our 3 fleets have to gather in one place. You can't kill us, we are already in an invincible position." The 3 captains of King Yarrow's family had the upper hand and began to use words to put more psychological pressure on the young merman. "Is that so?" The young merman laughed and suddenly took a step back, fell backward, and fell into the sea. "Should we chase?" The 3 captains hesitated. As the Murloc deity, the young merman's ability to fight in the water was extremely strong, and he was not afraid of facing a fierce marine general head-on. The 3 captains had long since memorized this piece of information. As soon as he returned to the sea, the young merman felt joy and peace from the bottom of his heart. Even if there was a very troublesome marine that had not been dealt with, the young merman already felt a sense of control as if victory was in his grasp. It's like returning to home. The young merman's heart was filled with an inexplicable confidence. Here, I feel that I will never be defeated. Fighting technique, flowing blade. He originally only had one blade left, but now the sea had everything, endless, and directly condensed it again. Clap. He clapped his palms tightly together, and the two blades merged into one in an instant, forming a giant blade. Originally, the normal blade would at most wrap around the forearm, but now after merging into one, the blade directly wrapped around the back arm and even climbed up to the shoulder. It was the derivative fighting technique, great flowing blade. Actual combat was the best exercise, and now the young merman was more and more proficient in using the flowing blade fighting technique. Hey, they didn't go into the water. The young merman's eyes flashed, and he immediately grasped this opportunity. He once again instilled fighting energy into the great flowing blade. The silver fighting energy gushed out, and the great flowing blade gradually expanded, constantly absorbing the surrounding sea water, and finally shaped into a huge water blade with a length of 3 meters and a width of half a meter. Derivative fighting technique, great flowing blade. This fighting technique rarely had a chance to be used, and it consumed a lot of fighting techniques, and at the same time, it needed a certain amount of time to accumulate. This period of time was the user's biggest flaw. However, the three captains did not pursue and let the young merman use it. Come and taste this move. The young Murloc suddenly swam, dragging the huge flowing blade behind him. Not good. Seeing the scene underwater, the three captains turned pale with fright, and hurriedly took countermeasures. Yarrow Gui and Yarrow Ming used glorious light rush one after another. At this time, only this fighting technique had the hope of resisting and interfering with the merman god's son. Yarrow Gui and Yarrow Ming's cooperation was very good. The two of them entered the water together, and a beam of light shot out first. The young merman had just dodged when the second beam of light followed closely behind. Under normal circumstances, the young merman would definitely be hit, and be seriously disturbed, unable to maintain the great flowing blade fighting technique. However, the young merman had already expected that he would be obstructed. Fighting technique, wave treading. This fighting technique was learned from Old Brown Scale. Although it was ordinary, it gave the young merman a boost at the crucial moment, and forcefully pushed him out. The beam of light still brushed past the young merman's shoulder. The huge force directly dislocated the young merman's shoulder, and his body involuntarily tilted to the other side. However, the young man's expression was cold, and he did not care about the pain of dislocation at all. He used his body and his other intact arm to drive the huge flowing blade. The young merman gently bent at the bottom of the Navy flagship, drawing a thrilling arc. The great flowing blade followed closely behind, cutting into the bottom of the ship. In an instant, the flowing blade cut through the bottom of the ship, producing countless sparks, and then cut all the way. The hull itself was made of wood, and the reason why sparks were produced was because of the metal coating on the surface. Clang! In the end of the great flowing blade came out from the middle of the warship's hull, and then slashed into the scene, cutting out a long sword mark, and huge white waves splashed out on both sides. A large amount of seawater gushed into the hull. The three captains' faces were ashen, and the navy on the warship was even more flustered. The dragon bone was cut off by the young merman, and this black iron-level warship was gone, and as the flagship, its slow sinking would definitely bring a huge blow to the morale of the entire navy fleet. This was a battle of transcendent beings. Although there were magical ships, they were still dominated by humans. Even if they were of the same level, transcendent beings were still stronger than alchemy creations like ships. Because the former was too flexible, once they attacked, they could break the surface with a single point. On the other hand, to build a magical ship of the same level, the cost of cultivating a warrior of the same level was much higher. Of course, it was not possible without a magical ship. Especially on the sea, transcendent beings needed a place to rest and replenish. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Chase. Seeing this scene, Yarrow Wan and Yarrow Ming both roared in their hearts. The three of them maintained a telepathic connection between them, and they knew each other's thoughts very well. The young merman ignored the three of them and began to attack another warship. Yarrow Ming and the others once again used glorious light rush to deal with the young merman, but they could not stop him. They could only watch as the second warship's keel was broken by the young merman and began to sink irretrievably. After the young merman entered the water, his situation improved greatly. Because the previous deck limited him, most of the time he could only move horizontally, at most jumping into the air. He couldn't fly yet, so every jump he made was actually a subtle flaw. Now that he had entered the sea, he could choose to swim in any direction. At most, 2 of the 3 captains could use Glorious Light Rush at the same time. Dodging 2 beams of light, the young merman could do it on the deck, let alone in the sea. Don't forget, he still had the wave-treading fighting skill that could be used in an emergency. And the speed of Glorious Light Rush was slower in the water than on the ship. The resistance brought by the air and the sea was completely different. Not long after, the young merman took care of the 3rd warship. At this time, the giant stream blade in his hand was almost exhausted. The young merman did not invest anything more in this fighting skill and directly cancelled it. He reached out to hold his shoulder, and with a crisp sound, he forcefully reconnected his dislocated shoulder in pain. 2 more flowing blades condensed in his hands, and he rushed toward Yarrow Ming and the others. Yarrow Ming saw that he was no longer dealing with his own warship, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and once again used Glorious Light Rush. The young merman dodged directly, his face cold, his gaze firm, unmoved. The other party frequently used this fighting skill, and the young merman had suffered a lot of attacks, so he was already familiar with it. In the sea, he could more quickly confirm the direction of Glorious Light Rush. Because the water flow would change, he had the most accurate perception. Chapter 371. The young Murloc charged all the way and easily avoided the light attack. The 3 captains couldn't help but feel a little horrified. The young Murloc's fighting talent was unbelievable to them. They had only fought for a short time and the other party had already grown visibly. The glorious light that threatened their lives before had now turned a deaf ear to it. Just like before when they moved the hull to avoid the python bullets, although the glorious light was powerful and extraordinary, as long as it didn't hit the other party, no matter how powerful it was, the result of the battle was 0. The 3 captains began to discuss in their hearts. Are we going to lose this battle? The warships on the sea are about to collapse. 3 black iron warships were sunk in a row, which greatly shook the morale of the navy. Anyone would have thought that the other party could still easily sink the warships when 4 silver fighters fought in the sea, which naturally meant that the 3 captains were at a disadvantage. Let's retreat first. The Murloc god's fighting power underwater is much stronger than on the deck. We are no match for him, and the glorious light can't do anything to him. The 3 captains had the intention to retreat. Before the battle, they had thought of many plans to deal with possible situations. Among them, there were many retreat plans. The speed of the Navy's warships generally exceeded the average speed of the Justice pirates, which gave them the initiative. They could fight if they wanted to, and retreat if they wanted to. Of course, the speed of the deep-sea monster fish was faster than these warships. But the 3 captains also had a plan to deal with this gold-level magic ship. Once the deep-sea monster fish moved, they would attack the alchemy ship. At present, whether it was the python bullets or the whirlpool bullets, they were not a big threat to the 3 captains who had mastered the glorious light fighting technique. In fact, there were too many important things in the deep-sea monster fish. In order to prevent the gold-level powerhouse from hiding in the warship, the young Murloc dispatched the deep-sea monster fish. Soon after, he ordered it to sink into the deep sea and constantly change its position, firing once in a while to help the pirate ship on the sea. The 3 captains quickly discussed in their hearts and decided to retreat. They first gave the order, and then the 3 of them entangled the young Murloc together. Want to retreat? The young Murloc's heart moved. He continued to rush to the warship. This choice was helpless but wise. As long as the 3 captains who had mastered the glorious light fighting technique, the young Murloc would hardly be a threat to them. However, warships were different. These warships were at most iron-ranked, and the young Murloc's combat power was comparable to that of a gold-ranked warship. In theory, even if it was a gold-ranked warship, it would still be restrained by him. You still want to attack our warships? The 3 captains were both shocked and furious. Of course, they could also learn from the young merman and attack the pirate ship. However, Such a choice was not very wise. Firstly, there were silver-ranked warriors on the pirate ships. Secondly, even if the pirate ships on the sea are sunk, the Justice pirates still have a deep-sea monster fish. It would be even more difficult to deal with deep-sea monster fish. The deeper they went into the sea, the greater the water pressure the three captains faced. The speed of the glorious light would decrease rapidly, and the consumption of battle chi would also increase. The mermaid deity's battle prowess in the water was outstanding, and he had a huge geographical advantage. Once the three captains were unable to take down the gold-grade magic ship for a long time, their combat aura would be exhausted, and they would be easily taken advantage of by the enemy. Since they had already decided to retreat, the three captains did not hesitate and resolutely carried out this plan. Derived battle skill, flying times flowing blade. The young merman threw out the flowing blades in his hands frequently. Almost at the same time, he condensed a new flowing blade in his hands. Fighting in the water, he did not lack water at all. As long as he had enough battle chi and spirit, he had an infinite flowing blade arsenal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying blades were thrown out, but they did not fly in a straight line in the water, but showed a strange curve flight path. The three captains faced more than a dozen flying blades, and for a moment, they were a little flustered. I can see that these flowing blades can move forward according to the seabed current. In the air, they can only fly straight. But in the water, their flight path is difficult to predict. Yarogui used telepathy to remind his other two companions while resisting the flying blade's attacks. But the next moment, the two companions actually shouted, "Be careful." Derived battle skill instant times flowing blade. The next moment, the young merman disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already where Yarogui was originally. This was the battle skill that once killed Joe, but this time, it did not succeed. Yarogui had already retreated 50 steps away, staring at the young merman with fear remaining on his face. At the crucial moment, he was reminded by his companions, and hurriedly used the alchemy item ejection belt to forcibly eject himself. Sure enough, in the battle with Joe, I leaked a lot of information. These three people have been guarding against my instant flowing blade. The young merman did not feel discouraged at all when his attack did not hit. Because he knew that he already had the upper hand. After a period of stalemate, the situation had gradually changed. The young Murloc cultivated the light life Do-Chi art. When he shuttled through the sea, the external pressure was much greater than when he was moving in the air. It made his fish scales become thinner faster, but at the same time, it also made his Do-Chi recover faster. The three captains' battle chi had already been consumed by half, and this was under the condition that they continuously used potions to replenish it during the battle. At this moment, the young merman's battle chi did not decrease, but instead increased, maintaining at 80%. In addition, his speed was also a lot faster, 3 times faster than when the battle started. Although it was still not as fast as Glorious Light Rush, but it was enough to grasp the initiative of the battle. Yaroming, Yarogui, and Yaromaru must pay attention to the use of their battle chi. Glorious Light Rush consumed a lot of battle chi, and after using it, they had to stop quickly. The young merman's speed doubled, so that he could quickly rush to the front of the three captains to fight, and more frequently force them to use Glorious Light Rush to fight against him. In this way, the use of battle chi of the three of them intensified. Damn it! His speed is still increasing. What a monster! No, if this drags on, we are likely to lose our lives here. Use that plan, let all the warships scatter and escape. The three captains telepathically communicated and made a decision that made their hearts ache. As a result, the Marines who had been suppressing the Justice pirates on the sea received the order to scatter and escape. We are obviously going to win. What's going on? Let's not talk about retreating, but scatter and escape. In this case, we will definitely suffer heavy losses, the pirate ships will madly counterattack, and there will be no way to rely on the advantage of numbers to stabilize the situation. When the Marines received this order, they felt that it was inconceivable. Some people even suspected that this was a false military order. But their usual training and loyalty to the Empire brought about strong discipline, so after a moment of hesitation, they all chose to obey. The warships began to scatter and escape quickly. Bad. The young merman's heart sank. This was exactly what he didn't want to see. If they didn't scatter and escape, he might be able to wipe out all the warships. But if they scatter and escape, he can only choose a part of them. After all, he is only one person. Coupled with the entanglement of the three captains, the young merman didn't expect much. Even if only one warship escaped and stayed away from this battlefield, the three captains could use glorious light rush to easily evacuate and return to the warship to settle down and successfully escape. The Imperial Navy is really elite. The young merman could only sigh in his heart for a while. Whether it was the leader's joint attack, the choice of tactics, or the discipline of the army, they were all praiseworthy. The young merman had the power of a gold rank, but he was restrained by these 3 silver warriors. In the end, I am not a real gold warrior. The skills that I have mastered are not comprehensive. The improvement of one's life level couldn't be achieved overnight. The young merman himself is very young, and the time he got the blood of the fishman god is too short to be promoted to the gold rank. The selection and mastery of fighting skills also takes a lot of time and energy. For the Navy's firm retreat, the young merman had no choice but to do his best to attack and maximize the results as much as possible. Even in the end, he did not hesitate to take the risk and moved the deep-sea monster fish to the shallow water again and fired the golden cannon to attack the warship. The Navy suffered heavy losses, but 3 warships still escaped. The 3 captains used glorious light rush to easily get rid of the young merman and returned to the warship. This time we lost too much. Well, if we knew that the other side was so difficult, we should have waited for others. This time we will be court-martialed, and we will be questioned, especially the order to retreat. The 3 captains' faces were gloomy, and they didn't want to see the situation like this. But at this time, a military order from the Marine headquarters was directly transmitted. Order, Yarrow Gui, Yarrow Maru, and Yarrow Ming joint fleet to entangle the Justice pirates at any cost. Strive for 10 minutes and the Mutong fleet will arrive at the battlefield. What? Did Sir Mutong rush over? A mere pirate group, the strongest is just a gold battle power. How can a Marine admiral personally come out? This. Didn't we analyze it before? I'm afraid that this pirate group has robbed some great treasure, so the Marine headquarters is so busy. The 3 captains were shaken to their core. Soon after, their eyes shone brightly. They were worried that after this defeat, they would be questioned by the military court. Now, the opportunity to make a contribution is in front of them. Although they didn't have the great merit of defeating the Justice pirates alone, they can only follow behind Admiral Mutong, but they are indeed not capable enough to eat this pirate group. It is already very good for the 3 captains to be able to avoid questioning, and at the same time, get some achievements. Counterattack. All-out counterattack. We will have strong Marine support, entangle this pirate group, and we can win the final victory. Under the orders of the 3 captains, the scattered warships gathered together again and rushed to the Justice pirates. Chapter 372. Seeing the return of the Marines, most of the pirates shouted excitedly, and a few sober members changed their expressions. The Murloc god's pupils shrank as he saw the 3 captains aggressively surrounding him again. He suddenly had a strong sense of urgency and crisis in his heart. This posture, the Marine reinforcements should not be far away. Tower Spirit. ZDI immediately called deep-sea monster fish, which was equipped with an excellent detection device. Since the Tower Spirit was repaired by the alchemy scroll, it was much more sensitive and responded immediately that no fleet was detected. It seems that we should still have some time. However, we can't be careless. If there is no detection, it may be that the other party has more powerful means of concealment. In short, we must hurry up and retreat. This was not only ZDI's idea, but also the consensus of the young Murloc, Kang Shu, Cho, and others. At the same time, in another sea, the double-sword ship led the way and galloped on the sea. Behind it were hundreds of Marine warships, forming a huge joint fleet. On the double-sword ship, Earl Wei Sheng stared at the sea map, and the magic device for long-range communication was placed on his left hand. The sea map was an alchemy item, exuding a gold-level aura. In the center of the sea map, the 2 symbols symbolizing the Justice pirates and the joint fleet of Yarrow Gui, Yarrow Ming, and Yarrow Maru almost overlapped. Wei Yisheng frowned and stared at the two symbols for a while, then shifted his gaze and looked at the upper left corner of the map. There, a conspicuous and bright fleet logo, which was 3 points larger than the normal logo, representing the fleet of Marine Admiral, was quickly approaching the battlefield of the Justice Pirates and the joint fleet of the Yarrow Wang family. At this speed, in about 10 minutes, the Admiral will arrive at the battlefield. Even if the Blue Charm God really awakens, the Admiral will be in an invincible position. The Justice Pirates had fled until now, and all kinds of intelligence had been gathered, and after various analyses by professionals, Wei Yisheng also had a more accurate estimate of the strength of the Justice Pirates. At this moment, he looked at the active sea map and was full of confidence. Poochie. With a soft sound, Yaromaru's chest burst out a mass of blood, and under the turbulence of the sea, it was like a flower blooming. Retreat. Mermaid deity, your opponent is me. Yarrow Ming and Yarrow Gui quickly went to help. The young merman sneered and retreated lightly. Fighting in the sea was like home to him, and any small water flow could help him. Yarrow Wan received timely support and quickly turned over to get on the boat. He poured the medicine into his mouth and applied the external medicine to the wound. Damn it! Yarrow Wan was in so much pain that his face was pale and he was sweating profusely. This time, his injuries were not light. More importantly, the effects of the potion were waning. He had used the potion many times in battle before, and the potion's efficacy would gradually decrease if he used it frequently. The pain of the wound made Yawaru angry. His anger kept his morale high, and he maintained it at a very high level. Hold him back. He's anxious. The Murloc Divine Son is already going all out. As long as we can hold him back and hold on, we can win. Yawaru used telepathy to constantly shout in the hearts of the other two clansmen. A moment later, Yarrow Gui was like a cannonball as he was blasted into the ship, smashing through the side of the hull. He quickly struggled to stand up and his body suddenly staggered. His vision turned black and he almost fell on the broken deck. I've really reached the limit. Why hasn't Admiral Bitong come yet? 10 minutes have passed. Yarrow Gui was shocked and angry, but he was also full of doubts. The same doubts were also in the heart of the temporary Marine commander Wei Yisheng. Admiral Bitong hasn't arrived on the battlefield yet. The military situation is urgent. Immediately send a message to inquire. Wei Yisheng suppressed his anger and thought, did something happen on the way? Bitong quickly replied, we are on the way. Wei Yisheng was stunned. He pressed the magic communication device with his palm and spoke quickly, according to your fleet speed, you should have arrived by now. Bitong immediately replied, we are on the way. Wei Yisheng's forehead was full of blue veins. He gritted his teeth and ordered again, this is the Marine headquarters. You are ordered to rush to the battlefield. Our fleet is fighting desperately to entangle the enemy and delay time. Bitong replied again, received the order, we are on the way. Battlefield. Yarrow Ming and the other two received a reply from the Marine headquarters, Bitong's fleet is on the way. Be sure to entangle and delay the enemy pirate. The Murloc God's son is anxious. He is anxious. He was just fighting desperately. I am going to fight too. Yarrow Gui took out a syringe that stored a red potion. This was an advanced bloodthirsty potion that exuded a golden aura. Compared to the general bloodthirsty potion, the effect was more powerful, but the side effects were also very significant. After using it, he must be bedridden for more than 3 months. This was on the basis of using divine techniques and other treatment methods. Yarrow Gui gritted his teeth and injected the needle into his arm. Who? The next moment, he exhaled heavily. His eyes were red and full of blood vessels. His whole body swelled outwards by 3 times. His mind was unclear, but relying on telepathy, the other two could still help him. Yarrow Gui screamed and rushed to the Murloc God's son. The two sides fought again. Really difficult. The Murloc teenager repeatedly wanted to retreat, but he was held back. A moment later, Yarrow Ming screamed. His entire left arm was cut off by the Murloc teenager's flowing blade. He was seriously injured. Reinforcements, where is the F** King by Tong fleet? Relying on the other two fighting desperately with the Murloc teenager, Yarrow Ming got a rare chance to breathe and shouted at the magic communication device. Wei Yisheng also shouted at the device, "Bai Tong, why are your troops still on the way? Why haven't you reached the battlefield yet?" Bai Tong's reply was very simple, "We are on the way." Wei Yisheng was furious. "I am the temporary commander of the Navy, Wei Yisheng. Tell General Bai Tong to contact me personally." Bai Tong's slow voice was soon transmitted. "This is Bai Tong, Earl Wei Yisheng. What's the matter?" Wei Yisheng gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead popped. "General Bai Tong, your troops are delaying the battle. What's the reason?" Bai Tong was silent. "General Bai Tong." "Ah!" "Earl Wei Yisheng, what's the matter?" "I was just picking my earwax." "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear it clearly. Can you please say it again?" In an instant, Wei Yisheng was so angry that his eyes widened. His entire body's fighting spirit surged and blew the sea map away. The window frame shook and made a crackling sound. He gritted his teeth and held back his anger. "General Bai Tong, may I ask where your troops are and when will you reach the battlefield?" Bai Tong replied, "Oh, we are currently on the way." Wei Yisheng felt a buzz in his head. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He let out a roar and was about to scold Bai Tong's actions. But in the next moment, with a bang, Bai Tong turned off the magic communication device. "Wei Yisheng, on the battlefield. Reinforcements are coming. The temporary commander of the Navy, Sir Wei Yisheng, contacted me personally. Everyone, success or failure depends on this period of time. Since we have already fought to this point, there is no point in talking about retreating. Kill." Yarrow Ming, Yarrow Wan, and Yarrow Gui encouraged each other and supported each other. They gritted their teeth and fought with the Murloc teenager again. The Murloc teenager also gave it his all. As time passed, the psychological pressure on him increased. The Empire's navy reinforcements could arrive at any time. Looking at these three people, they must have great trust in the reinforcements and are sure that they will be able to deal with me. The Navy must have collected the information about the Tianzhu Ci. They know that I have a god here. In that case, they still have to fight with all their strength. This shows that the Navy's reinforcements are at least legendary. Kill. The Murloc teenager squeezed his potential with all his strength. Under great pressure, his combat power was still increasing. His speed is getting faster and faster. Damn it, if we don't use the light of glory, we can't keep up with his speed. Go back to the ship and fight. The underwater battle is his home field. The three captains returned to the warship. The Murloc teenager followed and fought with the three captains again on the warship. But this time, it was different from the beginning of the battle. The teenager firmly had the upper hand and beat the three captains. "Quick, ask for help. Reinforcements, where is our General Bai Tong? We can't hold on anymore. There are less than 1 in 10 of our loyal Navy soldiers left. We only have one ship left. Where are the reinforcements?" Navy headquarters. Yarrow Ming, Yarrow Wan, and Yarrow Gui were struggling and frantically asking for help. On the double-sword ship. Wei Yisheng's face was red, and he was extremely angry. He told the three captains that perseverance is victory and urged Admiral Bai Tong. But Bai Tong's response was always the same, "On the way." Finally, the battlefield ushered in a turning point. Magic, blinding. ZDI used scrolls and repeatedly cast spells to support the Murloc teenager and tried to weaken the three captains. After repeated failures, she finally succeeded once. Yarrow Wan's eyes were dark and he couldn't see anything. The other two were using the light of glory. Without his help, they couldn't stop. Yarrow Wan quickly retreated according to the route in his memory. But it was too late. At this time, the Murloc teenager's scales were as thin as paper. His speed was extremely fast. He waved his flowing blade and cut Yarrow Wan's head in half. As soon as Yarrow Wan died, the other two turned into light beams and flew out of the battlefield. "Should we chase?" ZDI asked. The Murloc teenager was about to shake his head when he saw the two men suddenly return to their human form and fall into the sea from midair. By now, the Murloc teenager's battle energy had fallen to 20%. Not to mention Yarrow Wan, The battle energy of the two of them was finally exhausted. Kill them. As soon as the Murloc teenager gave the order, Cho's arrows had already taken the two men's lives. As for the other Marines, under the joint attack of ZDI, Cho, Flute, and others, the three captains were destroyed. Because of this, ZDI was able to spare some time to support the Murloc teenager. Quick, let's withdraw. Even without cleaning up the battlefield, the Murloc teenager quickly withdrew with the Justice pirates. On the double-sword ship. No matter how Wei Sheng called, he couldn't contact Yarrow Wan, Yarrow Ming, and Yarrow Gui. His head drooped and he looked at the floor at his feet. His face was shrouded in darkness and he was silent as death. After a while, he turned on the magic communication device again. Bai Tong's answer changed. We have arrived at the battlefield. Wei Sheng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. You finally arrived. Have you found the Justice pirates? Bai Tong replied, the fleet has arrived at the eye of the sea. Above the underwater city, the Justice pirates have not been found. Wei Sheng was furious. Didn't I order you to go to a specific sea area? Why are you rushing to the eye of the sea? Snap. Bai Tong directly cut off the communication device. He looked down at the sea and sneered, of course, it's for the Blue Charm throne. Is the Blue Charm god's body really on the pirate ship? Not necessarily. Didn't you see that the barbarian legend has been staying here? Even if the Blue Charm god's body is not here, at least the throne is here. Wei Sheng, you little brat, a mere count wants to command me. Hee hee. On the double-sword ship. Arth. Wei Sheng was furious. He grabbed the magic communication device, raised it high, and then slammed it on the floor. The magic communication device shattered. You only care about your own interests and ignore military orders. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. Bai Tong, I will definitely, damn it. The more Wei Sheng thought about it, the angrier he became. Bai Tong was a legend. Even the military court had no effect on him. There must be an existence of the same level or a higher god to deal with Bai Tong. However, the war between the humans and the beasts was imminent. As one of the few naval powerhouses in the entire empire, Bai Tong was of great value. The empire could not take the initiative to punish him before the war and make him lose a legend powerhouse. Chapter 373. White clouds drifted leisurely. The light blue sky and the azure blue sea formed a beautiful contrast. On the edge of the cliff, the breeze gently blew Yang Tan's face. He sat on a stone pier, listening to the sound of seabirds while eating sashimi. The sashimi seemed to have just been cut, fresh and delicious. A large bowl was filled and placed on a small round stone table. Next to the sashimi, there was a small bowl. The small bowl was filled with fine salt, white as snow. Yang Tan's mind moved, and a piece of sashimi floated up and floated into the salt bowl, dipped in both sides full of fine salt, and then floated to Yang Tan's mouth. Yang Tan opened his mouth and swallowed the sashimi. After chewing, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed it. Ah! He let out a sound of enjoyment. Whether it was his voice or his half-squinted eyes, they all revealed a strong sense of happiness. At this moment, a space door opened, and a seagull flew out and landed on Yang Tan's shoulder. It was holding a military report in its mouth. Yang Tan took the military report, and the seagull actually spoke. Old man, this is what you wanted. You made me fly so far, I'm exhausted. As the Navy Fleet Admiral, Yang Tan was already over 100 years old, with white hair and deep wrinkles. This is the meat of the temporal fish. Oh my god, how did you catch it? The seagull glanced at the sashimi on the stone table, and suddenly recognized it and exclaimed in a low voice. Of course I caught it. You also know that this is a famous fishing holy land, hey? Yang Tan laughed and kicked the fishing rod at his feet. There were two sets of fishing rods, the tail end was inserted in the ground, and the tip was raised high. The two sets of fishing rods were made of ordinary materials, which should be made by Yang Tan after cutting tree trunks. It was not worth mentioning. However, the tip of the rod in front of Yang Tan was equipped with a fishing line. The fishing line was very slender and long, and it went all the way to the depths of the sea. When the seagull saw the fishing line, it looked at it for a moment, and a look of shock appeared on its face. It found that the fishing line was not a physical object, but condensed by Yang Tan's qi. Because the fighting aura was condensed too much and too dense, it gave people the illusion that it was real. What was most shocking was that not only was this thread of Do Qi extremely condensed, it was also extremely stable. Its aura was restrained to the extreme, just like an ordinary object. The fishing line was very long. It must be known that the place where Yang Tan was sitting was the edge of the cliff. The fishing line extended from the top of the cliff to the bottom of the sea. It was at least 200 meters long. "Old man, you really are amazing." The more Seagull watched, the more shocked he became. "Did you use this fighting spirit fishing line to catch the temporal fish? As expected of a legendary fighter." "No, just this move of yours alone is something that ordinary legendary fighters would not be able to do." "Ha ha ha." Salt Tan laughed. "How can you say that I am a Marine Fleet Admiral?" Seagull chuckled and said mockingly, "You also know your position?" He spent his days sightseeing and leaving a bunch of work to Wei Sheng. "Hey, this is a mistake. Blue Charm God is not dead, and the Justice Pirates are still running away. That kid Wei Sheng must be in deep trouble now." The seagull was impudent and even seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune. It flapped its wings and jumped from Yang Tan's shoulder, landed on the stone table and began to peck at the sashimi. "Delicious, my God, it's delicious." Seagull praised the taste of the sashimi. "Dip it in my salt and it will be even more delicious." Yang Tan smiled. Seagull froze for a moment, hesitantly picked up a piece of sashimi, dipped it in a little bit of salt and swallowed it. The next moment, it retched, and its bird face was completely distorted. "So salty. I'm about to die. Water, water, I want water." Letting Seagull flutter on the side, Yang Tan leisurely began to read the military report in his hand. "Oh!" Bitong did not accept the military order and directly rushed to the pillar of Heaven Ci. "Oh, he did it on purpose. Wei Sheng is taking the blame for me. Bitong is just trying to embarrass me." Bitong and Yang Tan were both legendary fighters. They did not even put the Marine Fleet Admiral in their eyes, let alone Wei Sheng. Yang Tan seemed to be accustomed to this. He was calm and collected, and was not annoyed at all. He continued to read. The following part was an analysis and the latest intelligence on the Justice Pirates. Analysis of the spy agency. The Justice Pirates are a human pirate group on the surface, but in fact, they should be a chess piece supported by the Blue Charm God religion. The purpose is mainly to hide their identity and infiltrate the human forces. According to current understanding, they have penetrated deep into the Empire's spy agency and have a close alliance with the third leader of the Firebeard Pirates. They have also received the appreciation and funding of Haofu, one of the bishops of the Church of Life. As for why their names were not on the stone tablet in the pirate city, the following analysis results were also given. It should be the Blue Charm God's disguise, deceit, and clergy. The Blue Charm God was able to deceive the Shengming Emperor and other gods of the Empire to save his own life. It was naturally easier to deceive the pirate throne. Of course, this military report also had the latest escape route of the Justice Pirates, as well as the details of the battle where they killed Major General Qiao, Yarrow Gui, Yarrow Ming, and Yarrow Maru. "It's really delicious." Seagull spread out on the stone table, one wing supporting his body, and the other wing covering his swollen belly. "Hey, old man, aren't you going to help that kid Wei Sheng? He's being laughed at by many people now. I have a hunch that it won't be easy to catch the Justice Pirates. I heard from others that after he was played by Bitong, he smashed the magic communication device on the spot. After his subordinates took the new magic device, he went crazy looking for you everywhere," Seagull said as he stroked his swollen belly with his wings. "Well, I see." Thinking of the furious Wei Sheng, Yang Tan could not help but have a headache. "Let me think." At this moment, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly kicked the fishing rod at his feet. The fishing rod suddenly shook, and the fishing line suddenly rose, with a fat sea fish hanging at the end. "Time fish!" Seagull exclaimed. The time fish was in mid-air, exuding a strong holy aura, and the scales on its body began to shine. Seagull's face fell. "It's over, it's going to escape." "It can't escape." Yang Tan chuckled. The next moment, the time fish suddenly became motionless, like a sculpture. Then, it was completely dismembered, its scales turned into a pile, its bones turned into a pile, its internal organs turned into a pile, and its flesh was completely peeled out. The space necklace on Yang Tan's chest lit up, and the rest of the fish disappeared in mid-air, only the flesh fell into an empty bowl. The moment it fell into the bowl, the flesh was completely cut, turning into thin sashimi. Seagull was stunned, and for a long time, he could not speak. Yang Tan's method of using do-chi was simply amazing. In Seagull's view, other than the fishing line, he did not notice that Yang Tan used do-chi in other aspects. The whole process was as if the time fish had stripped itself, turning its flesh into sashimi. Yang Tan's spirit moved, and the freshest sashimi floated up, dipped in salt, and put it into Yang Tan's mouth again. "Ah, it's so comfortable," Yang Tan exclaimed in admiration. Seagull was startled, thinking of the abnormal salty taste from before, and could not help but tremble slightly. Then, he quickly propped himself up and rushed to eat the sashimi. But after eating 2 or 3 slices, he could not eat anymore. Saint-level magical beast meat was full of magic power. Seagull tried his best to digest it, but reached his limit, and could only look at the delicious food in front of him, unable to move. Seagull wanted to cry, but no tears came out as he watched Yang Tan eat more than 10 slices, and suddenly remembered, where were we? Right, that kid Wei Sheng. You have to help him, old man. Of course, of course. Yang Tan wiped his mouth. Let's investigate first. In my opinion, the Justice Pirates are quite mysterious. There is still a lot of information we don't know. For example, Life Church's Bishop Hao Fu, he should know more. Also, the Justice Pirates planted alchemy bombs in Blunt Blade City. They entered the city late at night using the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce's channel. This Chamber of Commerce also needs to be investigated more deeply. I will give the order, you can go back without worry. Seagull was stunned, and immediately shouted, "That's it? I say, old man, can't you send a team to directly attack the Justice Pirates? Wei Sheng is now representing you. Bitong humiliating Wei Sheng is actually making you lose face. Aren't you going to do something to Bitong?" Yang Tan smiled. What face do I have? I am just a lucky person who was not a fleet admiral by chance. As for Bitong, he may not be able to achieve his wish. With that, he waved his hand lightly. Without any chi, Seagull was forcefully blown away. The portal behind him directly opened, and after swallowing Seagull, it disappeared. Yang Tan continued to sit on the stone block, enjoying the scenery and eating sashimi. Soon, footsteps came from behind Yang Tan. Yang Tan did not turn around. "Yo, old friend, you are here." The person who came sat on another stone block. You are very leisurely and elegant." With that said, he picked up a few pieces of sashimi with his thick fingers. Yang Tan pushed the bowl of refined salt. "It tastes better dipped in salt." The person shook his head. "Your taste has never changed. But I don't have as heavy a taste as you." With that said, the person's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the military report on the stone table. Yang Tan casually threw the report on the table. The content was completely open and not closed. Yang Tan looked at the beautiful scenery of the sea and smiled. "Let's fish together, I have already prepared the fishing rod for you. Let's compete." The person looked at the crude fishing rod in front of him. There was no fishing line at the front end of the fishing rod. He laughed. "You have so many tricks. Which time didn't you lose? Haven't you lost enough?" Yang Tan ate a mouthful of sashimi, of course, dipped in salt, full of confidence and full of meaning. "Old friend, why do I feel like I will win this time?" Chapter 374. Man Zhuang walked to the bottom of the ship. This place had been transformed into a temporary prison cell, and many people were locked up. Seeing Man Zhuang appear, these people immediately became restless and ran to the side of the cage. Man Zhuang was dragging a large sack made of coarse hemp. At this moment, he reached into the sack and took out pieces of dried meat. He threw these pieces of meat. The pieces of meat were thrown in through the gaps in the bars of the cage, and then they were all snatched up by the captives in an instant. "Give me some, please give me some meat. I have been hungry for a week. If I don't eat, I will starve to death." Then starve to death. Man Zhuang's expression was indifferent. If you can't even get food, you are not worthy to be my barbarian slave. The barbarians thrived on the Frost continent, and worshipped bravery and perseverance. Under the harsh living environment, they believed in the creed that the strong survived and the weak died. Man Zhuang walked to the deepest part and threw a few pieces of dried meat into the cage. In this cage, there were only 2 prisoners. The amount of dried meat that Man Zhuang threw in was a lot, and for the 2 of them, it was more than enough to fill their stomachs. It's time to eat again. A grey figure walked out from the shadows. In the Battle of the Pillar of Heaven's Sea, he did not have time to board the deep-sea monster fish and was captured by the barbarians. Although he was trapped in a cage, he had experienced many hardships and was the captain of the ship for many years. As a man who fought against the sea for many years, he was naturally broad-minded. The Ratman swordsman picked up the dried meat and gave half to the other prisoner. "Third master, eat the meat." The prisoner was none other than the bard Feng Yarrow. He slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze was silent. After sitting up and eating the dried meat, he actually cried. "Woo-woo, my goddess, I am getting farther and farther away from her." Man Zhuang snorted coldly, and was very disdainful of the crying Feng Yarrow. Feng Yarrow did not care about Man Zhuang's attitude at all. He asked, "Why are you still not letting us go? Are you not afraid that my boss will come and settle the score with you? So many days have passed, and so many people have escaped. The information about this place must have reached my boss. You better let us go now, or else when my boss comes, it will not be so easy." Firebeard. "Mph, I've long heard of his fame." Man Zhuang sneered and said disdainfully, "But, with such a cowardly subordinate like you, I'm afraid he's nothing much." "Hey, Firebeard is my boss, I'm not his subordinate, I'm his brother." Feng Yarrow shook his head, his expression turning serious. "That's right." Covered in Dust also chimed in, "As long as the first master hears the news, he will definitely come." Man Zhuang laughed. "We'll wait for him here." With that, the burly Saint Realm barbarian swaggered off. The structure of the barbarian ships was relatively simple. The ship that Man Zhuang was on only had 3 decks. When he walked to the open deck, the smile on his face had already disappeared, replaced by a dignified and anxious expression. He looked up at the sky. There was a divine throne floating in the air. The divine throne was shaped like a shell. It was the blue charm divine throne. However, it was different from before. The high priest who originally occupied the throne had been completely disintegrated. Now, the one sitting on the throne was a barbarian warrior wearing a crow mask. His beard was grey, and his long black hair was tied up into a high ponytail. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged on the blue charm divine throne. The life force of a legend rank fluctuated between strong and weak. On his left hand, there was a distinctive claw glove, which was also a legend rank equipment. It was the legend of the barbarians, the Ice Ripper, Claw Crow. In the previous battle, the High Priest and the god's avatar that controlled the divine throne had entangled Claw Crow. When Claw Crow became the final victor, the Justice Pirates had already run away. Seeing that the blue charm divine throne was about to fly away, Claw Crow immediately sat on it and suppressed it. After Man Zhuang was healed, he cooperated with Claw Crow and captured all the enemies that did not escape in time. Claw Crow maintained the subspace while participating in the mystery of the blue charm divine throne. This was a secret related to the gods. As a legend rank, Claw Crow's heart was filled with the desire to explore a higher level of power. Of course, he had another way of saying, "The blue charm god has already run far away. We have no way of tracking him." But he left the blue charm divine throne. As long as I understand some of its mysteries, I might be able to find the location of the blue charm god and track him down. Man Zhuang had no choice but to agree with him. The subspace had already closed under Claw Crow's control. Without Claw Crow's permission, Man Zhuang could not return to the main world even if he wanted to. "Master Claw Crow, it's about time. We've already stayed here for many days. The information about this place must have been spread widely in the outside world. We should retreat first." Man Zhuang looked up at Claw Crow on the divine throne and shouted. Claw Crow opened his eyes slightly. He stroked the shell-shaped divine throne and praised from the bottom of his heart, as expected of a divine throne. In just these few days, I've learned a lot. There's a reason why the gods are so high above. He looked down at Man Zhuang and said calmly, it's okay. Although the sacred empire is very powerful, all the gods need to stay in their own places. They've been confronting the other gods in various fields. They won't be able to move in a short time. I've absorbed the gods' mysteries and improved this combat technique. The subspace is more hidden and sturdy than before. So, even a legend rank sorcerer can't break in here in a short time. We have plenty of time to react. In a few more days, I'll be able to suppress this divine throne and bring it back to the Frost Road. Claw Crow was very confident. But in the next moment, a figure broke through the space wall and entered the subspace. This person was short and fat. He had thin eyebrows and small eyes. The most eye-catching thing was that his nostrils were extremely big. He was wearing an admiral's outfit. His legend rank aura spread out. Admiral Bai Tong. Claw Crow's expression changed. He revealed the person's identity in a deep voice. Bai Tong's eyes quickly scanned the entire subspace and then moved to Claw Crow. Finally, he focused on the blue charm divine throne. Haha, in front of me, your subspace is nothing. Claw Crow, give me the blue charm divine throne, Bai Tong said directly. Claw Crow snorted. In your dreams. Man Zhuang yelled on the barbarian's ship, quick, row the ship and leave this battlefield. Man Zhuang might be able to participate in a battle between legends, but this barbarian's ship and the people on it would be destroyed. The barbarian's ship quickly extended oars from both sides. Claw Crow yelled and activated his combat chi according to Bai Tong. The frost shadow giant appeared. It raised its giant fist and smashed it at Bai Tong. The giant fist created a gust of wind. Bai Tong's hair was blown back and his cape was fluttering. Interesting. Bai Tong smiled and slowly reached his hand behind him. The next moment, the muscles on one of his arms bulged and seemed to expand. He seemed to be pulling something huge. He looked like he was having a hard time. Ship, come here. The next moment, his combat chi exploded and formed a portal. He pulled out his saint-level ship, the Striker, with one arm. Boom! The giant ship and the Frost Shadow Giant collided, creating a deafening sound. The Frost Shadow Giant was completely shattered. The Striker continued to attack Claw Crow on the Divine Throne without any damage. Chapter 375. Baiyi Harbor. A team of Imperial spies surrounded the entrance of the Life Church's temple, attracting the attention of passers-by. The new member of the spy team waited for a long time, but no one came to greet him. He said impatiently and discontentedly, "Boss, are we just going to stand here? I feel like a rare animal being watched." The boss did not respond. He still stood straight like a flagpole and stared at the gate of the temple. The new member suggested, "Why don't we break in?" The gate of the temple was wide open without any hindrance. "Shut up, idiot." The old member of the spy team finally could not help but scold him in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? The other party is the bishop of the Life Church." The new member was stunned for a moment, "But we are spies of the Empire. We are now under orders to investigate. Our mission this time is about the gods of the other races. Even if he is a bishop, will he dare to stop us?" "No." The old member sneered. "The spy agency has a lot of power, and this mission is extremely important. Not to mention a bishop, even an archbishop will fully cooperate. According to what you did, we will complete the mission quickly. But so what? We will provoke a strong enemy, a gold bishop's disgust and even malice. What is the level of your bloodline? Is it very strong? Can you become a gold existence in the future? Even if you complete this mission, will your contributions be enough for you to be promoted to the level of a gold bishop?" The new member's face was getting paler and paler, but he was still indignant. "If I had a gold bloodline, why would I join the spy agency Aurora? But if we are afraid of offending a gold bishop, what should we do about the mission? If we can't complete it, the higher-ups will not forgive us. That's why we are blocking the gate, idiot," the old member said. The new member was stunned. At this time, the head of the spy team finally said, "Don't worry, they will welcome us in." As if to verify his words, as soon as the head finished speaking, A nun came out with a face of disgust and impatience. "Come in with me, the bishop has agreed to see you." "Don't stand at the gate of the temple, what are you doing?" The new member breathed a sigh of relief and followed the rest into the temple under the lead of the head. The Temple of Life was magnificent and made of black jade. It looked majestic, but it also contained a hidden vitality. Outside and inside the temple, there were trees and trees, birds chirping and flowers blooming. Walking in it, people would feel their moods lighten up. When they arrived at the parlor, the priest guarding the door stopped almost everyone in the spy team. Spies, the bishop will only meet one person. Therefore, only the head of the spies entered the parlor. The reception hall was located in a greenhouse inside the temple. Surrounded by huge floor-to-ceiling glass, one could clearly see the dense green vegetation, bright flowers, colorful parrots, golden-haired monkeys, and so on in the greenhouse. There was a sofa and a milky white coffee table in the living room. There was nothing on the coffee table. Bishop Halford stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the scenery outside, his back facing the spy leader. When he heard the head spy approaching, he slowly turned around. The spy leader immediately took the initiative to bow and greet Bishop Halford. He also stated the purpose of his visit. "Honorable Bishop, you must already know the purpose of our visit." Bishop Halford nodded. "I've already told you about the Justice Pirates, haven't I?" The spy leader nodded. "That's true, but there are still many doubts. For example, one of them is that the bishop once secretly funded this pirate group. The reason given by the bishop at that time was to repay the life-saving grace. However, according to the confirmation of the diviner, this reason is not valid. The bishop once performed resurrection and has resurrected the members of the Justice Pirates who died in battle. The life-saving grace should have been repaid." Bishop Halford sneered. "Diviner, you have to know that the divination of these people has the possibility of failure every time." The head spy nodded again with a smile on his face. Ever since he entered the temple, his attitude had been very good. "Indeed, my lord, you are absolutely right. However, I came to review this time mainly because of the order given by Admiral Yang Tan himself. We can't guess his thoughts. But he must have a reason to do so." Bishop Halford was silent. There was silence in the meeting room. After a long time, the spy leader spoke again. "Dear Bishop, please forgive my rudeness. We are no threat to you. You see, I'm just a silver rank. However, this time you kept the secret. What about the future? Because this matter is related to the gods of other races, our spy team can be easily dismissed by you, but if the people of the Bloodbath Sanctions Court are attracted, it will be troublesome for you, right?" Bloodbath Sanctions Court. Bishop Halford frowned and immediately smiled bitterly. "It's more than troublesome, I don't want to provoke those lunatics. You are a good spy, you won't blame me for leaving you at the door of the hall for so long, right?" The spy leader chuckled and saluted again. "Bishop, you must maintain the dignity of the Church of Life. In this regard, it's my honor." Bishop Halford sighed and motioned the spy leader to sit down. The spy leader stood until the bishop sat down, then he sat on the sofa and put on a posture of listening attentively. Bishop Halford pondered for a moment and said, "The reason why I really funded this pirate group is actually very simple. I have the ability to detect the bloodline grade, and I found that the captain of the dragon suit has a legendary level flame dragon bloodline. Not only that, but a half-giant on their ship also has a god-level bloodline like the Earth Giant. I tried to recruit them, but the dragon suit captain rejected me. Now it seems that maybe I was deceived. After all, the blue charm god is best at deception and camouflage." The spy leader's face immediately showed a look of realization. "So that's the reason. Bishop, I'm afraid your speculation is true. How can a god-level bloodline appear so easily? According to our analysis, the Justice Pirates are a chess piece pushed by the Blue Charm God Church. The purpose is to infiltrate the Empire from various channels, spy on the Empire, and prepare for the recovery of the Blue Charm God." Bishop Halford was non-committal. "Maybe. I have given my answer, so what's the answer I want?" The spy leader's expression was cold. He took out a scroll from the pocket of his shirt and respectfully put it on the coffee table. Soon after, the door of the living room was opened, and the spy leader came out. "Let's go." He led the spy team out of the Temple of Life. After the exchange on the way, the new member was very surprised. "That's it. Bishop Halford gave us this answer." The new member couldn't help but have an obsession with the spy leader. He couldn't help but think, how did this person become the leader? He's too easy to fool. "I always feel like we came here for nothing," the spy leader said. "This is enough for us to report." He had a feeling in his heart that this should be the correct answer. For this answer, the fortune teller will confirm it again. And he believed in Bishop Halford for another reason. That was the factional struggle within the Marine. The spy leader knew a lot of things. When the Marine Fleet Admiral was selected, there were 4 competitors. They were Yang Tan, Bai Tong, Fang Gong, and Yi Gui. In order to compete for the Fleet Admiral, the major forces of the Empire fought fiercely. In the end, Yang Tan was elected. This result was beyond the expectations of most people. Yang Tan's background was insufficient, he was a civilian. After he was elected, the rest of the competitors became admirals. Yang Tan couldn't control them. So, the 3 admirals and Yang Tan became the 4 main factions in the navy. Among the Empire's army, the navy was established the shortest. Behind the 4 factions, there was a complicated relationship with the Empire's upper echelons. After the spy agency was under the command of the navy, the spy leader was recruited by Yang Tan's faction. Bishop Halford seemed to have no relationship with the navy, but in fact, it wasn't. Bishop Halford was a clergyman of the Church of Life. Behind him was the Sacred Empire's Grand Duke Jinxu. This Grand Duke was not only the leader of the Minson family, but also a noble god. He was the object of worship of the Church of Life. Among the nobles of the Minson family, there was a family called Fang Dong family. The patriarch of this family was Fang Gong, one of the 3 admirals of the navy. Bishop Halford secretly took a ship in an attempt to go to the wilderness continent, but was ambushed and exposed. He was almost captured by the Gold and Silver brothers. This time, the spy leader was ordered by Admiral Yang Tan to inquire about the Justice Pirates. In fact, it was the initial cooperation between Yang Tan's faction and Fang Gong's faction. In the beginning, the experiment organized by the Church of Life sacrificed too many people, but it did select many strong people. Admiral Yang Tan was one of them. Perhaps it's because of this that the 2 major factions are now secretly cooperating. Alas, outsiders can only see the waves on the sea. In fact, the undercurrent deep in the sea is the complicated truth. The spy leader had a lot of emotions in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He glanced at the new member of the team. This guy had no respect for his elders. He thought that his bloodline was the same grade as his, and sooner or later he would reach the same height as him. His attitude was very improper. He didn't humbly ask for advice from his seniors. Such a person, there was no need to remind him. If there were any mistakes in the future, let him take the blame. At the same time the spy team left, in the living room of the Church of Life. Plop. A priest's knees went soft, and he directly knelt on the floor. His hands loosened, and the scroll in his hand rolled down, along the floor, and finally stopped at Bishop Halford's feet. This scroll was given to him by the head of the spies. The contents of the scroll clearly recorded how the priest who was kneeling on the ground had leaked information and betrayed Bishop Halford's whereabouts. Chapter 376. Sir, I have sinned. The priest was terrified and stammered. Bishop Halford sat on the sofa and looked at the priest, reminiscing. Jie Jiao, I remember that because of the audition, you obtained the qualifications to join the church, right? Jie Jiao laughed bitterly. Sir, you remember correctly. I was originally a commoner, but after participating in the audition, the blood in my body was awakened, and I obtained the beard-growing blood. Bishop Halford nodded. That year's audition shook the world, and many lives were sacrificed, but it did select some people. You did not have it easy, only 1 out of 10,000 people like you would appear. Sigh, I have suppressed you for too long. Beard-growing blood, gold rank divine bloodline. Sir, I was too greedy, I have sinned. I have done such a thing to you, it is unforgivable. Please punish me, even if you kill me. Jie Jiao's words were interrupted by Bishop Halford. You have not sinned. Jie Jiao was stunned. Bishop Halford turned his gaze, and looked at the dense rainforest outside the window. The rainforest was man-made, and was carefully cared for. It was lush and full of life. The tallest tree blocked out most of the sky, followed by many shorter and more luxuriant trees. Then there were dense bushes, and under the bushes was a lush grassland. Bishop Halford looked at the grass and trees, and a compassionate look appeared on his face. Just like how trees thirst for sunlight, they do their best to grow taller, and do their best to stretch their branches and leaves. This is their nature. Life has something in common, and we are the same. So, Jie Jiao, you have not sinned. Sir, it is my fault. I should have told you this secret. Bishop Halford completely released his life aura as he spoke. He was originally gold rank, but at this moment, he revealed a trace of the holy domain's aura. Jie Jiao opened his eyes wide, shocked. Sir, I should have grown taller. That way, you can grow taller. Bishop Halford sighed. Jie Jiao, you have been with me for more than 10 years. Do you still remember when we first met? Jie Jiao's memories were evoked, his eyes were red, and tears quickly flowed down. Sir, I have sinned. He lay on the ground, sobbing silently. Bishop Halford sighed again. Go to the abyss. I've already made the arrangements. You will go to Outpost 6 and guard it for a year. A year later, he would come back and inherit this place. I will nominate you as the bishop of this temple. And at that time, I will become an archbishop. Jie Jiao's heart shook violently, and he stuttered, My lord, I betrayed you, and you still treat me like this. Bishop Halford waved his hand. I said, you are not guilty. Striving to improve was the nature of life. I know that you're about to reach gold rank. With the battle record of guarding the Abyss outpost, you'll reach gold rank in a year's time. There won't be much criticism when you become a bishop. Sir, from now on, I will follow your lead. Jie Jiao prostrated himself on the ground, prostrating himself before Hao Fu. He shed tears of gratitude and revealed the secret. Sir, it was General Bai Tong's subordinate who contacted me. Say no more. Bishop Halford stopped him again. Sir, I don't want to fight back against them. Bishop Halford smiled. In fact, even if it was General Bai Tong's subordinate who contacted you, it might not have been General Bai Tong's idea. There are 4 major factions in the Navy. It might be a conspiracy of the other factions. It might even be Admiral Yang Tan's faction. Father Jie Jiao looked at Bishop Halford with a dull expression. It took him a long time to recover. Sir, Admiral Yang Tan also came out of the selection. Without the selection, he was just a commoner. The Church of Life is the benefactor who changed his fate. It's unlikely that he would. The people who were selected at the beginning did not only have a grateful attitude towards my church. Although Yang Tan was a commoner, his connections were the weakest among the 4 major factions in the Navy. But he was very capable and cunning. Anyone who looked down on him was taught a lesson. The initiators of these conspiracies were those who were competing with me for the archbishop position. But there's no need to complicate things now. Doing so will only divert my attention and become my weakness. Right now, all I need to do is to grow up quietly. Sigh, speaking of which, it's really a pity. That pirate group, I originally wanted to give them some space and let them grow into the trees around me. I didn't expect that they were not cut out for this. Now I can only forget about it. Bloodline. It was the cornerstone of everything. Whether it was cultivating Do Chi or magic, people with excellent bloodlines would have a cultivation efficiency 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more than that of ordinary people. In terms of infusion of divine power and devotion of faith, excellent bloodlines were more outstanding than ordinary people. Life with a more advanced bloodline was easier to progress in strength and knowledge, grow faster, survive easier, have a longer lifespan, and have a lower cost of trial and error. It was easier to become a leader and establish personal prestige. In military, cultural, economic, and other aspects of competition, people with excellent bloodlines would leave ordinary people behind, or even crush them. All the races in the world were pursuing bloodlines. There was no exception to the excellent bloodlines. The aristocrats married their close relatives and the strong through marriage. For example, alchemy grandmasters and war traffickers experimented with blood nuclei. Blue Charm God designed the test of the fish god and used holy water to baptize. As the god of life, Senshu had always been studying the secrets of life such as bloodlines, which were within the scope of his divine authority. Once, he issued an oracle and held a large-scale prayer. The specific content was to recruit volunteers from all over the world and inform them that there was a high risk of death, but once they passed the test, they would be able to obtain a leap in bloodline. Once this prayer started, it immediately attracted the attention of the world. In the end, there were civilians, slaves, low-level extraordinaires, and so on. There were as many as 1 million of them. The result was very tragic. In the end, only 100 people survived, and they did indeed obtain a leap in bloodline. The rest were all sacrificed. As one of the bishops of the Life Church, Hao Fu knew all too well how precious legendary and god-level bloodlines were. Back then, he accepted Jie Jiao's allegiance because he valued his gold-level bloodline and the possibility of him becoming a bishop in the future. As a scout, Hao Fu protected Jie Jiao, giving him space, time, and nutrients to grow. After all, no matter how high the bloodline's grade was, if it could not grow, it would be meaningless. His own bloodline was actually at the sanctuary level, but he pretended to be a gold-level bloodline. Not long ago, when Hao Fu tried to compete for the position of archbishop, he attracted a lot of attention and spies from his competitors. Only then did he expose the secret of his bloodline, and then he was plotted against. Therefore, Hao Fu understood Jie Jiao very well. At the same time, he also agreed with Jie Jiao's ambition. Senshu's bloodline was a gold-level divine bloodline. It was normal for him to want to become a bishop. Just like how he had the sanctuary-level bloodline, what was wrong with him wanting to become an archbishop? It was too right. What kind of bloodline should have what kind of status? Of course, the prerequisite was that the bloodline had matured. This was not Hao Fu's personal opinion, but a social norm recognized by the world. Other than understanding Jie Jiao, Hao Fu also calculated his own gains and losses. Killing Jie Jiao would bring more benefits than losses. Hao Fu had nurtured Jie Jiao for so many years and invested a lot. Jie Jiao was a priest of the Life Church, and this identity was more troublesome to deal with. If Hao Fu got rid of Jie Jiao, it would give others the impression that he was not a good leader. Especially during the competition for the position of archbishop, Hao Fu's losses would be even greater. There's one more thing. My bloodline is only at the sanctuary level. I'm afraid I'll only be an archbishop in my lifetime. A single tree couldn't hold up a forest. Hao Fu needed to cultivate a forest around him. Jie Jiao was one of them. This parish could not be lost. White Wing Harbor had great potential, and its location was good. Especially during the war between humans and beasts, it would play an important role. When Hao Fu became an archbishop, this parish would be handed over to Jie Jiao, and it would still be under Hao Fu's control. Hao Fu's intention to recruit the young man and the big guy was genuine. If the young man and the big guy grew up in the future, then the friendship and goodwill of a legend or even a god would bring Hao Fu back 10,000 times. What a pity. So they were the work of the Blue Charm Church. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Do you think it's so easy to come across a legendary or god-level bloodline? That spy leader has a point. The Blue Charm god is good at deception and disguise. Even the Shengming Emperor and the others could be fooled. What's the big deal about faking a bloodline and deceiving a small fry like me? Just as Bishop Hao Fu was feeling regretful, deep-sea monster fish was moving rapidly in the deep sea. In the cabin, Goblin Sandao brought a few pearl bubbles to the Tower Genie. Tower Genie, I'm the war dealer, your master, Sandao said directly. The Tower Genie was speechless. Behind him stood the young merman, Zdi, Kang Shu, and the others. They all looked nervous. The war dealer was a goblin, and so was Sandao. They were the closest in terms of appearance. Therefore, after Kang Shu went all out and made a few pearl bubbles, Sandao became the most suitable candidate. After a moment of silence, the Tower Genie said, "Welcome back, great master." The eyes of the young merman, Zdi, and the others lit up. They couldn't contain their excitement. Sandao immediately said, "Give the people in the cabin a higher level of authority. Give them the highest level of authority." The Tower Genie said, "Great master, Please forgive me for not being able to complete this task. The highest level of authority is unique and only you can have it. The others can have at most level 1 authority. Are you sure you want to give them this level of authority? Please note that if the authority is shared too much, it might cause security problems. San Dao looked at the young merman, Kang Shu, and the others. Seeing that they were all nodding at him, he said, "Then let's do it this way. Raise the authority of these people to level 1. The Tower Genie said, "Yes, Great Master. Your order will be carried out immediately." San Dao paused and said, "Now, Tower Genie, raise the access authority of all the databases to level 1. The Tower Genie said, "Yes, Master." At this point, everyone on the ship immediately used their minds to communicate with the Tower Genie and read the information inside. There was a huge amount of aura arts, fighting skills, spells, meditation techniques, alchemy blueprints, maps, and so on. There was also the War Dealer's Workshop, military research notes, and the Holy Spring Baptism Alchemy Array set up using Bloodcores. Look at this Holy Spring Baptism Alchemy Array. The War Dealer really has a close cooperation with the Blue Charm God. With this array, we can also improve our bloodline, ZDI suddenly said, very excited. Chapter 377. Holy Spring Baptism Alchemy Array? Everyone's attention was drawn. This information was very detailed. As long as they gathered enough resources and manpower, they could set up this array step by step. However, to be more precise, this alchemy array with the Bloodcore as its core was used to increase the density of a certain bloodline in the target's body. This bloodline had to be originally possessed by the target, but the density was not high, or it was hidden and unknown. It was not like the host of the Bloodcore who created something out of nothing. Lan Zhao's face was full of shock. Amazing, I now completely understand why the warlord placed the Bloodcore on the 3rd floor. He placed the other 2 divine artifacts below. How many people can have extraordinary bloodlines? In this world, most people are like by YA, unable to step into the transcendent realm. The Bloodcore and this alchemy array are good news for us people at the bottom. ZDI nodded, agreeing with Lan Zhao's words. Her bloodline grade wasn't high either. It was only black iron. There was a period of time when she felt that her bloodline had no future and fell into intense disappointment. She could only look up to those mags with high-grade bloodlines and stride forward in life with a high-spirited attitude. Her lifetime limit was the dark iron rank. Even with the gods personally helping her expand her spiritual space, she had only surpassed the limit of black iron in this aspect. In other aspects, she was still black iron. Now, ZDI had a new hope. Perhaps, I have a hidden high-grade bloodline, but the density is too low. This array can not only be used on us, it can also be used as a bargaining chip to recruit talents. I know that among the masses at the bottom, there are many talents who are unwilling, indignant, and want to take a step forward. It's just that these people have bad fates and do not have high-grade bloodlines. San Dao's face was calm, because he was trying his best to play the role of a warlord in front of the tower spirit. Waves surged in his heart, attracted by ZDI's words, and ignited with new hope. Kang Shu muttered, "Actually, the Bloodcore and array are more useful to nobles. Every member of the noble family, even if their talent is extremely low, must have a transcendent bloodline. This formation can increase the density of the bloodline. If used on the nobles, it will allow each of them to have extraordinary talent for cultivation." Everyone else's expression changed. Kang Shu was right. If this thing were to be exposed, all the lower and middle-class nobles in the world would go crazy. At that time, the Justice Pirates, San Dao sighed. This formation is too troublesome. We don't have the strength to protect it, and it's easy for powerful enemies to rob us. Everyone was silent. However, they were used to it. They had the fairy tale of the mermaid, the green jade golden coffin, the Bloodcore, all kinds of magic circles, almost all the alchemy notes of the War Dealer, the Blue Charm God's body, and the soul of the Feathered Serpent God. Which one of them was not a precious treasure? I remember some records in books, Kang Shu said. The God of Life, Sen Shu, once issued an oracle for the Church of Life to hold a large-scale special prayer. They announced to the world that they could improve the bloodline of the target. Over 1 million people from different continents and races volunteered to participate. The Church of Life spent a lot of manpower and resources. At the last stage of the prayer, even Grand Duke Sen Shu personally took action. In the end, over 1 million people sacrificed their lives, and only 100 lucky ones survived. Their bloodline was indeed improved, and their fates changed. But the price was too high. Not to mention the resources invested, the death of over 1 million people caused the Church of Life to be criticized. The power of the Church shrank, and the belief in the God of Life plummeted. Even Sen Shu's divine power weakened because of this. After this, Grand Duke Sen Shu never held a second one. The world has never stopped pursuing and experimenting with bloodlines. The God of Life has always been at the forefront of the world because of her divine position. In my opinion, she only lacks a blood core. Kang Shu was not very good at alchemy. For a long time, he had been forced to do a lot of alchemy for the sake of the righteous pirates. Benefiting from the notes of the war dealers and so on, Kang Shu's vision in alchemy was not low. He recognized that, although the array was mysterious and full of the marvelous ideas of the war traffickers, the real core of the array was the blood core. The blood core was the main body, and the array was only auxiliary. Kang Shu continued his analysis. At present, the blood core can absorb life and the target's bloodline. The host of the blood core can consume the magic power in the blood core to create something out of nothing and possess any bloodline contained in the blood core. The concentration of the bloodline depends on the collection in the blood core. According to the description, the array supporting the Holy Spring baptism can increase the concentration of a specific bloodline in the target's body. The premise is that the target's body originally contains this bloodline. No matter how low the concentration of the bloodline is, it is feasible. But the price of this is a huge consumption of divine power, material and manpower to create the array, and the specific bloodline in the blood core. At this point, Kang Shu stroked the thick white beard on his chest. In this way, our next goal is to actively absorb the human bloodline. The main body of the righteous pirates was the human race. Absorbing the human bloodline became the primary goal of the blood core. But as soon as these words came out, the expression of the young Murloc changed first, and the expressions of the others also changed. The atmosphere also became subtle. The young Murloc was silent for a moment and said in a heavy tone, "When I was on the island of confusion, I knew about the blood core in my body. I used to warn myself not to indulge in power and commit crimes that harm others. I am a knight, not a demon. When I created the righteous pirates, why did I use the name Justice? It was also to warn all of us that although we have made mistakes and killed Scab, we should not degrade ourselves. If we bring nightmares to others in order to live a good life for ourselves, then what are we? How can we face ourselves, the torture of conscience, the condemnation of morality?" At this point, the young man's gaze swept over everyone in the cabin, and his expression was very sincere. The blood core is very powerful and wonderful, but it is only a tool. To be honest, I was afraid of it. I have always been on tenterhooks. I've always told myself that I'm a knight, not a murderer. I will never slaughter innocent people for no reason just to collect bloodlines. At this point, the young man was resolute and decisive, and his expression was very firm. Everyone fell silent. Kang Shu frowned slightly. Lan Zhao was the first to speak, and he looked at the young man with eyes full of worship. "Master, you have a true heart of benevolence and justice. I will always follow you, no matter which path you take." Zdi laughed softly, and her eyes were as tender as water. "No matter what you look like, you will always be my knight." San Dao nodded. "I have seen many people, but master, you are indeed 1 in 1,000,000. Kang Shu relaxed his brows, shook his head, and said helplessly, "All right, I understand. However, even if we don't take the initiative to collect bloodlines, we shouldn't let those enemies go, right? Master, you didn't kill Major General Qiao and the 3 silver fighters from the Glory King family. Next, I sincerely hope that Master can harden your heart and not waste these precious resources that can be used. Maybe there is a corresponding bloodline in our bodies." The young merman didn't respond immediately. He pondered for a while, and then nodded heavily. "I promise you about this." Zdi suddenly smiled. "Actually, There is no need to make it so serious. We have gained a lot this time, haven't we? We shouldn't let the enemies go, and we can also take the initiative to collect bloodlines. Master, isn't your Jinjin bloodline the blood of the Golden Needle Queen Bee that the traffickers used the Bloodcore to transfer into your body? With this reminder, everyone's eyes lit up. Actually, what we lack the most now is a method to detect bloodlines. ZDI continued, the prerequisite for this method is that we have to have a certain bloodline in our bodies. However, because the concentration of the bloodline is too low, most of the methods won't work. If we can find this method, it will be the most helpful for collecting bloodlines in the future. ZDI's suggestion was very reasonable, and everyone nodded in agreement. Perhaps this kind of bloodline detection method is in the database of the war traffickers? Cyanobacteria asked. Thus, everyone continued to search. Unfortunately, there was no such method in the database. However, everyone found something else. Kang Shu found a new method to collect more divine power. It was a live sacrifice. Kang Shu said, using this method, I can modify the memories and make the believers voluntarily offer their bodies and souls to the Blue Charm God. This way, we can obtain a large amount of divine power in a short period of time, and even be rewarded by the gods. However, this method has a major drawback, and that is that it will easily attract the attention of the gods. Therefore, we have to consider the gods' attitude towards us. Everyone hesitated. Lan Zhao said worriedly, sacrificing these believers to the Blue Charm God will greatly increase its power. What if he responds to us with anger and destruction? ZDI interrupted, that's why I've always had an immature idea. Perhaps, we can negotiate with the Blue Charm God. Negotiate? Everyone was shocked. ZDI nodded. That's right. We are in a very dangerous situation now, and we have no chance of winning against the Shungming Empire. The production of the pearl foam in our hands can't meet our needs at all. Right now, we are only struggling at death's door. Once we encounter the gods of the empire, we will be doomed. Actually, it doesn't have to be a god or a legend. A sanctuary expert can destroy us. We have to borrow the power of the gods to have any hope. Chapter 378. ZDI's suggestion caused everyone to feel a trace of shock. Negotiate with a god? Was that even possible? It was like an ant trying to negotiate with an elephant. The difference between them was too great, and the ant who had such an idea was overestimating himself. Cyanobacteria gulped. Blue Charm God isn't a human. She's a god of another race. Moreover, we were involved in destroying the Blue Charm God sect in the Sky Pillar CI. ZDI shook her head. But we didn't do it on purpose. Our original intention was to steal some divine power so that it would be easier to produce pearl foam, wasn't it? Moreover, without the pearl foam and our captain, the Blue Charm God would have been dead. Her words made sense, and everyone's eyes lit up. ZDI was the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Although she was in a weaker position, she was good at using the methods of a merchant to mediate with the strong and obtain the greatest benefits for herself. ZDI continued speaking. We now know that the war traffickers are secretly working with the Blue Charm God. They are close allies. The strong people of the Bloodlust Judgment Court killed the war traffickers. Although the Maze Island was destroyed, we are the successors of the war traffickers. From this point of view, we can inherit the alliance between the war traffickers and the Blue Charm God. The most important thing now is that if we are captured and killed by the Empire, the Blue Charm God will be completely destroyed. Only by working together can we maximize our chances of survival. The foundation of our cooperation is huge. No one spoke, and they all began to think. After a while, Kang Shu broke the silence. He first agreed with ZDI's words, but at the same time, he mentioned an old saying, gods are unpredictable. All of this is because we are thinking from the perspective of humanity, but God is based on divinity. If the Blue Charm God receives our sacrifice and is awakened, she will be angry and punish us severely. We can't bear the consequences. The risk is huge. Moreover, we don't know how much strength the Blue Charm God has left. Her main body has never fought, so there is another possibility. We negotiated with him and woke him up. He didn't need our help and killed us directly to vent his anger. Then, he still had the strength to escape from the gods of the Empire. The young merman was also worried about this. His heart was on tenterhooks. During the Sky Pillar CI battle, he had used Blue Charm God's body as a shield and a weapon at the same time. Hesitantly, he said, High Priestess Blue Charm once told me that Blue Charm God is in a terrible state. She has always been in a state of self-deception. Only by hibernating like this can she preserve herself and not be dragged down by her injuries. If we really let him awaken, not only will we be unable to protect ourselves, I'm afraid he will be the same. ZDI shook her head. There must be a way to communicate with the dormant Blue Charm God. Otherwise, why would the war traffickers work with Blue Charm God? Furthermore, during the battle at the Sky Pillar Ocean's Eye, Blue Charm God's true body sensed the changes in the outside world. That's why she repeatedly created a god clone. Kang Shu nodded. If High Priestess Blue Charm is still alive, she might know how to communicate with Blue Charm God. I haven't been a blasphemy priestess for long, so I can't do that. Everyone discussed for a while and reached a consensus. It was too risky to communicate with Blue Charm God and negotiate with her now. However, this was a good suggestion. In the future, if they really had no other choice, they could use the Empire's strength and danger as a bargaining chip to indirectly force Blue Charm God to cooperate with them. Actually, we don't necessarily need Blue Charm God's help, Lan Zhao suggested. We have other options. We can rely on Firebeard. Firebeard. That's right. Lan Zhao nodded. Although I'm not a pirate, I made a living on the Pig's Kiss. I've heard too many stories about Firebeard on the sea. He risked his life and valued friendship. He was a man of his word. He was generous for his brothers. Among the 3 legendary pirates, he's the one most likely to ascend to the pirate throne. I think the main reason why the Empire's spies want to deal with the Firebeard pirates is because the scale of the Firebeard pirates is too large and too threatening. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Plus, we've had close contact with Grey, Gold Chin, Sea Snake, and Kei Xiao. Everyone fell into deep thought again. Sky Pillar CI. Catcher. The subspace wall was full of cracks. In the subspace, 2 legends were fighting fiercely. Finally, the subspace that acted as the battlefield reached its limit and couldn't withstand the shockwaves of the battle. Boom! The subspace shattered into billions of pieces like glass. Claw Crow spat out blood and suffered a backlash. Without this subspace, Man Zhuang, Muto, the barbarian warship, and the striker were all exposed and returned to the main world. Bai Tong raised his head and looked at Jua Ya with his big nostrils, showing obvious disdain. You think too highly of yourself to play with space in front of me, Jua Ya. Claw Crow wiped the blood from his mouth and still sat cross-legged on the large shell throne. He sneered, if that's the case, then I'll let you have a taste of this. The battle started again. The 2 sides fought back and forth, causing frost to fill the sky and space to explode. Claw Crow was at a disadvantage again. He had to consider many things. On one hand, he had to protect the barbarian warship. On the other hand, he had to suppress the Blue Charm throne. Finally, he had to deal with Muto. He had to admit that Muto was a rare strong enemy. The key was that he could subdue Claw Crow. Claw Crow's main attack was frost. The extreme cold could slow down or even freeze the enemy. But Muto had the space bloodline of a legend. His attacks could penetrate space and hit the enemy in the next instant. Lord Claw Crow, I'll stall him. Take the throne and leave. Man Zhuang shouted. Man Zhuang's actions were suicidal. But the barbarians didn't care about life and death. Dying in battle was the highest honor in their lives. Claw Crow shook his head, leave. The great elder of the barbarians told me before leaving. The barbarians didn't lack sacred domains. But Man Zhuang was the only believer of the barbarian god. He could communicate with the barbarian god and receive the help of the barbarian god's godly power. This was too valuable. To the barbarians, it was more important than the legendary level Claw Crow. Man Zhuang gritted his teeth and could only retreat. The great elder of the barbarians had deep influence. Even the legendary level Claw Crow was willing to listen to him. Man Zhuang was no exception. But even if Man Zhuang wanted to leave, Muto wouldn't let him. Are there deserters like you in the barbarians? Die in battle. Muto suddenly appeared and hovered above the barbarian warship. Ship, come. He stretched out his arm and pulled again. The space behind him cracked. The giant firing needle warship crashed into the barbarian warship. The firing needle was a sacred level magic ship. Its attacks were shockingly powerful. The barbarian warship couldn't escape in time. If it was hit, everyone on the ship would die. If Man Zhuang didn't have the godly power, he would also be in trouble. This again. Claw Crow was furious. He came forward to block the firing needle. But because of this, he revealed a flaw. Muto took advantage of the situation and attacked him. He spat out blood again. Muto, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square. Claw Crow roared. Muto smiled, attack the enemy's weakness. This is the art of war. I will kill this group of people. You can't stop me. I will kill them all in front of you. Ha ha ha. Muto attacked again. He could pierce through space. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost. His attacks were sharp. Just as the barbarian warship was about to be destroyed in his hands, a loud voice resounded, "Please stay your hands. My brothers are still on the ship." Muto and Claw Crow's expressions changed. They turned to look at the sky. They saw where the sea met the sky. A pirate fleet slowly sailed over. The size of the fleet was huge. There were hundreds and thousands of ships. Their flags swayed in the wind. Its boss. In the prison at the bottom of the barbarian warship, Foam Yarrow suddenly sat up from his bed. Boss. Dusty was also very excited. Firebeard. Muto was stunned. Then he laughed coldly. Do you think I will stop just because you say so? You want me, an admiral, to stop. Because of your appearance, there is one more reason to destroy this ship. Die. Muto used his fighting technique. The barbarian warship couldn't dodge. Claw Crow dragged the throne over and blocked in front of the fighting technique. Muto suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the barbarian warship. He raised his hands above his head as if he was lifting something heavy. Then, he suddenly jumped up. The veins on his hands popped out. He grabbed the invisible space and threw it down. Fighting technique, throwing empty mountain, an invisible mountain pressed down. At the same time, the surrounding space also locked down the barbarian warship. It was like an insect trapped in amber. It couldn't move at all. Even Man Zhuang was no exception. Damn it, it's too late. Claw Crow couldn't help in time. He could only watch. But in the next moment, the sky changed color. Claw Crow and Muto's eyes suddenly turned red. The air became extremely hot. The blue sea turned into a vast sea of fire in the blink of an eye. The flames rose and burned. It burned the barbarian warship. Muto and Claw Crow's expressions changed. They quickly ran away. Then, Firebeard's calm voice resounded. No one dares to kill my brothers in front of me. I'm angry. Chapter 379. In the Sea of Fire, the flames burned fiercely. Combat technique, Cold Bird. Claw Crow's body was spewing out combat energy. The combat energy flowed like water, and countless cold birds flew out from it. The cold birds were divided into 3 groups. One group flew around Claw Crow as if they were protecting him, another group attacked Bai Tong, and the last group attacked Firebeard from afar. However, the Dochi frost birds that were flying above the Sea of Fire started to spontaneously combust after a short 1 minute. The cold birds burned into balls of fire and struggled in the air. They turned into firebirds and changed their direction of attack. They attacked Claw Crow, Bai Tong, and the rest of the barbarians. How can this be? Claw Crow was shocked. After his combat energy was burned, he lost all connection and became Firebeard's property. My understanding of cold and freezing is completely crushed by him. Firebeard, this guy is probably close to God. Claw Crow could only defend in a hurry against the firebirds that flew over. Bai Tong's side was not much better. He gritted his teeth, opened up space, and sent the striker away. In just a short while, the striker was already showing signs of melting. This was a sacred level magic ship, but it had no power to resist in the sea of fire. Bai Tong could only send it away. Not only that, even he himself felt extremely hot. If he did not use all his combat energy to suppress it, he would have burned up. His understanding of fire, burning, and other concepts is too deep. Even the space around me is melting. Fire Beard, he really lives up to his name. Bai Tong was an admiral of the Navy. Before he joined the Navy, he had always heard of Fire Beard's name. At that time, he was only a sacred level. He joined the Navy, became a legend, and became an admiral. He led one of the 4 major factions in the Navy. Relying on his bloodline and the convenience of space manipulation, he had always been doing well. He had long wanted to challenge a senior like Fire Beard. But this time, when he really fought with Fire Beard, he realized that although he and Fire Beard were both legends, he was far from being the opponent of the latter. Powerful, too powerful. Fire Beard is probably very close to the level of God. No wonder there are rumors that the fire gods of the Shungming continent, the lava continent, and the wild continent are all looking for trouble with Fire Beard. Fire Beard was so powerful that he had become a thorn in the side of the fire gods. Why should I fight such a tyrant head-on? Let the fire gods find trouble with him. I only have one goal here, and that is the blue charm divine throne. Bai Tong used all of his strength and displayed his trump card Do skill. In the next moment, the space was in chaos. Billions of space fragments swept across the entire battlefield, drowning the barbarian's battleship, the Claw Crow, and Bai Tong himself. The angry roar of the Claw Crow could be heard from the endless space fragments. Then, boom! A violent explosion occurred, and for a moment, the sky turned into a blazing white color. It was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. The aftermath of the all-out fight between the 2 legends struck the barbarian warship. The barbarian battleship was melted by the white light, like snow under the sun, turning into dust. The barbarian warriors on the battleship were also reduced to dust. Man Zhuang tried his best to resist, but at the critical moment, a bloody shadow appeared beside him and took him away. The incandescent light corroded almost all of the barbarian battleships and spread to the front of Feng Yarrow, Yi Yi, and the other prisoners. We're finished. Feng Yarrow, Yi Yi, and the others' faces were ashen. Their bodies melted in the white light, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of their bodies had disappeared. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He looked at Feng Yarrow. Feng Yarrow was covered in ash, and his entire body was emitting a faint fiery light. Because of this, the blazing white light did not move an inch. First Master, boss. It was Fire Beard. His head and chin were bald, and he didn't even have eyebrows. He looked fierce and heroic, but also a little strange. His figure was tall and burly, and his muscles were like blocks of stone. However, he was not bloated like a bear, but rather very tall and majestic. He was wearing the attire of a pirate captain, with a broken scimitar hanging from his waist. The hilt of the scimitar was like the head of a phoenix, and the body of the scimitar was like the tail of a phoenix. The scimitar exuded a god-level aura. It was a divine weapon. It was a half-damaged divine artifact, Roaring Tailblade. It's all right, brothers. I'm here. Fire Beard smiled at Feng Yarrow and Ash. His palm rested on the hilt of the roaring tail saber, and the phoenix head spewed out golden flames. The flames flowed onto Feng Yarrow and Ash's bodies, forming 2 fiercely burning torches. The torches parted the surrounding white light, and Feng Yarrow and Ash's bodies were quickly healed. Very quickly, their bodies were as good as new, and there were no injuries on their bodies. When the white light dissipated, the phoenix flames also dissipated. Feng Yarrow and Ash's bodies were still alive, and their condition was extremely good. They scanned the battlefield, and Bai Tong and Jua Ya were already nowhere to be seen. Other than them, there were many other captives who were also healed by the phoenix flames, and survived. These captives were supported by Firebeard's Do Chi, and were temporarily suspended in the air. The sea of flames from before had already disappeared, and the battlefield returned to its normal state. Master Firebeard, you saved me. Please let me join your fleet. I am also willing to follow you. First Master, Blue Charm Divine Throne is gone. Ash's body said nervously. Firebeard shook his head. Bai Tong snatched him away, and Jua Ya saved the barbarian's sacred domain. Boss, it's all my fault. If not for saving us, Blue Charm Divine Throne would definitely be yours. The two of them are no match for you. Foam Yarrow's expression was guilty. Firebeard patted his shoulder. It's all right. For my brother, what's a mere Blue Charm Divine Throne? He laughed loudly, and his heroic spirit was admirable. It's not like that. Foam Yarrow grabbed his hair, extremely distressed. That's the divine throne of my beloved goddess. It was snatched away just like that. For my goddess, I must get it back. Boss, help me, my life's happiness depends on you. Firebeard, Ash's group, Blunt Blade City. Dungeon. The torches burned, but they couldn't illuminate the cell. The person in charge of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce in Blunt Blade City was on the verge of death, and his body was covered in wounds. The ones who were interrogating him were a group of Imperial spies. Tell me, how did you transport those alchemy bombs into the city and then set them up? The spies' leader's gaze was cold. I really didn't. The person in charge of the shop shook his head and cried. You didn't. Without a local like you, how could the alchemy bombs be so fast and secretly placed all over Blunt Blade City? If you confess now, you'll suffer less. The spies' leader sneered. The person in charge only shook his head. I really don't know. Continue with the torture, the spies' leader sneered. Thus, the person in charge of the shop continued to howl miserably in the dungeon. However, no matter how much torture was used, the person in charge still didn't confess. This was because he knew very well that if he showed weakness in this aspect, not only himself, but also his entire family would be implicated. I don't know anything about these alchemy bombs. Humph, without your secret cooperation, how could the Justice Pirates have set up these alchemy bombs in such a short time? Could it be that your family, the other families, or even the mayor himself set them up? The person in charge wailed, I've already told you everything I know. That night, I received orders from the higher-ups of the Wisteria Merchant Guild and verified their elder tokens. That was why I received them. How could I have known that they were the lackeys of the alien gods? Seeing that he couldn't get anything new from the interrogation, the spies' leader had to drag the unlucky person in charge away. Leader, what should we do next? Should we investigate the mayor or the other families? The spies' team walked out of the dungeon. The spies' leader shook his head, I'm only at the silver level. In their territory, I'd better be careful. Fortunately, we've already found something this time. Did you bring the thing? Yes, the subordinate immediately replied. The spies' leader saw a pile of fragments. These were the fragments of the communication magic device. During the interrogation, the person in charge told ZDI and the others in detail about their itinerary after entering the city that night. He also told them that she had used the magic device to communicate. However, the person in charge had stayed outside the door at that time and didn't know who ZDI was communicating with. The day after the black market auction, the person in charge found that the magic communication device in the shop had broken down. He asked someone to repair it, but there was a mini explosion, and the whole communication device was blown into a pile of fragments. The spies' leader picked up a small piece of fragment, but couldn't observe anything. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Sir, can we report these things? The subordinates were also worried. The spies' leader said, First, hand over the things we interrogated and these fragments. We have to stay here for the time being and wait for new orders from above. The military port. Navy headquarters. The space broke open, and Bai Tong stepped in and returned here. He was in pain, and lifted his clothes. He saw that most of his skin had been burned red, and the burns were serious. Firebeard. When he thought of the tall and burly figure, Bai Tong's heart was full of fear. If it wasn't for Foam Yarrow, Ash and the others who restrained him, I wouldn't have been able to get the Blue Charm Divine Throne. This guy is a monster. He had already drunk the potion, but it had little effect. To treat this kind of injury, he had to go to the temple to seek treatment. There were several temples in the military port. Bai Tong put down his clothes, covered all the injuries on his body, and walked out of the room. Sensing Bai Tong's return, the Marines who stayed here were very surprised, and immediately reported all kinds of information to him. The Justice pirates were still escaping, and Wei Yisheng's huge fleet was chasing after them. A marine saint had already caught a clue, and was personally pursuing the Justice pirates. There was also news from Bishop Howford and Blunt Blade City. Bai Tong was a little surprised. He saw the report of the spy team interrogating the person in charge of the wisteria shop. That night, the Justice pirates used the magic communication device to contact someone. Who? TMPH, the communication device was destroyed, and these fragments are also clues. As long as we can get the alchemy grandmaster, we will be able to find out. Bai Tong's eyes flashed, and he instantly decided to investigate thoroughly. This clue was extremely valuable. Chapter 380. The spy team was of a lower level and did not know the truth about the Justice pirates, but Bitong was very clear. Usually, when the magic communication device is damaged to this extent, the investigation can no longer be carried out. But, because it involves a foreign god, the Empire will definitely use all their resources to investigate. Most alchemists will not be able to obtain anything from these fragments. But it's different for an alchemist grandmaster. Alchemists were very rare, and even the Sacred Empire only had a few of them. Bitong himself did not have many connections and could use his own name to ask an alchemist for help. However, as long as he reported this key information, he believed that the Empire would definitely send an alchemist. I have a feeling that the Justice pirates contacted someone in the middle of the night must be someone important in the Empire. When it comes to colluding with a foreign god, even a duke will be judged. Blue Charm God was an enemy of the Sacred Empire and was already confirmed. Even a duke would not be able to protect himself if he committed treason. This crucial piece of information was quickly reported to the higher-ups. The Empire's higher-ups immediately responded. The request to investigate the contact was quickly sent to the alchemists in the Empire. Night Spirit sees. Blue sky, white clouds, and a gentle breeze. Boom, boom, boom. A giant paddle with two heads was held in the hands of a giant as it dove into the sea. Each time, it created waves more than 3 meters high. A middle-aged human man was lying on the deck, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, enjoying the beautiful scenery of countless sparkling water droplets dancing in the air. Seems like it's good to go out to sea occasionally, the middle-aged man muttered. Yes, Master. The ship spirit's mechanical voice sounded. The middle-aged man was handsome and wore a gorgeous magic robe. The coat of arms on the surface of the robe showed that he was of noble origin, the Steel Pound family. On the other hand, it showed that he was at the pinnacle of alchemy, a Grandmaster Alchemist. That's right, this was the Grandmaster Alchemist of the Steel Pound family, Tucker. The ship spirit's voice sounded again. Master, there's a message from your teacher. Oh, tell me about it. Tucker sat up. The ship spirit's voice changed and became the same as his teacher's. After listening to all the contents of this communication, Tucker's face flashed with a strange color. Justice pirates. Teacher is really something. It was clearly a mission assigned to him by the Empire, but in the end, he handed it to me. It's going to be really difficult for me to find the mysterious contact among the broken pieces of magical devices. For a moment, Tucker frowned in distress. He still had a long way to go before he could become an alchemy grandmaster, but this time, his teacher assigned him this task in the form of a test. If you give me 2 or 3 years, I will definitely be able to complete this test. However, although the teacher didn't say it explicitly, as long as you use your brain and think about it a little, you will know that there is a time limit to this exam. Most of the difficulty lies in this aspect. Tucker returned to the cabin and looked at the pile of debris that had been teleported over. He fell into deep thought. What should we do? If I were to completely repair this magic communication device, I might be able to find clues, or I might be able to repair it into a brand new magic communication device. What if I use alchemy to refine these pieces and specifically extract the information from them? But if the core fragments are completely mixed in, there will be a lot of information, and it will be chaotic. It will take even longer to sort it out. Just as Tucker was thinking, the voice of the ship spirit rang out. A shipwreck has been found 6 nautical miles ahead. Oh, let me see. Tucker soon saw a magic image. Ship spirit, according to speculation, the probability of a tsunami is as high as 80%. Tucker nodded slightly. Sailing on the sea is not just about sea beasts and strong enemies. Sometimes the anger of nature is even more despairing. Ship spirit, would you like to carry out rescue work? Tucker smiled. Of course, but it's not that easy to board my Iron Giant. Broadcast to me that only those who can afford a ticket can board my ship. Ship spirit, understood, my master. And in the gradually sinking shipwreck, the crowd was already cheering. We're saved. I told you, there are a lot of passing ships on our route. What kind of ship is this? It looks so weird. Overwhelmed by surprise, the crowd discussed animatedly while loudly calling for help. Among the crowd was the leader of the 100 Needles family. Leader. Tile stood next to the leader of the 100 Needles family and said in a low voice, "It seems to be the Iron Giant." The leader of the 100 Needles family nodded. Indeed. As one of the nobles, he knew a lot about the upper echelons of the empire. The leader of the 100 Needles family paid more attention to people like Tucker. At this moment, the 100 Needles family looked into the distance and saw that the Iron Giant was sailing directly toward them with double-headed oars. The Iron Giant had a strange appearance. Its hull was similar to a canoe, but the hull was made of steel. The hull of the ship was replaced by an alchemy puppet. The alchemy puppet only had an upper body. It was a giant 5 or 6 meters tall. The giant held a long double-headed oar in his hand. Every time the head of the oar hit the surface of the water, it would smash a hill-like wave. As the Iron Giant approached, the voice of the ship spirit came out. This is the ship of the Steel Pound family, Earl Tucker. If you want a ticket, please pay 80 gold coins or something of equivalent value. What? 80 gold coins, that's too much. This is robbery. This is a gold magic ship. Is the big shot on board so stingy? The crowd was in an uproar. At the same time, the ship spirit said in the cabin, a high-value target has been found in the crowd. Oh, let me see. Tucker focused his eyes and began to glow. So it's the leader of the 100 Needles family. Why is he here? Just as the leader of the 100 Needles family knew Tucker, Tucker was no stranger to the leader of the 100 Needles family. The ship spirit said, analyzing. Analysis complete. The only heir of the 100 Needles family, Templar Jinjin, disappeared at sea a few months ago. The 100 Needles family tried their best to rescue him and issued a large reward, but they never found Jinjin's whereabouts. The possibility that the leader of the 100 Needles family entered the Night Spirit Sea to look for his son and heir, Jinjin, is as high as 75%. I see. Tucker nodded. Ship spirit, I want to speak. The ship spirit said, the broadcast device is ready. The next moment, Tucker's voice became extremely loud and enveloped the surrounding area. Hello, leader of the 100 Needles family. I'm Earl Tucker himself. I'm honored to meet you here. How many 9 mystical swords do you carry with you? As long as you can let me admire these swords for a moment, you can board the ship for free. You don't have to pay 600 gold coins to be rescued. Hearing this, the Tile was furious and shouted, isn't it 80 gold coins? Tucker laughed. The leader of the 100 Needles family is naturally worth more than a commoner. Damn it. The Tile clenched his fists. There was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone looked at the leader of the 100 Needles family and the Tile. After receiving the blackmail letter, the leader of the 100 Needles family had been hiding his whereabouts and rushing to Flame Spray Island at full speed. But now his identity was exposed. The leader of the 100 Needles family patted the Tile's shoulder calmly and motioned for him to relax. This is Tucker's character. He didn't mean to target me, but has always followed the principle of fair exchange. Let's board the ship. Time is of the essence. At the mention of time, the anger on the Tile's face immediately disappeared. It couldn't be helped. It was about Jinjin's death, which was an important matter for the 100 Needles family. Alas, I hope this ship is close to our route. Otherwise, we'll have to turn to another dock and board the ship again. The Tile was very worried. The blackmail letter had urged them to board the ship urgently, but it seemed that accidents were more likely to happen in an emergency. They were shipwrecked midway. Soon, the leader of the 100 Needles family, as well as a limited number of survivors who could afford tickets, boarded the steel giant. Most people stayed on the sinking ship. Unable to afford tickets, they could only watch the steel giant go away. It wasn't until the ship disappeared on the horizon that this group of people began to curse. Chapter 381. In the middle of the night, the storm was howling, and the strange waves were rolling. The steel giant crashed in the stormy waves, and the hill-like waves were smashed by the giant puppet's oar. Tucker, the 100 Needles patriarch, and the others were in the captain's cabin. Their bodies were jolted up and down along with the cabin, but the jolts weren't big. The patriarch of the 100 Needles clan glanced around at the various alchemy facilities in the captain's cabin. He was amazed. This magic ship is only gold now, but it looks like it has a complete set of facilities and great potential for further development. This ship spirit was made by him. Gold is definitely not the end of this magic ship. Tucker, on the other hand, was carefully observing the short sword in his hand. This short sword was about twice as long as a dagger. The blade was like a ruler and had a unique shape. The tip of the blade was straight and had no edge. There were no edges on either side of the blade, so it could be pinched at will without worrying about scratching the skin. The material of the blade was also very unique, reflecting Tucker's tightly knitted brows. The image was incomparably clear, like a mirror of the best quality. The whole short sword exuded a sanctuary-level aura. This was a very high-level alchemy weapon. Tucker's spirit kept shuttling back and forth in the short sword, savoring its structure, dense and delicate alchemy arrays, and various magic runes. After a long time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stopped his spirit exploration. With a trace of exhaustion, he sincerely praised, as expected of one of the main swords of the 9 mystical sword. What about the other 2 main swords? Tucker looked at the 100 Needles patriarch. The 100 Needles patriarch shook his head. Of the remaining 2 main swords, one, Illuminator, was lost long ago, and the other, Pearl Plucker, was seized in the battlefield. It's currently a trophy of a high-ranking imperial official. The only main sword left in my clan is this reflector mirror. In its heyday, the 100 Needles Patriarch was a powerful force in the south of the Sacred Continent and had Earl-level territory. The 100 Needles Patriarch gathered a great reward and invited an elf alchemy grandmaster to personally refine the 9 mystical swords. The 9 swords could be divided and combined. When they were divided, there were 3 sanctuary-level main swords of different lengths and 6 subswords, all of which were gold weapons. Jinjin's sword, Silver Lightning, was one of them. When the 9 swords were combined, they could form a legendary greatsword. Not seeing the other 2 main swords, Tucker suddenly looked regretful, but soon he stared at the 100 Needles chief with hopeful eyes. "Chief, how many secondary swords do you have?" The head of the 100 Needles clan was silent for a moment. "Only 2. Quick, show it to me," Tucker said happily. The patriarch of the 100 Needles clan drew a sword from his body. "This is the Golden Sun Sword." The shape of the Golden Sun Sword was very mainstream. Its length and thickness were all very standard. The body of the sword seemed to be made of gold. It emitted a faint golden halo, giving people the feeling of a sword of the king. The chief of the 100 Needles tribe handed the sword to Tucker, who immediately checked it with his spirit. He clicked his tongue and said, "Wonderful, wonderful. What else?" "There's also a lead cloud sword, but it's damaged," said the chief of the 100 Needles tribe, gesturing to the arm tile next to him. The arm reluctantly drew his sword and handed it to Tucker as well. The lead cloud sword was lead grey and very simple. There were layers of cloud patterns on the body of the sword, as if it had been hammered thousands of times by a master blacksmith. There were a lot of gaps on both sides of the lead cloud sword. These gaps varied in size, giving the originally flat blade an irregular sawtooth shape. Tucker held the 3 swords and was entranced for a moment. His eyes were shining, and his spirit was severely exhausted. Sometimes he looked at the main sword, and sometimes he stared at the 2 secondary swords. He frowned and fell into deep thought, as if he had encountered a peerless problem. Suddenly, Tucker shouted, "I got it." The next moment, he instilled his magic power into the 3 swords. Seeing this, the arm tile immediately cried out nervously, "Watch out." Tucker turned a deaf ear to him and stared at the 3 swords. Under the infusion of his magic power, the three swords gradually emitted a halo. The halo of each sword was different. The mirror reverse sword was bright, the lead cloud sword was grey, and the golden sun sword was golden sunlight. When the halo gradually expanded to the size of a washbasin, the three swords left Tucker's hands and slowly floated into the air. Tucker raised his head slightly and stared at the three swords. He suddenly smiled. So it's like this. With a thought, he actually activated the alchemy array within. The array was activated, and the runes inside were activated. The golden sun sword and the lead cloud sword were suddenly attracted to the side of the mirror reverse sword like magnets. The halo of the three swords began to shrink and shrink, gradually converging into the swords themselves. Gradually, the original appearance of the three swords could not be seen. There was only golden light and lead grey. As for the mirror reverse sword, its brilliance disappeared and began to reflect the golden light and lead grey light. You. Seeing this scene, the arm tile cried out in a low voice. Tucker's mind moved, and the mirror reverse sword began to fly unsteadily. The other two swords maintained around the main sword and flew with it. The face of the 100 Needles patriarch, who had been calm all this time, changed slightly, and a touch of worry gradually appeared in his heart. Tucker laughed out loud as if he had figured out a problem. As expected of the work of an alchemy grandmaster, I didn't know that an alchemy array could be designed and used like this. He withdrew his spirit and magic power, and the three swords fell into his hands again. Tucker returned the mirror reverse sword and the golden sun sword to the 100 Needles patriarch, leaving only the lead cloud sword. He stroked the blade that was full of small gaps with his fingers and smiled. The lead cloud sword is a bit damaged, and there are obvious flaws in its coordination with the other two swords. I'll fix it now. Huh! The arm tile exclaimed in a low voice. He was about to stop Tucker, but the 100 Needles patriarch reached out and stopped him. Tucker didn't look at the two in front of him. His magic power surged all over his body, and a three-dimensional alchemy array rose around him. He was in the middle of the array, surrounded by runes, and the ritual was running, producing pitch-black flames. The black flames burned on the surface of the lead cloud sword. Countless materials were transported from the bottom of the cabin according to the array and appeared out of thin air. They were quickly processed by Tucker and added to the black flames. The black flames dissipated, revealing the repaired, flat blade. The next moment, he stopped using magic power, dissipated the array, and threw the lead cloud sword back to the arm tile. Take it. I've fixed it. Tucker smiled confidently. The arm tile was skeptical, but he immediately infused his warrior power. The result was unbelievable. He was very surprised. Really? Let me see. The 100 Needles patriarch drew out his main sword. The mirror reverse sword received the warrior power of the 100 Needles patriarch and immediately became transparent, reflecting the external light. Being summoned, the lead cloud sword immediately left the arm tile's hand and floated back to the mirror reverse sword. Both swords emitted a halo of light, and their auras were faintly connected. It's really fix. The 100 Needles patriarch was shocked. He looked at Tucker again and was impressed. I've heard of your reputation for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet you in person. We've tried to fix the lead cloud sword many times, and we know how difficult it is. I didn't expect it to be so easy in your hands. The 100 Needles patriarch praised Tucker again and again. How can I repay you? How can I express my gratitude? Tucker laughed and waved his hand. No need to thank me. It's a fair deal. Just like the ship ticket, I saved you because of your value. That's why the price of your ship ticket is so high. I've learned a lot from these three swords. My teacher assigned me a test question before, but I had no clue at all. It was very difficult. When I saw this combination of alchemy arrays, I got a key inspiration and a novel and correct way to solve the question. If it was any other time, the things I learned would not be worth it for me to personally repair this sword. But to solve the test question, this knowledge just happened to solve my urgent need. So, I repaired this lead cloud sword myself. It's a return of equal value. The 100 Needles patriarch suddenly understood. I see. Tucker was in a good mood after solving the problem in front of him. The patriarch and the arm tile were more pleasing to the eye. He said with a smile, "Where are you going next?" "My destination is the fire-breathing island. This time, I'm going to meet the owner of the fire-breathing island and ask her to refine the lower body of the giant puppet. If it's not far, I can take you to your destination." The arm tile was shocked. Their destination was the fire-breathing island. But the 100 Needles patriarch shook his head. "Our destination is the vertical island." Tucker thought for a moment and said regretfully, "Then I can't take you there. The vertical island is far from the fire-breathing island, and my time is limited. But both sides are on the same route. You can take other ships at the fire-breathing island." The 100 Needles patriarch and the arm tile hurriedly thanked him. Chapter 382. Early morning. There was a thin mist on the sea and the sound of the tide was heard. The treasure chest slowly moved forward in the mist. "Rear Admiral Tan Mo, take a look at this information." Just after breakfast, the mayor came to the captain's room with a worried look. Tan Mo took the information and skimmed it. The specific content of the information was about the follow-up development in Blunt Blade City. The spy team entered and not only detained the store manager of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce and tortured him, but they also implicated other people and searched the location where the alchemy bomb was installed. "The spies are still investigating. We worked together to set up the crime scene. They won't find anything, will they?" The mayor of Blunt Blade City frowned. He regretted it now. If he knew that the Empire's investigation was so big, he wouldn't have colluded with Tan Mo. Tan Mo's expression also changed slightly. The Empire's investigation was still going on, and it was getting more and more intense, which made him more and more surprised. However, the most important thing now was to stabilize the gold power in front of him. The next moment, Tan Mo smiled and nodded to the mayor. "The situation is a bit wrong." "A bit? It's obviously very wrong." The mayor shook his head. Joe was killed by the Justice Pirates, and the 3 captains of the King Glory clan also lost their lives. The Empire is still investigating everything about the Justice Pirates. What happened to these pirates? We are now chasing them. Don't you have any inside information? At this point, don't hide it from me. The mayor knew that Tan Mo was a member of Yi Gui's faction. Tan Mo rubbed his chin and thought about this matter. Since he received a direct military order from the Marine on Knife Mountain Island, he felt that something was wrong. Why would a silver-level pirate group need 2 rear admirals and even the mayor of Blunt Blade City to capture them? Joe was dead, and the 3 captains of the King Glory clan also died. Tan Mo did no more information than the mayor of Blunt Blade City. Tan Mo knew the cause of Joe's death, and he felt sorry for him. If it wasn't for his carelessness, the Murloc god's son would have to pay a higher price to kill Joe. The deaths of Yarrow Wan, Yarrow Ming, and Yarrow Gui made Tan Mo feel a chill in his heart. The 3 men desperately tried to hold back the Justice Pirates. As a result, the reinforcements did not rush to the battlefield at all. Instead, they went directly to Tianzhu Ci. Bai Tong toyed with Wei Sheng, causing Admiral Yang Tan to lose even more face. The political confrontation between the 2 factions entered an even more intense stage. If they hadn't tried their best to stall for time, the 3 members of the glorious king's family would have been able to escape successfully with their glorious light rush. Sigh, the higher-ups are obviously hiding a lot of things. For the Justice Pirates, I'd better not provoke them. With this thought in mind, Tan Mo deliberately slowed down the speed of the fleet. Of course, he didn't do it directly. Instead, he changed his course and deliberately drove into the fog to get a reasonable excuse. Tan Mo looked at the mayor of Blunt Blade City. "I know as much as you do. I asked General Yi Gui about it, but I didn't get a response. However, we don't have to be too anxious. The spy is not investigating us, but the Justice Pirates. Although General Yi Gui didn't directly answer my doubts, she also told me that she had sent Vice Admiral Bitterwater. Lord Bitterwater specializes in water spells and minor in divination. At present, he has already captured the whereabouts of the Justice Pirates. We are still a long way from the Justice Pirates. Plus, we were attacked by sea beasts in the fog. I'm afraid we have to rest again." At this point, Tanmo raised his eyebrows at the mayor of Blunt Blade City. The mayor of Blunt Blade City froze for a moment and immediately nodded. Yes, we were attacked by powerful sea beasts and can only rest. Where should we rest? Tanmo smiled. I've already thought about it. After passing through the fog, the ideal port to rest is on Flame Island. Flame Island? The mayor of Blunt Blade City reacted and praised this decision. That's really good. This island used to be one of the bridgeheads for the demons to invade the main world. Now the island is heavily guarded, and there are 3 ports and 8 docks. Among them, the Sulphur Flame Port is a large port. It is indeed very suitable for us to replenish and rest. The sea was calm. The floaty was stealthily moving a dozen meters underwater. As the captain of the floaty, Vice Admiral Bitterwater of the Imperial Navy was currently in a meditation room. He was a middle-aged human male with slanted eyebrows and small eyes. He always gave off a feeling of distress. At this moment, there was a basin in front of him. The basin was filled with water. He held a small magic staff in his hand. The reddish-brown staff was like a tree branch, only as long as an arm. The thickest part of the staff was no thicker than an adult man's thumb. Vice Admiral Bitterwater was constantly chanting an incantation. His voice was very soft, almost like a whisper. This time, it wasn't just an incantation, but also a hand gesture. His wrist gently moved, following a mysterious and wonderful pattern. The tip of the reddish-brown staff moved in the air. Wherever the tip of the staff went, rays of light would be left in the air. The rays of light were connected to each other, some straight and some curved, gradually drawing a mysterious rune. The rune emitted a faint light. After it was completed, it no longer hovered in the air, but slowly fell. Like a feather, it fell into the water basin. In the blink of an eye, it dissolved in the water, completely dissipating. This was already the 3rd rune that Bitterwater had drawn. Each rune was different, and each of them had their own profound meanings. Vice Admiral Bitterwater stopped chanting. Looking at the mirror-like water surface in the basin, he took a deep breath, slightly adjusted himself, and then began chanting again. This time, his chanting voice was several times louder than before. All of the magic energy in his body continuously surged, pouring into the magic staff, accumulating and accumulating in the magic staff. After accumulating to the limit, Bitterwater's body trembled, and the tip of the magic staff suddenly erupted with a strange light. The strange light was resplendent and dazzling, like a bolt of lightning shooting into the basin. The basin was like a painting, the water surface without any ripples. The strange light was like paint, multicolored as it entered the canvas, leaving behind dazzling traces along the way. The various colors and lines were not similar, forming a sharp and abrupt contrast with each other. Soon after, these colors also dissipated. Gradually, a magic rune appeared in the basin. This rune was different from the previous 3 runes, but if one looked closely, they would find that some parts of the 3 runes had similar patterns appearing in this rune. Bitterwater's gaze immediately focused on this rune, and he quickly and seriously interpreted it. Soon, the rune dissipated. Bitterwater relaxed, his face filled with exhaustion. This was his divination magic. The result of this divination was great. According to this divination, now is the best time for me to attack. Vice Admiral Bitterwater hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still clapped his hands. Yi Gui-sama pays a lot of attention to the Justice Pirates. Chop Joe and the others have been killed. If I take down this pirate group, Yi Gui-sama will definitely praise me. Let's do it. Vice Admiral Bitterwater walked out of the meditation room, quickly went to the captain's room, and gave the order to fight. The Justice Pirates' magic ship sailed on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, several alchemy marlins came from the bottom of the water. These marlins plunged into the hull of the ship, and the bombs installed in the fish quickly activated, forming a violent explosion. Enemy attack! Shu Ma was the first to notice and shouted loudly. The Justice Pirates' magic ship shook violently in the explosion. The pirates swarmed out, and the door of the captain's room opened. The Murloc Shenzi, Cho, Flute, and the others spoke out, commanding the pirates to fight. In the float, Vice Admiral Bitterwater's face was cold, and he gave the order again to release the alchemy marlins. This time, more Marlins rushed to the bottom of the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, the sailors poured ice blue oil on the side of the ship. The oil merged into the sea, and the explosive power of the alchemy Marlins was greatly reduced. Some of the Marlins could not even self-destruct. The Navy's offensive effect was immediately reduced. Vice Admiral Bitterwater frowned. He was not troubled, but puzzled. Strange, the other party's higher-ups did not make a move. It's understandable that the gold-level magic ship did not appear. The other party's powerhouses did not make a move, and only used this method to mitigate the attack. The effect was not good. Even if the silver-level bards did not make a move, what about the black iron mags? They did not make a move. Vice Admiral Bitterwater continued to give orders, and the Navy changed their attack method. After a few consecutive times, the Justice Pirates' situation was getting worse and worse, and they were at a disadvantage. The gold-level deep-sea monster fish never appeared, and the higher-ups of the island had been commanding, and never personally went out to fight. Not only did the Navy feel that something was wrong, but even the pirates felt that something was wrong. Finally, Vice Admiral Bitterwater personally cast a spell and released a few gold-level water elementals. The pirates were immediately defeated, and there was a large-scale surrender. The truth of many members of the Justice Pirates was also exposed, and they were all illusions. They ran away. The magic ships we left behind are just a pretense. I was deceived. The result of my divination before was wrong. No wonder the divination before the war was good. They must have secretly boarded the fish-shaped magic ship. Looking at the performance of these pirates, they were also kept in the dark. Vice Admiral Bitterwater sighed, and immediately understood that although they won the battle, they could not get the credit. After ordering his subordinates to clean up the battlefield and lock up the captives, he immediately returned to the meditation room and began to continue his divination. He wanted to divine the whereabouts of deep-sea monster fish. However, after 3 consecutive divinations, the process of each divination was very smooth, but the results were different each time. Someone is interfering with me. I'm afraid none of these 3 results are correct. What should I do now? Vice Admiral Bitterwater frowned and could not think of a solution. In desperation, he had to report this result to Admiral Yi Gui. Chapter 383. The bright sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom. On the soft bed, a blonde beauty slowly opened her beautiful eyes after a good night's sleep. She didn't get up immediately. Instead, she laid down on the warm and fluffy bedding. She used her mind, and the magic device placed in the corner of the bedroom started to operate slowly, playing a relaxing and cheerful tune. She enjoyed the sunlight for a long time before she sat up. Stretching her waist, the blonde beauty's proud and graceful figure was fully displayed at this moment. She lifted the bedding, put on her furry slippers, and walked to the wall of the bedroom. There was a magic mirror that was more than 2 meters tall placed there. The magic mirror's surface suddenly lit up, and a voice came from it. "Good morning, my beautiful mistress." The blonde beauty smiled, but with a hint of distress. "What should I wear today? Mirror spirit, tell me your suggestion." The mirror spirit said, "Mistress, no matter what you wear, you're still so beautiful. I suggest you wear this set today. This kind of tight leather clothes can show off your figure to the greatest extent. It's sexy with a hint of seriousness, majesty, and charm. Especially now that the safety ship has arrived at the Voodoo Rainforest. This set of leather clothes is a saint-level leather armor. It's made from a mix of dragon skin, snake skin, and other leather, and has a high resistance to poison." "Oh!" The blonde beauty was surprised. "We've already arrived at the Voodoo Rainforest." "Yes, mistress. It's 3 hours after you fell asleep." The mirror spirit replied, and a set of black and red tight leather clothes appeared on the surface of the mirror. The blonde beauty pointed at the mirror, and a ripple appeared on the surface of the mirror. The ripple spread from the center to the frame of the mirror and disappeared. The leather clothes in the mirror also disappeared, and in its place was a thin and smooth silk nightgown. This pink silk nightgown was what the blonde beauty wore when she woke up. And now, she was wearing the tight leather clothes. The silk nightgown in the mirror disappeared, and the blonde beauty's current appearance began to appear. The blonde beauty stood in front of the magic mirror, swaying her body and posing in all kinds of ways. The leather clothes fit her snow-white skin perfectly, outlining her figure even more alluring. From her chest to her waist to her buttocks, her curves were extremely exaggerated. Not bad, but it's not enough. The golden-haired beauty narrowed her eyes and smiled. Mirror Spirit immediately said, "Then I recommend this set of clothes, Master." A nun's habit appeared in the mirror. This was also a sanctuary-level outfit. It had outstanding performance in terms of defending against spiritual attacks and dark magic. "Then put on this one." The blonde beauty reached out and pressed her hand on her chest. The leather coat on her body quickly dissipated, and the nun's habit in the mirror covered her body. This immediately added a lot of elegance and dignity to her. Her snow-white skin and clear eyes, in the black and white nun's habit, gave people a pure and peaceful feeling. "This is the second piece of clothing, but it's still not enough," the blonde beauty said. Another dress appeared on the mirror. This time, it was a princess dress with an exaggeratedly large hemline. The blonde beauty's eyes lit up. "I like this dress very much. Strange, why do I have this set of clothes?" Mirror Spirit immediately said, "This was offered by your subordinate, Vice Admiral Bitterwater, at the beginning of this month. As you can see, this is also a sanctuary-level armor. It can." "Wait." The blonde beauty frowned slightly. "I remember that I sent Vice Admiral Bitterwater to hunt down the Justice Pirates. Now, how is his situation?" Mirror Spirit immediately reported, according to Vice Admiral Bitterwater's latest report, he attacked the Justice Pirates. As a result, he found that the magic ships that were tracking him were a group of abandoned pirates. The main body of the Justice Pirates has already taken the monster fish magic ship and disappeared. At present, Vice Admiral Bitterwater is waiting for your further instructions. The blonde beauty was Yi Gui, one of the 3 admirals of the Marine, a legendary mage. When Yi Gui heard this news, he smiled. "It's a pity, but for Bitterwater, maybe it's a good thing. After all, there's a goddess's body hidden in the Justice Pirates. Forget it this time. For the sake of the clothes he contributed, I won't punish him. Anyway, I don't expect much from him. Let him do as he sees fit." A moment later, Admiral Yi Gui left the bedroom, pushed open the secret door above her head, stepped on the stairs, and came to the ship. Her safety ship was a sanctuary-level magic ship, but at the moment, from the outside, it was an ordinary small wooden ship. The small wooden ship didn't even have a roof, and only Yi Gui was on board. At this time, Yi Gui was wearing an exaggerated golden-pink princess dress. The skirt was loose, and a magic pendant lay on her snow-white chest. She was wearing long silk gloves, and in one hand she held up a parasol. The parasol was cute, small and delicate, with white lace on the edge of the pink umbrella. The small wooden ship slowly moved in the thick green swamp. The surroundings were extremely dense rainforest, with layers of lush branches and leaves, blocking the sun. The water vapor in the air was thick, forming a thin mist, humid and hot. Thick vines and green pythons were entangled, and it was difficult to distinguish. Red-faced baboons peeped in the bushes, and a group of parrots was startled and flew away with strange cries. After a few turns, the waterway came to an end. At the end was a wooden house, dilapidated from years of disrepair. A blonde beauty wearing a gorgeous princess dress, holding a cute parasol, smiled at the small wooden house and said, "Hey, Mo Lao, I'm here to see you." The door of the wooden house immediately opened, and a female Nogger rolled her eyes at Yi Gui. "What are you doing here? We're good friends. Don't you welcome me?" Yi Gui covered her heart with her hand. "I'm so sad." The female Nogger Mo Lao sneered, "Come in, I already had a premonition that you would come. Is it for the Justice Pirates?" Yi Gui's eyes lit up. "Mo Lao, you're indeed a legendary diviner. You're too amazing. I also have a diviner under me, and he can't compare to you at all. Hee. Are you talking about that Bitterwater?" "Yes, that useless man." With that, Yi Gui walked into the wooden house. The small wooden hut contained a vast space. Yi Gui was no exception. This wasn't her first time here. Near Spitfire Island, deep-sea monster fish slowly approached a beach. In the captain's room. There are few people here. We only need to swim for a short distance, about 10 minutes, and we'll be on the island. ZDI stroked a crystal ball. The image that appeared in the crystal ball was a barren beach. Kang Shu suddenly opened the cabin door and rushed in. He was happy, holding dozens of pearl foam in his hand. Our prayers worked. Look, this time we've gained a lot. In addition to the usual prayers, there was a more special prayer method. The specific ritual of this method varied according to the gods. According to the information collected in the Tower Spirit, the Justice Pirates carried out a special prayer. They divided a few magic ships and used them as bait to deceive the pirates and the navy. Kang Shu muttered, according to the information, it seems that this time, at least one sanctuary-level existence was successfully deceived by us. The young Murloc sighed. I hope Suma and the others can survive. ZDI took the young man's hand. If they follow us, they will die. On the contrary, this is the only way to survive. We all know the discipline of the Navy. The credit for capturing pirates is more than killing them. If they surrender, the chances of survival are very high. Alas. The young Murloc's tone was heavy. Let's hurry up and get on Spitfire Island.